27. From far enough away, the errant venture looked like an Imperial Star Destroyer. There was no mistaking that daggerish shape or the tall bridge. The ship's stark bone-white color and sheer size invoked memories of the days when the Empire's need for discipline often dispatched such ships to punish worlds that harbored rebels. It was truly a sight to behold, and one from which I would have flown as fast as possible if I did not know what the errant venture really was. I brought the headhunter up and around in a loop over midships on the Imp Star. Its normal complement of weapons had been stripped down, leaving it 2 tractor beams, 10 ion cannons and 10 heavy turbolaser batteries. That amount of firepower left the ship well defended, though as I did a flyby I noticed a couple of the laser batteries were not tracking that well and at least one froze in the middle as it followed my flight. Coming over the top, I rolled the headhunter and chopped the throttle back. I keyed the comm unit. "This is Headhunter 079 requesting permission to board and land." 079, this is Errant Venture Control. Please state the nature of your business. I rolled my eyes. "You tell Booster Turek that he lets me park this fighter on his ship, or he's going to be down more than just 3 turbolaser batteries." Silence reigned on the comm channel for a moment, then the controller's voice returned with a degree of weariness edging into it. 079, you are clear to land in docking slot 1127. Make sure your weapons are powered down. What? That is the message, 079. I copy. I brought the headhunter in toward the egress bay and powered up the repulsor lift coils. I throttled back to 10% of thrust, and slowly worked the fighter into the docking bay. Slot 1127 was back against a bulkhead and would force me to take a long walk around the bay itself to reach Booster's office. If he knew I'd broken my leg, I'd be parking back in the garbage hold and hiking even further. As I closed in on my parking place, the only unusual thing I noticed was that no other ships were parked near me, and the few people on the ground were scurrying away. I ignored them, no one wanted to be caught in the backwash from engine thrust. I concentrated on setting the ship down easily, which I did, giving Booster no reason to complain about my scratching his precious deck. I quickly went through an engine lockdown and provided a security passcode for engine restart. It wouldn't stop anyone from stealing the ship, but it might slow them down. I smiled and keyed in a message on the ignition screen. "This headhunter is the property of Mara Jade. Anyone nuts enough to steal it now deserves what he gets." I popped the cockpit hatch, which is when I noticed something rather out of the ordinary. Booster's security detail wore Imperial-style uniforms, but they had light green torsos on the tunics and bright yellow sleeves, bright yellow trousers and green caps with yellow buttons. The effect was a touch unsettling, especially with such a crowd of them around ship. Their blasters, which were nowhere near as colorful as their uniforms, were all pointed in my direction. A Weequay whose face looked as if it were made of flaking ceramics motioned for me to come out of the headhunter. As I stood and my lightsaber came into view, half the guards crouched while the others moved behind convenient cover. I looked around at the dozen of them and shook my head. No trouble, no trouble. For the first time I really wished I had skill in the area of Jedi levitation, because trying to get out of a fighter that had me a good 3 meters off the deck, while my hands were in the air, was not an easy thing to do. I would have just jumped out, but my left leg still wasn't 100%, and I didn't want to be limping around on the errant venture. What I ended up doing was sitting on the side of the cockpit and sliding down toward the floor, catching my weight mostly on my right leg. The Weequay jabbed me in the back with a truncheon which, I imagined, could deliver a nasty jolt to me if he only pushed the red button near his thumb.
"Boss Booster wants you."
"Good, I want to see him, too."
"Surrender lightsaber."
I turned slowly on my heels and faced him, setting myself. "Not going to happen, quark for brains." He poked me with the truncheon again and hit the button. I felt the tingle of the electricity, but just absorbed it. I smiled as I did so. Power cells are dead. Really? I don't feel a thing. The Weequay hit the button again, but my smile did not fade. I bled the energy off into the decking, which raised the fur on the head of a passing Bothan, but none of the guards seemed to notice. The Weequay looked at the stun baton as if it had betrayed him, then pressed his free hand against the tip and hit the button. I snatched the truncheon from the air before it could hit the floor, and looked past the Weequay's twitching form. I reversed the baton and offered the handle to another of the guards. Clearly, it's defective. Now if you will take me to Booster. I turned back to head toward his office, when I discovered my quarry had come to me. This wouldn't have been a bad thing, but the flesh of Booster's face was as red as his artificial left eye. He grabbed big handfuls of my green flight suit, hoisted me up off the deck and slammed me into a bulkhead.
"Where's my daughter?"
His short, bristly white hair and the goatee he'd taken to wearing made him look more like me than I even wanted to think about.
"What have you done with Mirax?"
I groaned, less from the impact than the sheer fury in his words. Let me explain. He jammed me into the wall again.
"You think you're that persuasive, Corsac?"
Booster released me and I fell to the floor. He looked at his guards and shook his head.
"Fig and Crucker, escort him to my office. Now."
Another Weequay and a fairly scrawny human grabbed my arms, jerked me to my feet and Rybet marched me off to the wardroom that Booster used as his docking bay office. It felt odd for me to be conducted to his office in the same manner I'd hauled so many prisoners along in my day. I knew that even without using any Jedi techniques I could break their grips and get rid of them. Because of the unseemliness of being hustled along that way, I almost did make a break. I didn't because I realized there was no purpose to my doing so. Yes, I might feel embarrassed at being manhandled so, but what difference did it make? Was my pride worth injuring someone? No. They were conducting me to where I wanted to go anyway. What they or anyone else thought of me was really immaterial. I smiled. Some of that Jedi training got through. Reverting to type, I studied my surroundings. The docking bay had plenty of room for ships and approached capacity. The old TIE fighter launch racks still had a few ties in them, but many of them were missing parts. Other smaller ships had been fitted with unusual suspension collars that allowed them to hang from the racks as well. In that way Booster was able to fit a lot more ships into his hold. The vast majority of ships in the docking bay were freighters, though few were as big as Mirax's Pulsar Skate or the Millennium Falcon. Most ships of that size couldn't afford docking space on the errant venture anyway. The ships present were those of smugglers who dealt in rare, exotic and high-priced items, or the idle rich who found slumming on the errant venture something of a thrill. Most of the ships bringing goods for trade and transshipment on the errant venture just offloaded their items into one of the supply holds and left a crewman or agent on board the EV to handle the transactions. Booster's people brought me to his office, tossed me inside, then shut the hatch. I had to hit a glow panel switch, and when I did, I shuddered. Clutter filled the room, cracked Duraplast boxes leaking streaky red, viscous fluids, piles of datacards leaning precariously one against another, chairs filled with cast-off clothing, and in the corner stood a deactivated 3PO droid festooned with a dozen gunbelts complete with blasters. Booster's desk dominated the room and appeared neat in comparison to the rest of it. The single layer of datacards, datapads, wires and odds and ends had been cleared back from a small cube projecting various holographs of Mirax. I shifted stuff from the chair in front of the desk to the floor and sat, watching the ever-changing display. Though Booster would deny having a single sentimental bone in his body, his projector cube had arranged the images by chronology and subject. They flashed up every 10 seconds or so. The display might follow a theme, like images of Mirax working on the skate, then move along through her life, forward or back, until it shot off again on a themed tangent. It wove a web of her life, a web in which I felt fully ensnared. In watching the display I realized the detachment I had felt before, when she vanished, had finally faded. The flash blindness Luke had diagnosed had lifted, and I might have noticed it sooner, but on Yavin 4 I had so little to remind me of her. It was probably just as well that the detachment existed while I started my training, because I would have gotten nowhere while distracted. Now, though, watching her images, the full weight of her disappearance crashed in on me. I had felt her presence that night in the grotto, and Exer Kun had showed her to me, but I knew I could not trust what I had seen through his power. The fact that I had sensed her when Luke took us on a sojourn through the universe helped sustain me, but now I realized just how alone I felt. And how alone she must be feeling. She was out there, somewhere, waiting for me to find her, to help her, and I had done nothing. I sighed. Perhaps Booster should have smacked me against the wall even harder. The hatch to the office slid open and Booster stalked in. He looked hard at me, then sat down at his desk. Fire burned in his brown eye just as brightly as in the electronic one. He watched me, then his head slowly nodded as he pressed his hands flat against the top of his desk. Like a mute referee, Mirax danced from image to image between us.
It is for her sake that I don't just twist your head off, Corsac.
He kept his voice low and barely under control.
She's been missing for how long?
I swallowed hard. 10 weeks.
10 weeks.
His right fist hammered the desk, making the holocube bounce and the data cards ripple like loose tiles in a ground quake. He caught himself and slowly opened his hand.
10 weeks, and you didn't come to me and tell me.
I calmed myself, just barely bringing my racing heart under control. My mouth felt dry and tasted like I'd been licking a bantha. I knew then and know now your daughter is alive. In consulting with a variety of people, it was determined that keeping knowledge of her disappearance quiet would be the best course. Booster arched a pale eyebrow.
It was determined? By whom? What coward decided I shouldn't know my little girl was missing?
I raised my chin. I made that decision, Booster.
Did you, Corsac, did you now?
Booster sat back.
Not your General Kraken? Not your Luke Skywalker? Not Wedge? You made it?
I nodded. I weighed their opinions. I went over the scenarios they suggested and how best to handle the situation, then I made the decision.
So then you take full responsibility for it?
I could hear in his voice that he was setting a trap for me.
You take full responsibility for whatever happens to her?
I do. Booster hesitated, then smiled coldly.
I think you'll find you don't much care for the consequences of your actions.
Something struck me as odd about Booster at that point. He'd managed to fix blame fully and squarely on me, which meant he should have been venting all of his anger and frustration on me, but he wasn't. He'd identified me as a target and had me dead to rights, and he held back. Why? Then the answer slammed into me and I leaned forward. I accept the consequences of my actions, and you want to know why? Because Mirax is my wife. Our vows make her life and happiness and safety my responsibility, and I've done what I could to acquit that responsibility. I would have liked nothing better than to have headed out after her immediately, but there was nowhere to go, nothing to do. General Kraken and his people were stymied, as was I. All I knew was that your daughter lived, and as long as she lived, I could take the necessary steps to save her. Booster's expression hardened against the challenge in my words.
You may think of her as your wife, but she's my daughter, my flesh and blood, which makes me just as responsible for her as you are, Corsac. Don't try to steal that part of my life the way your father stole 5 years from me. If you do, you'll regret it.
Maybe, but not in the way you think I will. I narrowed my eyes. And as for your responsibility for Mirax, I just remembered something. In the past 10 weeks, you've never tried to get a message to me asking after Mirax. You never even got a message to Wedge about her. I stood and leaned forward on his desk. All the concern you've showed for her has been from my ship to this office. And that tells me one thing, Booster, you knew. You knew all along that she was working for Kraken to track the Invids, didn't you? She probably worked from here, using the errant venture as her base of operations. Booster laughed slowly.
I can see the Horn blood run strong in those veins. Very good.
His casual admission stunned me. He'd grabbed me, slammed me up against a bulkhead and all but accused me of having abandoned his daughter to whatever fate her enemies had in mind for her. Part of me wanted to reach across the desk and throttle him, while yet another part wanted to feed my anger through the force and slam him up against the wall. Neither of those parts won in the war for control. Were you just beating up on me for fun? Booster shook his head solemnly.
When I realized Mirax was missing and heard you were off playing Jedi games, I was mad enough to come here to Yavin and beat you to within a micron of your life. A great chunk of me still is, but I respect your father enough to think you wouldn't abandon Mirax. Just now, in bracing you like this, I gave you a chance to put the blame for your actions on others. You didn't. Got to admire a man who accepts responsibility even when it might hurt.
I straightened up, crossing my arms over my chest. And your reason for this little test?
I didn't know how much your time down there changed you. I wanted to make sure you could still do what has to be done to save Mirax.
What?
You don't remember Corellian Jedi Knights, but I do. A bit. I wasn't sure a Jedi would care for my daughter anymore.
I stared at him in disbelief. What gets taught at the academy doesn't make students less human.
Tell that to the people of Karita.
Echoes of their death agony pounded through me. You have a point. Booster nodded.
How did you know I was testing you?
Attitude and what I sensed about you. Smug satisfaction. I shrugged. You also mentioned General Kraken and you couldn't have known why I'd be talking to him unless you knew Mirax was working with him. Since I didn't know that, and since she'd not confided in Wedge, I assumed she confided in you. You must have blistered Kraken's ears when you found out she was gone. Booster smiled like Wampa sending Tauntaun.
Told him I'd found a cache of guns to put on this monster before I went hunting for Mirax myself.
A fully armed errant venture was one of General Kraken's recurring nightmares, especially with Booster at the helm. Get anything useful from him?
Not much.
Booster scowled.
I know the galaxy is a big place, but she can't have vanished so completely.
She hasn't.
What do you mean?
A woman named Mara Jade.
Cards Confederate?
I nodded and sat back down. The same. She said she had inquiries from a rare properties dealer on Nal Hutta about a deal for an item that he'd been holding for Mirax. Mirax had bought an option on purchasing the item and she was supposed to pick it up within days of when she disappeared. Sounds to me like a legitimate deal she would have set up to bolster her cover when seeking the Invids. Booster smiled.
A number of the Invid crews ship out of Nal Hutta, or used to, anyway. Lots have been moving in the last 2 months.
Because Mirax's presence was proof positive that the New Republic was looking in that area. The older man stroked his goatee.
It's as good a place as any to start. We'll be on our way within the hour.
No. Booster frowned at me.
No? We have the first lead that's come up and you don't want to follow it up?
I want to follow it up, yes, and follow up the more important clue. I laced my fingers together and pressed the index fingers against my mustache. Mirax is detected on Nal Hutta, captured, and the Invid crews there scatter. This firmly establishes a link between her capture and the Invids, and it also suggests she's being held to forestall my doing anything rash.
You won't be doing it, I will.
I shook my head adamantly. Booster, we won't find Mirax until we find the Invidious, and you're not going to have any more luck at finding it than the New Republic has. Tavira's got people who can use the Force. They will know when you're coming and they'll leave, or, worse yet, they'll use their fully armed Imp Star to blast the venture to scrap. Booster pounded his fist in his open hand.
She's my daughter, Corsac. I have to do something.
I know that. She's my wife, and I have to do something, too. I have to act, but not before I'm ready. I leaned forward. Meet me halfway, Booster. If you don't, she'll die, and neither one of us will be happy for the rest of our lives. In your case that won't be long because I'll kill you. Booster scoffed.
You'll try.
There is no try, Booster. I let the edge bleed out of my voice. I need you to do two things. First, use your network and get me as much data as you can about the Invid crews. I want to know who is shipping on what and out of where. If it gets to a point where we have to hit, I want to make sure we hit hard and hurt them badly.
Done.
Booster smiled.
Card may think he's the datalord of the New Republic, but I've flipped bits he's not even aware exist.
Good. My father-in-law picked up the holocube and froze a recent shot of Mirax, so she smiled at both of us.
What's the other thing?
I tried to sound nonchalant. Get me into Corellia and out again. Booster lost his grip on the holocube, dropping it to the desk.
Get you in past the Diktat's watchman. And out again? Have you lost what little mind you have?
I hope not, because if I have, neither one of us will see your daughter again. I stood and held my lightsaber aloft. It's going to be a Corellian Jedi that saves your daughter, and unless I get home and back out again, there just flat out aren't going to be any Corellian Jedi around to do the job. 28. My perspective as a member of the Corellian security force had never really led me to a proper appreciation for how well Booster Turek operated. Our animosity had shielded me from his professionalism. Now, with his being galvanized by his effort to find and save his daughter, Booster pushed himself into overdrive with truly remarkable results. Securing for me false identification documents took less time than I would have imagined. Booster's people accessed a database of pre-existing data phantoms and merely attached my holographs to them. Using the destroyer's own Imperial-issue document fabrication machinery, I had 3 sets of documents in no time. One for getting me onto Corellia, one for walking around on Corellia, and a third for getting me back out. I smiled. The Rebellion's insertion of Rogue Squadron onto Coruscant hadn't provided documentation this good. After that, Booster sent me to the middle of the 3 luxury deck levels on board. These decks were each fitted out with a variety of establishments suited to the clientele allowed access to them. The lowest of the decks made pest holes like Mos Eisley look luxurious. On Black level, the denizens consisted mostly of out-of-work crews, poorer folks looking for cheap transit, criminals, petty thieves, swindlers, and con men. I'm not exactly certain why Booster allowed them on his ship, but even they might have information he could sell elsewhere. Blue level, where he sent me, was a bit more respectable than treasure ship rode down in Coronet City on Corellia. I saw just enough unsavory characters, Boba Fett wannabes, Han Solo wannabes, and, albeit too few, Princess Leia wannabes. Mostly I saw traders and dealers and adventurous sorts who seemed to find shipping aboard a fearsome star destroyer thrilling. And Trader's Alley, the cash-only bazaar, meant one could always find something thrilling here. Of major import on this level was the central courtyard area. It actually linked up with Diamond level above it through a massive refitting effort that cored through 3 decks in the heart of the ship. In this area, each day was displayed a brilliant holographic presentation of the Thyphera campaign. I noticed that Booster's role, and that of the errant venture, were expanded, and that my role was all but eliminated. That niggled a little bit, but I decided the presentation was theatrical, not historical, so hyperbole was bound to creep in. On Blue level, one visited a tailor who scanned me and started fabricating clothes that would fit my identities. I had him double-check the measurement on my collar. It would have been just like Booster to have him trim 3 or 6 centimeters off so I'd choke my way through my trip. The tailor, a Celestin, bled at me that he'd never do such a thing. Proper fit was his stock in trade, after all. Booster's final effort to get me onto Corellia was a masterwork. He wouldn't even let me up on Diamond level. He said just having someone from Coruscant on Blue level was dampening the hedonistic abandon of luxury passengers, but he found me help up there. He convinced a Corellian couple that the only real way to feel the illicit thrill of being a smuggler was trying to smuggle something onto Corellia. He went so far as to say that even though they were Corellians, he didn't think they could pull it off. They demanded he let them try. He demurred. They pressed. He relented, after they bribed him, and even thanked him for finding them replacement crew members for 2 of their yacht crew who had run into trouble in a black-level entertainment establishment. I had no idea what the couple was smuggling, aside from me, but watching them pretend to be smugglers was rather amusing. When we arrived at the Corran City spaceport, they decided to brazen out their effort by dumping a hefty bribe on the customs inspector who greeted them. The inspector, taken aback by the bribe, began to question them closely. His colleagues in immigration were intrigued with what was going on, and undoubtedly wanted their share of his bribe. So they passed the crew through without more than cursory glances at our identification, then zeroed in on the couple. Shouldering my 2 satchels of clothing and equipment, I departed the spaceport and found a fairly clean transient housing facility just off Treasure Ship Row. Despite my having worked the row in years past, I wasn't worried about running into old colleagues and being discovered. Corsac had changed through the years, it wasn't even the Corellian security force anymore. The Diktat had morphed it into the Public Safety Service, and had exchanged the traditional emerald and black uniforms for something darker and more imperialistic. The PSS's mission had become more snoopy and more concerned with maintaining public order than solving crimes. The past I knew here is dead. A shiver ran down my spine. Treasure Ship Row had changed in the 6 years I'd been away. It had always been seedy and disreputable, but the bright lights had provided a carnival veneer to the whole place. People of all types had been able to come here and find amusement. Certainly there were places good and respectful folks didn't go except by accident, but the slight air of menace made the jaunts here more memorable, much like shipping aboard the errant venture. The changes on Treasure Ship Row might have seemed an improvement to many. The main street had been cleaned up considerably. All the paint was fresh, and graffiti was obliterated before it had time to dry. The lighting appeared less garish and the establishments were milder in tone. It had moved from being a place to being a showplace, leaving it all artificial and shallow. Out and around it, in the area that had not been transformed, the shadows had deepened and the menace festered, until anyone venturing a block away from the safe zone would drown in reality. The government, in cleaning up Treasure Ship Row, clearly believed it had gotten rid of all the unsociable elements that used to call it home, and was using the Public Safety Service to insulate themselves from reality and its consequences. The only positive point about the change was that I found it very easy to hire a speeder cab. I gave him the directions to my grandfather's home and the driver, a Clatuanan, graced me with a smile that was all tooth. I sank back into the rear seat, but refrained from drawing in a deep breath to relax myself. A Jedi might not know pain, but the sense in the back seat of a speeder cab could gag a Gamorrean. I hoped I was not on a fool's errand. While in the Bacta tank I had realized that I'd taken my father's message to be encouragement to join the Jedi Academy. What Luke had told me about the Force allowing one to see pieces of the past or present or future suggested my father had somehow known the Academy would come into being. That was an unwarranted assumption. Moreover, my father always hedged his bets. Knowing the future was mutable, he couldn't be certain the Academy would exist. As a result, I had to assume that he had made arrangements for information to be left behind for me so I could recover my heritage. I smiled slowly. Even if my father had left nothing behind, seeing my grandfather again would be fun. Nearing his home, back in the Hill District where I had grown up, I began to realize how much I missed him and Corellia. I had gone away, had been forced to flee, to avoid imperial entanglements and death. From that point I had pretty much been in hiding or up to my neck in missions with Rogue Squadron. While we had exchanged holographic greetings, the Diktat censors had chopped the messages up enough that little of my grandfather's wit or warmth had gotten through. The speeder cab came to a halt at a gate that blocked the whole street on which I'd grown up. My father had purchased a house across a circle from my grandfather, and there had been 8 other houses scattered around that circle. We'd never had a wall surrounding the area and certainly no gate. "Are you sure this is the right place?" The Clatuanan nodded and tapped the display unit on his vehicle's local navicomp. He reached out, plucked a wired comlink from its holder beside the gate and threaded it back to me. "Hello?" A stiff and formal voice answered back.
The Horn Estate.
Estate? I'd like to speak with Rostek Horn, please.
Director Horn has asked not to be disturbed.
I ducked my head and tried to peer through the gate's bars at the houses further in, but I couldn't see my grandfather's place. Nor could I see the home I'd grown up in. Instead, all I could see was a huge, sprawling building of very recent manufacture. It gleamed brightly against the green of the hills behind it, all white and silvery where tinted transparent steel sheets took the place of walls. Please, tell him it's his. I hesitated. If I said grandson, I could cause trouble since I still had murder warrants out for me in the Corellian system. Tell him it's an old friend. Kieran Halcyon.
Director Horn knows no one by that name.
I put an edge into my voice. You clearly have not been with him long. I grew up in this neighborhood. He was like a grandfather to me. Tell him that.
Just a moment.
The Clatuanan passed the time by bringing me up to speed on the local Zone Ball League standings. He tried to impress me with the fact that Stave Pedson, the local star, who, did I know, had once been romantically linked with Princess Leia, had sat where I sat. I was assured the athlete was not as handsome as I was, but the Clatuanan remembered him because he was a most generous tipper. I smiled back at my driver and nodded, but before he could regale me with Pedson's latest scoring coup, the gate opened. The Clatuanan hit the accelerator, which jolted us forward and tore the wired comlink from my hands. It clipped him in the back of the head as it snapped out his window. He grumbled a bit as he rubbed at the rising lump, but managed to run me up to the estate's front door without further incident. I paid him off and tipped very well. It was Booster's money, after all, and I was pretty sure it wasn't counterfeit. Once outside the speeder, I realized that the distant view of the building had failed to convey its actual size. My grandfather's house had only ever been a modest two-story affair, with all the spare capital and his spare time going into maintaining the gorgeous sunken gardens in the back. The building I stood before now occupied 3 times the footprint of the old house, and rose another whole level above the old house's roof. In its construction I could see bits and pieces of things my grandfather would love, but if he'd had the money to build this house, he would have just expanded his gardens even further instead. I walked up to the door, but before I could ring the bell, a small, wiry man with olive skin pulled the door open. He wore a black uniform festooned with white buttons. White gloves encased his hands and he eyed me suspiciously. He gave me no smile and looked me over carefully before he stepped aside and let me into the home's grand foyer. The man spoke in the same clipped tones I'd heard over the comlink.
Director Horn is waiting for you in the garden.
He set off at a brisk pace, his shoes clicking sharply against the rose and black granite flooring. In the center of it, fashioned out of black marble and slices of malachite, the old Corsac logo had been rendered beautifully. I hopped over it, breaking my stride, which brought the man's head back around to see what I was doing. It didn't surprise me that my grandfather was in the garden. When he retired he said he wanted to dig and plant there, until he was dug in and planted. After a long walk, we emerged onto a veranda that was amply shaded from the noontime sun. Beyond it, down a short green pathway leading to a central fountain within an amphitheater of colorful flower beds, stood my grandfather. Taller than me, taller even than my father had been, Rostek Horn had a lean, aristocratic bearing about him. Despite his age, his white hair grew in full and thick. His gray eyes never seemed to rest, and while I had only ever seen love and affection in them, colleagues who had chanced to be disciplined by my grandfather said they could be colder than the darkest ice ball in the galaxy. While he seemed thinner than when I had last seen him, he was no less vital and, for the first time, I saw him as the predator colleagues had reported he could be. What struck me as most unusual was that there he stood, full in the noon sun, wearing a formal black suit, with a high, stiff collar. He was not dressed for a day in the garden, but a day dealing with the variety of things that had occupied him during his days with Corsac. With his right flank toward me, providing less of a target, perhaps, he brought his head around to look at me. Those cold gray eyes sent a jolt through me. I started past my guide and onto the path, but the small man pressed a hand against my stomach, stopping me. I looked at my grandfather and half closed my eyes. I projected into his mind an image of my running and screaming and falling and laughing as a child on the same expanse of green that separated us now one from another. Opening my eyes fully, I said, "It has been a long time, Director. Perhaps you do not remember me." My grandfather remained rock still for a moment, then nodded.
"Tisruk, he is known to me."
"You are dismissed." Tisruk's brown eyes narrowed.
He scanned cleanly on his approach, but he might have skills. "I have nothing to fear from Halcyon here, do I?"
I shook my head. "No, sir." My grandfather slowly smiled.
"You see, Tisruk, I am safe. Go about your other duties. Have the cook prepare us a light luncheon, and I mean light, not just with less gravy."
Tisruk snapped his head forward in a bow, then spun on his heel and retreated. I approached my grandfather slowly, not daring to break into the run I would have preferred to use in greeting him. I extended my hand to him and he took it, then pulled me into a firm hug. I wanted to say something, but I felt a lump rise to my throat and tears beginning to fill my eyes. He pulled back and held me out at arm's length.
"Emperor's black bones, you shouldn't be here."
I had to come. I've been away too long. I glanced back at the house. Many changes. My grandfather's smile broadened and a sinister laugh accompanied it.
"Yes, there have been many changes."
He waved me toward the greenhouse across the far side of the garden.
"If you would join me, I'll show you some of my newer efforts. Prize winners, all."
I dropped into step with him and said nothing until we had reached the greenhouse and stepped inside. My grandfather stripped off his jacket and hung it on a peg inside the doorway. He flipped a couple of switches, and glow panels went on with all but one of them. The rising illumination revealed row after row of potting benches covered with seedlings. All the way to the back to the small bay of machines he used for genetically manipulating flowers for color and size of blossom. He gave me a cautious grin.
"We're safe to speak in here, I have it swept each week."
"Good." I glanced back at the house. "What happened to your house?"
"You may recall I had something of a reputation for maintaining all sorts of files on local politicians, imperial liaisons, and the like. When CORSEC became the Public Safety Service, it was determined that my files would be an embarrassment. It was further assumed that I had them in the house. A mysterious fire consumed the house, and then the house you grew up in." He kept his voice low, but full of curious tones that suggested he found the fires somewhat funny. "What they discovered was that there were multiple copies of my files all over, in computer systems new and old. The encryption keys were what they lacked. A few people suddenly found interesting files on activities they would have preferred to keep hidden arriving on datacards in their homes, usually accompanied by a flower or two that were easily identified as a hybrid I'd created. The implications were clear, so, in recompense for my long years of service to CORSEC, and to protect me, since now I am considered a treasure for my horticultural skills, the government bought up and ceded to me all this land. They built my new home and filled it with all sorts of interesting mechanical listening devices and scanners. Tisruk and the rest of the staff report regularly to petty officials, though those officials don't realize that the staff's loyalty is to me. The very files used by the officials to choose staffers who could be manipulated were files I created." I laughed aloud. "I thought, when you retired, you wanted to leave all this sort of thing behind." He nodded. "I would have been more than happy to, but others who want power were not content to leave me alone. Unfortunately, they have neither the grace nor sense for me to leave them alone either." He reached out and caressed the leaves of a small plant. "Now I can send a seedling to someone with a note suggesting I had read of this opinion or that which he holds. If I say I am disappointed, their thinking tends to be modified. If I say I support them, they move more strongly in that direction. I choose my targets and my issues carefully. I seek to curb the excesses of the young and foolish, or old and foolish. There's even talk among the shadowy cabal of pundits who advise leaders about what it means for me to send a live plant versus a cut bouquet, or the true significance of a night-blooming flower versus something that blooms once and dies.
My grandfather smiled at me.
But you didn't come here to ask after my gardens or to listen to me natter on about warping the small minds of politicians, did you?
I'm happy to see you, of course, and I do want to hear about your life, and tell you about mine. His smile broadened indulgently.
The name you chose to greet me and what you did out there tells me why you are here. You want to know what your father left behind for you, don't you?
I nodded slowly. You don't mind? My grandfather looked at me with surprise, then laughed.
Mind? My dear boy, I've spent nearly the last half-century preserving your heritage for you and for your father. I would have been disappointed if this day had never come.
I smiled. Would you have sent me a flower to let me know how disappointed you were?
I would have sent you many, many flowers.
He opened his arms to take in the greenhouse and the gardens.
These flowers, Corran, are the Halcyon heritage. Where better to store knowledge of the Jedi and the Force than in things that live?
29. I watched my grandfather closely because I didn't quite understand what he'd said. He was old and could be losing it, though I'd seen no evidence of that so far. Your comments are sailing right past me. He laughed delightedly, a deep, rich sound I remembered very well.
Don't feel disappointed, Corran. I had to come up with a storage system that would befuddle even the most diligent of investigators. Come with me.
I followed him toward the rear of the greenhouse to the computers and genetic manipulation processors.
You probably do not recall this from your schooling, but the genetic code in many lifeforms consists of 4 nucleotides arranged in pairs. They provide a genetic blueprint that produces what we are.
I nodded. I know. Imps messed around with genetics to produce the Krytos virus.
Yes, a nasty piece of work, that.
My grandfather keyed something into the computer and the attached holopad showed me a double helix slowly revolving in the air. It looked like 2 twisting ladders spiraling around each other.
What most people fail to realize is that while genes are very small, they consist of a vast number of these base pairs of nucleotides. What they also don't know is that much of the coding for any gene is redundant and genes are often filled with pieces of nonsense coding, or bits of coding left over by evolution. These inconsequential bits of code are essentially inert and useless. What I've done is to manufacture replacement strings of base pairs to put in their place. These replacement strings use one pair to represent 0 and another to represent 1.
I stared at him gap-mouthed. You digitized data and inserted it into the genetic material of a plant, allowing the plants to duplicate the code with every cell division.
Correct. While random mutations might destroy little bits of the data, there are so many samples out there that comparing them will fill in any gaps.
He smiled broadly.
I recall at least one Jedi hunter coming here and asking for some basic plant stock for his garden back on Imperial Center. I gave him as much as he wanted of my Jedi line.
My eyes narrowed. The flowers you send to politicians? They contain the decryption keys to the files that concern them, don't they?
I must amuse myself, mustn't I?
He rolled up his sleeves.
I spent enough time with Nija to know that the Jedi considered nothing coincidental. I knew if I put the Jedi information into these plants and ensured their distribution, the information would be discovered again. At the time I started I thought the discovery would not happen in my lifetime, but I wanted it available.
I smiled. I want you to tell me about him, about Nija.
I will.
He looked at me and shook his head again.
Your appearance, I didn't know you at first. Your father had a saying, one he picked up from his father. Do you recall it? If you cannot recognize the man in the mirror, it is time to step back and see when you stopped being yourself.
I nodded. I remember.
Well, seeing you now, I must have you tell me who you have become.
He pointed back at the house.
First, however, we will have something to eat. Then you'll join me turning the compost pile.
More data hidden in there. He winked at me.
I think you will find the work rewarding.
We talked mostly of his flowers and the way the neighborhood had been in the old days. Because his household staff bustled in and out, Corran Horn was referred to in third person, as if Kieran Halcyon had been a playmate of his. By rights I guess I should have found the subterfuge awkward, but I slipped into the Halcyon role the way I would have slipped into any undercover identity. It was a game we shared and both took great delight in it. Grandfather dispatched Tisruk to my hotel to pick up my things while the two of us went out to the compost heap armed with shovels. My grandfather directed me toward a pile of the dung that he used for fertilizer. He'd been getting it from the Coronet City Zoological and Botanical Gardens for longer than I could remember, in exchange for providing them with his latest hybrids.
Dig deep and shift the pile over this way about 3 meters.
Leaning on a shovel, wearing bibbed splatter slacks and knee-high rubber boots, he smiled at me.
If you can shift it any other way, feel free.
I shook my head. I could make you think it had moved.
Halcyons always have been notoriously weak in the telekinetic skill area.
He laughed.
Dice were the only game of chance in which I felt safe playing against Ninja.
Someday I aspire to making dice move with the Force. My grandfather smiled.
The Halcyons have their strengths. The mental projection you allude to was something Ninja did very well. He also could absorb energy. I was told this was a very rare ability among Jedi.
I nodded. That's what I've heard as well. Well, without telekinesis, I guess I'll have to use this shovel and elbow grease to move that pile. As I dug, my grandfather told me tales of Ninja Halcyon.
We worked together for a good long time, or so it seemed, before he was called away to the Clone Wars. Our partnership was only 10 years or so, as I recall. I guess I was 7 years older than you are when he left. He was a bit older than me and his wife. I'd grown up living near Skara, so I knew her quite well before they ever met. Your father was only 10 at the time Ninja left, but had been working with Ninja for years to develop his skills.
I swiped at the sweat on my brow. Ninja died in the Clone Wars, right?
Actually, he died shortly thereafter, before he could ever return home. He and I had joked about his going off to the Clone Wars, for it was said that a Corellian Jedi who leaves the system does so at his own peril.
My grandfather's eyes clouded over.
Ninja promised his wife and me that the Clone Wars would not kill him. He was right, but still suffered the fate of those Corellian Jedi who go away. A friend of his, a Comicide Jedi named Ilenikit Claw, came here, bringing Ninja's effects home. He apologized for not bringing Ninja's body, but the bodies of Jedi Masters fade away upon death. He also didn't have Ninja's lightsaber. He said the Galactic Museum had asked for it for their Jedi collection.
He smiled slightly.
I suppose it is still there.
I shook my head. Nope. It has served me well on a couple of occasions. Saved my life. He clapped his hands.
And mine as well. Thieves run in fright from its silvery light. I used to kid Ninja about that.
I smiled, but kept digging. He used to go out with you when you worked cases?
All the time. Most often he would be dressed in street clothes, just like me. He found a lot of people were wary of the Jedi and afraid of them. Without them knowing who he was, he could help victims. When it came time for us to go after criminals, he'd don his cloak and more traditional Jedi garb. Skara used to refer to it as his hunting clothes. Criminals learned it didn't hurt as much if they didn't resist, so we were able to defuse many a tense situation just by having him show up as a Jedi. Of course, stories of what he had done spread throughout the underworld and became quickly exaggerated, so people reacted to his image and reputation, not reality.
I cleared the area my grandfather had indicated and peeled back the plasticized tarpaulin that had been beneath the dung heap. I noticed, on the underside, a metallic sheen. This is a diffuser pad?
Is it? I hadn't noticed.
I frowned. Diffusers came in all different shapes and sizes and simply channeled the energy from scanners away so return signals from scanners would not reveal whatever was hidden by the diffuser. Smugglers regularly used them to prevent cursory searches from uncovering contraband. But a little time and a little effort made finding the diffusers easy, and finding one of them meant finding whatever they covered. In this case, the diffuser covered a bare patch of ground. Let me guess, a buried door that no one has found because they didn't want to dig through the dung?
See, it was effort like that which allowed your father to catch Booster Turek. Not a surprise the man hated the horns.
He's got more reason now. My grandfather smiled.
Yes, how does he like having his daughter married to a horn?
I turned one spadeful of dirt, then looked at my grandfather with surprise. You know?
Corran, I love you dearly and I think you will recall that we have spent many long hours discussing your love life and the disasters attendant thereunto.
Don't remind me. I growled at him. Hey, is that just a leaning shovel, or can it dig, too?
It can dig. Do you want to use it? Is yours worn out?
I arched an eyebrow at him. You're not going to help?
I did my part in burying it.
His smile slackened slightly.
Get going, it's not that far down. Back to the point, when your garbled missives coming to me stopped mentioning romantic difficulties, I assumed you had found someone. I made inquiries.
And you're not disappointed?
Disappointed? Why would I be?
She's Booster Terek's daughter. My grandfather walked over and rested his right hand on the back of my neck.
Corran, if she was enough to win your heart and keep it, she has to be wonderful. I am happy for you, truly. Someday you will bring her here so I can meet her.
Sure, as soon as the murder warrants for me are lifted. He frowned.
Oh, yes, Gil Bastra's work. I'll take care of that. Perhaps that Imperial liaison officer you had should be found guilty.
Lower? He's dead.
So much the better.
He glanced down at the hole as my shovel hit metal.
There you go.
I cleared the hole. Old storm cellar?
It was here when I bought the house.
He crouched and helped me tug the metal door open.
It's rather snug down there. You can go first.
He pulled a glow rod from his back pocket, flicked it on and handed it to me. I clambered down the rusty ladder built into the side of the Duracrete shaft. At the bottom the enclosure opened out into the area beneath the dung heap. The boxy room had been cleared of everything save one dusty and dirty old fiberplast trunk. It appeared to be of the sort I'd seen used a lot by smugglers, old pre-imperial military surplus, cheap and in ready supply. I heard my grandfather come down behind me. This trunk, what is it?
When the Empire decided all Jedi must die, I made some decisions. Some, like altering files to hide your grandmother and father from Imperial hunters, were good decisions. I do not regret them in the least.
I glanced back at him. Were there other Corellian Jedi families you hid?
That's not information you need to know, Corran. If there are any, and if they are meant to be found, they will be.
His hands rested on my shoulders.
Other decisions were risky. I chose, foolishly, to put my family and myself in jeopardy by hiding this down here. Had it been discovered, I could have gotten all of us killed. By rights, I should have destroyed it. Your grandmother and father thought I had because I told them I had, but I just couldn't.
His hands gave my shoulders a squeeze.
There, in that box, are all the things Ilenikit Claw brought back here after Nija's death.
I nodded slowly, the light bobbing up and down over the packing case's dark bulk. How did Nija die?
I don't know the details. The commissai asked that I not inquire. What he did tell me was that a great man, a hero of the Clone Wars, selected them for a very special and honorable mission. They went with him and the three of them vanquished most deadly foes, but Nija was mortally wounded. All the Jedi healing techniques could not save him and he died.
Then you married his wife and adopted his son. My grandfather's voice grew distant.
I'd known Skara all my life. We'd always been good friends, and we both lost our best friend at the same time. Our shared grief brought us more closely together, and our shared lives provided us with strong roots together. I have always chosen to think that Nija had an inkling of his fate and what would happen to us after his passing. I like to think knowing his friends would salvage love out of their mourning made his death that much easier. He patted me on the shoulder. The dust down here has my eyes watering. I'm going to head back up. We can pull the chest out of here, if you want, or you can open it and just look at the things here. Your choice. You are the last Halcyon, so they belong to you.
Thank you. I took a step toward the case, then turned and faced my grandfather. You're wrong in one thing, though. Tears glistened in the half-light.
Am I?
I nodded. I don't see myself as the last Halcyon. I'm the last Horn. I just hope, in this chest and in the garden above, there's everything I need to guarantee both lines will continue. Alone in the still darkness, I opened the trunk. Dust trickled down from the lid, filling the air. I expected a musty odor of old clothes that had long since mildewed away to nothing, but instead I found a chest packed neatly and tightly. All the clothing had been folded precisely and sealed in clear plastin pouches. I carefully pulled one after another out but opened none of them. Still, from what I could see in the glowrod light, the clothes had all been laundered, leading me to suspect the Commissai Jedi had taken great pains to care for his friend's effects. Toward the bottom of the trunk I found boots encased in plastin, as well as a cloak and blanket similarly pouched. Below that I saw the lid of a hinged compartment that I lifted up. Inside it was thick foam padding with hollowed spaces for various items. I easily recognized the slot meant for Nija's lightsaber. A small first aid kit, a shaving kit and a set of eating utensils all sat in their appropriate slots. Odd coins filled other slots, as did power packs for a variety of items and a positively antique comlink. What immediately attracted my attention, however, was the rectangular slot filled with static holograms. I fished them out and carried them back over to where the sun's light filtered down through the long chimney. One by one, I flipped through them and found myself smiling though I recognized no one. I figured out which person had to be Nija after a couple of shots. From other items in the picture, especially the lightsaber clipped to his belt, I could tell he'd stood slightly taller than me, but no taller than my father, and he had my trim build. We didn't really look that much alike, except around the eyes and chin. Still, he stood there easily and openly, feet shoulder-width apart, hands open, a smile on his face and life in his eyes. I recognized in his stance the way my father used to stand around and knew I'd adopted the stance as well. The other figure I found easy to recognize was a Commissai. Golden down covered him except around the eyes, where purple fur formed a mask around his eyes that spread tendrils up and back to stripe his skull. The Commissai's large, dark eyes seemed full of inquisitiveness, not the sadness marking the Commissai I'd seen. But then I'd only seen Commissai rarely and this shot had been taken before they'd almost all been wiped out. The two of them, my grandfather and his friend, looked weary in some shots, but that was to be expected of people fighting a war. That they also looked content spoke a lot about their commitment to keeping the galaxy safe. Some of the shots had people I recognized in them. I saw a very young Jan Dodonna standing with Nija. I recalled the general having asked me in Lysankia if he knew my grandfather. He had indeed known him, but I'd not known who my grandfather was at the time. Jan saved my life in that prison. Had he saved yours, too, Nija, or was he paying back some ancient debt to you when he saved mine? Bail Organa appeared in one picture with Nija and the Commissai. Other individuals joined them in group and individual shots, but I didn't positively identify any of the others. The old-style clothes, the youthful faces, could easily have become countless senators and leaders whose aged faces I would have easily recognized. Some struck me as very familiar, annoyingly so, but without someone to tell me who they were or images to use for comparison, I was stuck not knowing. Suddenly the war holograms ended and I found myself looking at peacetime shots. The first showed my grandfather standing there with Nija. Nija was handing him one of the Jedi medallions marking Nija's elevation to the rank of master. Then I saw Nija with his face pressed cheek to cheek with that of my grandmother. It shocked me because I'd only ever seen her with my grandfather, Rostek. Then, in a picture where the image ran wider, I saw Skara, Nija and a boy who would become my father. I sagged against the wall and shut my eyes against tears. During my life I'd long heard the cries of downtrodden people who kept saying the Empire was robbing them of their lives and their dignity and the rights they deserved by the simple virtue of their sapience. I'd listened, but not too closely because I found their arguments weak and self-serving. They'd always warned me that someday it would be my turn, that the stormtroopers would be coming for me, and that day it would be too late. I laughed at them then because, with my family, I never imagined the Empire could hurt us. But hurt us it had. The Empire hadn't even existed when Nija died, but the actions of the Emperor forced my father and grandmother to live a lie. Fear of discovery had to have nibbled on my grandfather every day of his life. Knowing he had saved people might have been an antidote for that, but having to endure that fear for so very long was incredible. My respect for him doubled and doubled again. He is a hero who will never be celebrated for what he has done. And there must be more people like him throughout the galaxy, heroes unsung from a dark time. I slipped the holograms into my pocket, then returned and replaced everything save the Corellian Jedi uniform, cloak and boots in the box. I resealed it, then carried my booty out and hid it in the greenhouse. I closed the storm cellar door and reburied it, laying back down the diffusion pad and shoveling the manure back over it. My grandfather joined me as I finished the job.
Find anything of interest down there?
I nodded. A past I never knew about. I gave him a brave smile. And renewed respect for someone who proved himself a better friend than anyone could ever hope to have. His eyes misted over for a moment, then he smiled and nodded slowly.
Busy day, then. You have a lot to think about.
I smiled. I do, but that can wait. Right now, a grandson would like to spend time with his grandfather, potting plants, delivering flowers, cruising treasure ship row looking for trouble. What do you think? Rostek Horn smiled broadly and threw an arm over my shoulder.
I think Coronet City is in for some excitement. It's been a while since two Horn men made their presence felt. It'll be a night to remember.
30. It was a night to remember, but for more than just the great time I had with my grandfather. We did hit Coronet City and dined at the finest restaurant on all Corellia, Nova Nova. Normally reservations were com-linked in several months in advance, but my grandfather just showed up bearing a bouquet of flowers, and we were admitted to a private room. The food was all served techno, tiny portions arranged on the plate as if they were art. Sensors in the utensils relayed data to discrete holoprojectors, so one knew the exact contents of each mouthful, including hints of what subtle flavors one should expect to taste, or anecdotes concerning the creation of the dish. Made me wonder if Sial Tinta's chef, Chid, was working in the kitchen. After that we went to the private club at the pinnacle of the world's tallest building. The Last Dark Club took its name from the fact that it was the place in the city the sun touched last before night, and from the fact that the majority of the members considered themselves the most enlightened people on the planet. Back when I worked Corsac we used to joke about the club because we knew none of us could ever afford to join, but my grandfather had become a member in the last 3 years, and half the plants in the place were hybrids he'd created. The overwhelming elegance of my surroundings sharply contrasted with what I had known at the Jedi Academy, making Yavin 4 seem but a distant memory. Coronet City seemed more right to me, I fit in better here. The Academy's jungle setting had always left me slightly uneasy. I realized, sitting in a plush Nerf hide chair, sipping Corellian brandy and watching the city spread out beneath me, that being city-born and bred, I had a preference for urbanity and civilization. Coruscant was too built up for me to feel comfortable there all the time, but here, on Corellia, I could feel at home again. Nice place to raise kids. My grandfather told me stories of Booster Turek from back before my father got him sent to Kessel, back before George Kardos had eaten up Booster's organization, only in turn to have his organization taken over by Talon Card. So, you see, when Hal caught Booster that first time, Booster considered it pure luck, and forever after worked hard to taunt and elude Hal. My grandfather smiled broadly. I don't think Booster ever truly appreciated your father's skills as a detective. We spoke of many things that evening, even on the ride back to the estate. I discovered in my grandfather that night someone I had never known before. Of course, my first relationship with him had been established as a child to a man, which brought with it certain behaviors. By the time I moved into adulthood, I'd joined Corsac, and our relationship shifted to more of a professional one. This was not a deliberate shift but a natural one, since our jobs dominated our lives. While I could speak to him about my romantic entanglements, that again was a youth speaking to an elder. And then, when my father died, the pain we both felt battered us emotionally to the point where sharing feelings hurt too much, so we stoically didn't touch upon subjects that would reopen old wounds. On this night, for the first time, I was able to relate to him as just one adult to another. It was an odd feeling, yet one in which I took great pride. Here was the man who knew my father and Nija better than anyone. If he could like me, if he could respect what I had done, then there was a good chance they would have also. This realization quelled some of the discomfort I'd felt since my final encounter with Exar Kun, and that night I went to sleep feeling better than I had in a long time. Master Skywalker had once said that Jedi do not dream, so when I found myself on a bright, arid world, with my lightsaber unlit but held in my right hand, I wondered at how I had gotten where I was. I saw the emerald sleeves of my Corellian Jedi tunic, and even that did not seem out of place, though the material was finer than that of the clothes I'd been given on Yavin 4. It wasn't until I looked over to my right and saw Ilenikit Claw, resplendent in his purple cloak, and, beyond him, the Jedi General in his brown and khaki desert-born robes, that I realized I wasn't me. The three of us, spread out sufficiently to give ourselves room to fight, stood in a dusty bowl-shaped depression beneath a Duracrete dome. A dozen 3-meter-tall pillars scattered around its circumference held the dome aloft, allowing the light from the outside to illuminate the arena. Makeshift tents and storage sheds occupied a quarter of the arena in the direction we were facing. Emerging from the central pavilion, 3 figures came out to stand opposite us. Each of them bore a lightsaber. Their leader, the taller, blond man facing the general, took a step closer to us than his comrades. The red-haired woman aligned herself with Ilenik, while the Anzati, with his proboscises just beginning to peek from the cheek pouches that hid them, lined up to oppose me. The general, his name eluded me though I knew I recognized something about him, spoke very precisely. You are meddling with things you cannot control. Things that nearly destroyed the Jedi millennia ago. We have come to ask you to abandon your evil and return to the light. The leader laughed slowly, his voice low and laden with contempt. The weak always fear the strong growing up to replace them. And the foolish always see themselves as strong. The words came from my throat and I could feel my lips forming them. It almost even sounded like something I'd say, though more formal, more archaic and precise, than I would have liked. Ilenik's voice came gentle yet strong. Fear marks the wrong path. We offer you freedom from your fear. Their leader thumbed his lightsaber to life. And we offer you freedom as well. The Anzati, taller than me, darker, entirely humanoid save for the proboscises uncurling in his excitement, ignited his blue blade and closed with me. Nikos Tyrus, his name came easily to me, held his lightsaber in a guard I'd not seen before. He had his left hand on the hilt fairly close to the shimmering blade, but the blade itself extended out and down from the lower edge of his hand toward the ground. His right hand rode the lightsaber's pommel. Holding the blade out away from his body, with his right hand at the level of his chin, he could waggle the blade back and forth in a triangle of coverage that would ward him well. This triangle style, the thought suddenly came to me like a long-lost memory, favored a man who was quick, and would combine sweeping strikes at my legs with a flick of the wrist cut that would open me from groin to chin. I knew fear, but the person I was in the dream shunted it away. I held my silvery blade in a simple guard, though I tilted the blade forward, pointing it at his throat. We circled, then he struck. His blade flicked out from my right leg. I swept my blade down to block low right, sparks flying as our blades crashed into each other. He bounced his blade up and over mine, and brought it across in a slash meant to decapitate me. I caught the acrid stink as some of my hair melted beneath the lightsaber's lethal caress, but I ducked the blow by a safe margin. Rotating my wrists, I swept my blade back low, through where his legs should have been, but he leaped up and away from my strike. He flipped backward through the air, displaying great ability with levitation, and landed easily 4 meters away from me. His dark eyes blazed for a moment, then an invisible fist smashed into my chest, knocking me backward. He freed his right hand from his azure blade, and flicked fingers at me with the most casual of gestures. A fist-sized stone shot at me from the ground, clipping me on the left shoulder. Pain shot through my arm, leaving it numb. He laughed and hurled another stone toward me. I deflected it with my lightsaber and smiled, then another rock slammed into the left side of my head. I went down hard, raising a small cloud of dust when I hit the ground. My lightsaber bounced out of my grasp and I didn't see where it landed. I shook my head to try to clear it, but pain and a faint ringing made that difficult. I could feel blood coating the left side of my face and swiped at it with the left sleeve of my tunic. I heard the crunch of gravel beneath his boots as Tyrus approached. Drawing myself up into a crouch, I glanced to my right and finally saw my lightsaber lying there, 2 meters away. I wanted to call it to my hand, but I knew it would never come. I could dive for it, but his lightsaber would pin me to the ground before I ever got there.
So, it is true, what they have said about the Halcyon line. You are wing-clipped my Nox.
An evil smile spread across Tyrus's face as he brought his lightsaber around to display for me the tool of my destruction.
You are a line of weakness.
I smiled, knowing what I had to do.
We have our strengths. Do you?
He whisked the blade back around to his left, preparatory to sweeping it through me.
Better summon one swiftly.
In the second of life he left me, I caught a vision of him standing above me and my dead comrades. Our slain bodies faded away, but his mocking laughter did not. I knew with a certainty as clear and hard as transparent steel that if I did not deal with Tyrus, my friends and our mission here would be destroyed. I couldn't let that happen, so I acted. I launched myself toward my lightsaber, my right hand reaching for it. My body twisted in the air as I flew. I landed on my back, skidding the last centimeters to where my hand closed on the blade's hilt. Even as I tightened my grip, even as I started to bring the blade around in a parry, I knew I would be too late. So did Tyrus. He stabbed his blade down through my chest. The azure blade melted flesh and boiled blood as it went, reducing my heart to sweet smoke and steam. On further it stabbed, exploding arteries and burning through my spine. The lower part of my body went numb, though I barely noticed because of the wave of agony surging up through me and into my brain. It threatened to overwhelm me, letting darkness nibble into my sight. I was dying and I knew it, and regrets poured in with the pain. But I was not dead yet. I was a Halcyon. I was a Jedi. Jedi do not know pain. In an instant all physical agony ceased as effectively as if I'd flicked a switch and turned all my pain receptors off. All I was left with was an incredible clarity of mind and a singleness of purpose. I'd dedicated my life to the service of others, to the service of the Force. I would not go out without my duty being fulfilled. I concentrated and employed the greatest Halcyon gift against my enemy. I sucked the energy out of the Anzadi's lightsaber and forced myself to smile as I did so. I tasted blood in my mouth, but that fact elicited no panic. It was inconsequential. More telling was the look of surprise on Tyrus' face as his blue blade flickered once, then twice, then went out. I drained it of every last jewel and let him read in my eyes that he should suddenly be very afraid. With the energy I'd pulled in I plucked him from the ground in a giant invisible fist. He screamed, I think, at least his mouth worked as if he was screaming. I made the fist convulse once and I felt no resistance as his bones shattered. I let him hang limp in the air for a moment, then hurled him back through the tents to slam him against the dome and a support. I felt a jolt through the Force and saw a blue flash of light, but by then my energy reserves had faded. As did I. I felt spiky red torments racing in to fill my consciousness, but I slipped out of my fleshy prison before they could shackle me to this spot forever. I sat bolt upright in bed, sweat pouring off my body. I felt for the burned, crusted hole in my chest but found nothing. My head pounded, but I found no torn scalp, no bump rising from a stone, no blood. A shiver ran down my spine and I realized that I actually could feel my lower body again. I stumbled out of bed and staggered to my room's refresher station. I started cold water running and splashed it on my face as the station's glow panels brightened. I drank from my cupped hands, quenching an intense thirst, then lowered my face into the catch basin and let the water flow over the back of my head. Finally I brought my head up. As water trickled down over my back and chest, I glanced in the mirror and saw my grandfather's face where mine should have been. I closed my eyes and shook my head. Opening them again, amid the tear tracks water droplets left on the mirror, I saw Nija Halcyon's features fade and mine return. I reached up and touched my own face, letting my fingers confirm what my eyes saw, and that sent a shoulder-shifting shudder through me. I turned away from the mirror and buried my face in my hands. For the past 10 weeks I'd been an idiot. I could have seen it, I would have seen it, but by going to the academy I'd cut myself off from the friends who would have helped make it all clear to me. My father saying, "If you cannot recognize the man in the mirror, it is time to step back and see when you stopped being yourself," should have been my guide all the way along. In joining Luke I wasn't being myself, I was trying to become my grandfather. And the dream made it abundantly clear that to do that was a disaster. Corran Horn was not a Jedi. What Corran Horn was an investigator, trained by Corsac, to deal with all manner of problems just like the Invids. If they'd been a pirate band working the Corellian sector, I'd have infiltrated them, ferreted out their secrets, and busted them up. I'd done that very thing dozens of times in my career. Granted, no organization I faced had been that big, powerful, or elusive, but size works against efficiency with criminal organizations, and power allows for greed to be played off against greed, creating discord. I'd spent 10 weeks wasting my time when I could have been out there going after Mirax's kidnappers the best way I knew how. That sort of investigation certainly would take time, months at the very least, but at least I'd be doing something that would get me closer to Mirax. The Jedi stuff I had learned was fine for saving the galaxy, but I only wanted to save one person, and save her I could. I turned back toward the mirror and nodded to the man I saw there. "Good to see you again, Corran Horn. It's time this Invid business is ended once and for all." 31. The flight attendant on the shuttle smiled at me and leaned down so her lowered voice would not carry very far. It really didn't matter, since my seatmate and I were the only people who had boarded and were in the premier cabin on the shuttle.
Forgive me for being so forward, sir, but your pass has an ultraviolet flag on it, and on Tinta Lines, we like to afford such honored customers some privileges. The captain isn't yet on board, but he was wondering if you would care to join him in the cockpit for the release and transit over to the Tinta Rainbow?
I smiled, and would have refused, but Gino Zidanian, who I had become for my trip away from Corellia, never would have. I would be delighted to join him. A tone sounded from the back. The flight attendant, rather resplendent in her blue and gold Tinta Lines uniform, glanced back into the main passenger cabin. There a Kuwati woman was doing her best to stuff a huge carryall into a starboard, overseat storage compartment and close the door. The flight attendant sighed.
You, of course, know your way around a luxury-class shuttle, so you can head forward whenever you want.
Thanks. My seatmate, a young man whose more prominent features were a big larynx and bigger nose, beamed at me. Do you really know your way around on one of these ships? I've studied them at tech school and know they have the Astronav P-127 course plotter, but of course, we're not going to use it since we're just going on an in-system jump, but it's a beauty and can come up with courses very fast, even multiple jumps, and when I've used the one at school I could plot a tough course in seconds. I held a hand up. Slow down, breathe.
Sorry.
He smiled sheepishly at me. It's just that forever and ever I've wanted to fly. Ever since I've been a little kid,
I mean, really little. I've heard stories about the rebellion, well, the New Republic now, and Rogue Squadron and all them, and I've wanted to fly just like them. And when Grand Admiral Thrawn showed up, I volunteered for service to fight him, but I didn't test out very good, so I went to tech school to learn how to fix ships, and then they found I could do good navigation, so they trained me for that, but then Thrawn was gone and forces got demobilized, and so I was looking for a civilian job with the Tinta Line.
Really, look, just breathe. I offered him my hand because Genos would do that sort of thing. Genos Idanian.
Kiwi Spart.
He wiped sweat from his forehead with a long-fingered hand. Freckles covered him. He wore his red hair shorter than mine and was slender enough that he almost reminded me of Kirtan Lower, but this kid wasn't that stupid or mean.
So, do you fly one of these things?
I have, Kiwi, the military variant. Back during the rebellion some. I looked around the premier cabin. Those shuttles didn't have the accommodations this one does, and we packed soldiers in fairly tightly. And our navicomp wasn't as sophisticated as the one you describe.
Oh, this is so exciting.
I smiled. Tell me about it.
Okay.
He began. I sank back in my seat and kept a smile on my face because that's what Genos would have done. The morning after the nightmare, I had joined my grandfather in the greenhouse and told him what I had resolved to do, to leave Corellia and infiltrate the Invids. He applauded the plan and immediately set about getting me squared away to do so. He took a look at the identification Booster had provided me, and while pronouncing it marginally adequate, he got on the comlink and soon had documents for me that appeared quite genuine. They are, Corran, quite genuine. My grandfather smiled at me. They will pass the most rigorous inspection. I looked at the identification card with my holograph on it. Who is Genos Idanian? Originally? He was a small-time crook a bit older than you. He vanished, but his record was still on file. I adjusted details and the age to fit you better. You now have some youthful indiscretions in your background, including some ship theft-related problems and some smuggling arrests. Not enough to mark you well known, but enough to suggest you know what you are doing. For your purposes, Genos has since reformed, partially because of his participation in the rebellion, and now works as a broker selling used starships. I thought for a moment, then nodded. The background was not so improbable that I couldn't slip into it. I add a run of bad luck that becomes bitterness about rich folks who have stolen my commissions, and I become a likely pirate candidate with skills they need. You sure this Genos isn't going to come looking for me? Genos hasn't been heard from for over 20 years. If he had surfaced, your father would have gotten him, since Hal was close to arresting him back then. Stackpole Horn's smile diminished only slightly. I also have arranged for transport for you on the Tinta Line starship Tinta Palette. You will transfer in the Bormia system to the Tinta Rainbow and make your way to Coruscant. From there I suspect you can find your way to the Errant Venture and the Invids. I frowned. The Tinta ships are luxury liners and have their cruises booked months in advance. See all Tinta loves flowers, Corran. He plucked a bud from a small seedling. She was happy to see to it that a friend of yours would be treated like family. While you might have gotten the death warrants for me quashed, there are still Imperial sympathizers here who wouldn't mind capturing me and selling me to High Admiral Teradoc or any other self-styled warlord. Shouldn't I be keeping a lower profile than shipping on a luxury liner? My grandfather laughed easily. My dear boy, 2 things you must remember about Imperial sympathizers on Corellia. They would never believe any rebel stupid enough to come to Corellia in the first place, and, second, they would find it impossible to believe any rebel would be able to afford luxury passage on a starliner. Imperial sympathizers here live in a fantasy world 20 years old. They think of the days of Moff Voru as a golden age. Aside from a few Corsac officials, I doubt anyone knows you are a rebel, and those officials would never lay a hand on you. Afraid of flowers? A few. More remember your father very well. I see. I sighed. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your doing this for me. I've been a fool and I think you know it. I'd like to thank you for not having bashed me over the head with it. He watched me closely, his gray eyes cooling off.
What have you been a fool about?
Becoming a Jedi in order to save Mirax. I've wasted so much time. Rostek brushed his hands off, then posted his fists on his hips.
I should make this very clear for you, Corran. I don't think you've been a fool. What you've learned is what you needed to learn. It may well be that not everything you studied at the Academy will help you find and save Mirax, but you could not have known that before. I saw Ninja do many things to solve cases that had nothing at all to do with the Force or his training as a Jedi, except where that training made him a better person. Going through that training and being able to make the decision you are to abandon it takes a maturity I've never seen in you before. Granted, your adventures with Rogue Squadron and your marriage to Mirax probably imparted much of the maturity to you, but you shouldn't devalue your training. Just because it did not take you where you wanted to go does not mean the journey was not good for you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
You didn't. I hold memories of Ninja Halcyon very dear. I consider my work here, preserving his knowledge of the Force, to be the greatest thing I could have done with my life, and I am glad that you will have access to it all. I'll even share it with your Luke Skywalker, if you wish.
Please. He nodded.
Consider it done. I am very proud of you, Corran, and whatever course you take in your life. Times may not have changed much here on Corellia, but your ability to survive in the maelstrom of the Civil War amazes me.
I walked over and gave him a hug. Again, thank you. He smiled as we parted.
Oh, in your document package, along with the journal data cards I gave you, I included a copy of the Corsac files on that smuggler you asked about, George Cardos. Files were old, he disappeared almost as long ago as Gino Zidanian. I hope they are useful.
Me, too. They'll pay off a debt.
Good.
He glanced at his chronometer.
You'd best finish packing. Tisruk will speed you to the spaceport.
One other thing I need to do, first. I reached back and opened the small satchel I'd set on the potting bench nearest the door. I drew out Ninja Halcyon's lightsaber and presented the hilt to my grandfather. A lightsaber is a Jedi's most prized possession, after his friends. I cannot take it with me because very few pirates wear them these days and, to be honest, I've not earned the right to wear it. I'm not Ninja Halcyon. I'm not really a Jedi Knight. I want you to keep it safe, as you have his knowledge and his memory. My grandfather accepted it carefully, as if it weighed 50 kilos.
It may seem odd, but this was the missing piece. For the time I knew him, this lightsaber was part of him, an instrument of justice. When he died and the lightsaber never came back with him, I felt justice had also vanished. Now, perhaps, it has returned.
A single tear rolled down his cheek.
You may be right that now is not the time for you to accept the Halcyon mantle, but when it is, this shall be waiting for you.
I left him there, alone in the greenhouse with his memories and the memories he had stored in the plants. Tisruk took me to the spaceport where I shipped out on the Tinta pallet, and now found myself, several days later, seated next to Kiwi Spart, listening to the dismal story of his life. You don't say, I said. Yes, it's all true. I've collected every story I can find about Rogue Squadron and want to put together a history of the unit. I know all of the pilots' profiles, how many kills they had, where they came from. What they look like. Of course. He stared at me intently. Have you ever met any of them? Me? No, not even in passing. I nodded toward the external viewport. See the rainbow yet? Kiwi shut up and pressed his face against the viewport transparisteel. The shuttle, Tinta Blue 7, had docked on the outside of the pallet, securely linked to the bigger ship by a docking collar. The shuttle's gangway extended down into the ship, allowing the passengers to move up into the passenger compartments while ship's crew transferred our luggage to the shuttle's hold. Once everyone was aboard and the shuttle was ready to travel, we'd head over to the Tinta Rainbow and offload ourselves through a similar docking arrangement. Rainbow passengers that wanted to join the pallet would be sent over on a different shuttle and both ships would proceed on their courses with a minimum of delay.
I don't see anything yet.
His position at the viewport added nasal tones to his voice.
Ship should be showing up soon, though.
Well, then, I guess I'll take the opportunity to visit the cockpit. Kiwi turned back and grabbed my arm.
Take me with you, please.
I don't know.
Please.
He looked at me with pitifully large and sad brown eyes.
This is probably the only chance I'll get to see an AP-127CP in a real shuttle.
I frowned at him. You wouldn't touch anything, would you? His voice got small.
Nope.
Maybe I'll talk to the captain for you. He should be getting on board soon. I twisted in my seat to get out and caught a flash of white in space outside. In fact, I wonder what's keeping him. Is that the rainbow? Kiwi looked back outside.
Nope, looks like a Mark II Imperial Star Destroyer, and a lot of little ships with it. Coming this way.
I got up from my seat and turned toward the flight attendant, but as I did so 2 men came running up the gangway and appeared in the front of the main cabin. Both wore blasters holstered on their hips and one, the bigger one, brandished a huge vibroblade. Stay calm, the smaller one urged with upraised hands. Stay calm and no one will get hurt. The flight attendant quieted 2 people as the smaller man waved me from the premier cabin back with the rest of the passengers. Apparently he missed Kiwi. Glad you could join us. We're from the Invidious and we're here to relieve you of your wealth. An older man pointed a palsied finger at the leader.
You were Lawners, my cabin steward.
Lawners took a quick step around to the starboard aisle, approached the man and slapped him. I was, you cheap pile of Nerf dirt. I did your scut work because I knew this day was coming. You don't need to hurt anyone else. I kept my voice cool as I met his brown-eyed gaze. I stood in the portside aisle, looking at him across a block of 3 seats. You're in control. You can take what you want.
That's right, I am in control.
Lawner's larger companion slipped past him and stood near the head of the starboard aisle. Lawners held up a hand and waggled his fingers.
Let's go, off with the jewelry. You don't surrender it, Byrol here will show you why they don't let him work as a manicurist anymore.
I could feel the flood of anxiety gushing out of everyone and resorted to a quick Jedi technique to keep from being overwhelmed by it. I spread my senses out, expanding my sphere of responsibility to take in the whole of the shuttle. I wished I could reach out to everyone, inducing calm in them, or causing the 2 pirates to go to sleep, but I didn't have such skills. The best thing I could do, I knew from long experience in hostage situations, was to let the pirates have what they wanted. Then I sensed Kiwi tensing for an attack. Unseen, he'd worked his way across the premier cabin and was set to spring on Byrol. The pirate was big enough that I doubted he'd even feel the impact of Kiwi's assault. With no effort at all, Byrol would scrape Kiwi off him, then probably carve the kid up just because he could. And Kiwi, having grown up his whole life wanting to be a hero, saw this as his chance. He'd be a hero, all right, a dead one. Hey, sport, I called to Lawners. This is a one-time offer. Leave now, and you won't get hurt. Someone gets hurt, it won't be me. Lawners watched me closely. Sit down and shut up. I shrugged my shoulders and shook my hands out. Any time you care to make me. Lawners looked right and left, disbelief on his face. How stupid can you be? His right hand dropped to the butt of his blaster as he stared me right in the eyes. You're dead. Using the force, I filled his mind with the image of his blaster being drawn and pointing straight at my forehead. I painted a look of terror on my face, but gave him the impression that I'd been concealing a holdout blaster up my right sleeve. He saw it appear in my hand and swing into line with his body. He had no choice. He pulled the trigger 3 times. But his blaster hadn't yet slid even halfway from its holster. All 3 shots struck him in the right thigh, collapsing the leg. He went down screaming and thrashed in the aisle. Byrol ran toward him and crouched down, taking him out of Kiwi's attack range. The larger man looked at his stricken comrade, then at me.
You're dead.
Not likely. The Halcyon line might not have been strong in the ways of telekinesis, but it's never required much of an effort to slip the latch on an overstuffed cargo compartment. The panel snapped open and the Kuwati's bundle came crashing down to hit Byril across the back of his shoulders. He angrily spun toward it, slashing with his vibroblade, then turned back toward me. By that time, however, I'd vaulted myself across the central seats and caught him in the chest with both feet. He flew back, tripping and stumbling over the Kuwati's satchel, just as Kiwi came charging blindly in from the premier cabin. Kiwi's forehead caught Byril square on the chin. The bigger man went limp and crashed down while Kiwi caromed off him and landed sprawled across the laps of two young women. I snatched up Lawner's blaster, flicked it to stun and pumped a shot into him. I fired two more into Byril. I turned and tossed the weapon to the flight attendant. Can you retract the gangway? She caught the gun and nodded hesitantly.
I can, but only on the captain's order.
I glanced at her name tag. Okay, Anicia, you've got the order.
Sir, I know you are qualified to fly one of these shuttles, but...
I opened my hands. There's more pirates coming, and your pilot likely isn't. I'd just as soon be out of here. We might as well make a run, because waiting here isn't going to do us any good. She thought for a second, then nodded.
As ordered, Captain Idanian.
I grabbed Kiwi by his collar and hauled him from the laps of the two women who, from the looks on their faces, were convinced he'd saved them from certain death. You really know how to work an AP-127 whatever?
The AP-127 CP?
His larynx bounced up and down as his voice cracked.
Yes, sir.
You aren't lying, are you? Lives are at stake here. He straightened up and assumed a pose he clearly thought of as military.
I can do it.
I smiled. To the cockpit then, my boy. You wanted to fly in combat? This is gonna be it. Kiwi rubbed at the bump on his forehead.
We're going to try to outrun an Imperial Star Destroyer?
That a problem for you? I narrowed my eyes.
Well, it won't be easy.
Yeah, well, if it was easy, it wouldn't be worth doing. I gave him a shove toward the front of the shuttle. You just plot me a course and get me an exit vector. I'll get us on it and we'll all get out of here. He glanced back at me.
Sir, even a rogue squadron pilot couldn't get us out of here.
I know. And after this, you'll know some more. I patted him on the back. Strap in, son, you're in for the ride of your life. 32. I dropped into the cockpit command chair, pulled on the communications headset and started hitting switches. The layout hadn't been modified much from that of the shuttle I'd flown to Yavin. I noticed the weapons control panel had been replaced with something labeled Entertainment System. Shrugging, I punched a button and started some holodrama playing in the back. Kiwi sat across from me in the navigator's position. He strapped in and sat there for a moment, then looked up and froze. The Invidious hung out there in space, its dagger shape de-emphasized since we were looking at a profile shot of the ship. Its deck plane lay slightly below ours. If we took off in a straight line we'd pass a good 100 meters over the top of the ship's main decks. I eyed the ship the way I would have were I sitting in an X-Wing's cockpit, checking the guns, locating the shield generators. On a secondary monitor I brought up a scan of the Invidious and saw it didn't have shields up. Just one proton torpedo and you'd pay for that arrogance, Tavira. I glanced over at Kiwi, but he'd not moved. Problem, Kiwi? He blinked and shivered.
No, sorry.
You can use the navicomp?
Yeah, sure.
He started punching buttons.
Where to?
Short hop out to the edge of the system, then double back across it. From there we head out. I frowned and thought for a second. Get us into the Quent sector, El Chandru Paika. I have friends there.
Okay. Courses being plotted now.
My console beeped and I saw the gangway had been retracted. Kiwi, hit the green button over there. He looked up and punched the button that released our docking claws and retracted them.
Done.
Good. On your right, the inertial compensation unit. For the cockpit, dial it back to 0.95. For the passengers, keep it at full. I glanced around. We have to have shields here somewhere, don't we? Kiwi smiled.
Over here, I've got them. Hey, these are Chapat Supreme Defender models. Very nice.
I hope we don't need them. I punched the ignition switch, powering up the main drive unit, and shunted power to the repulsor lift coils. I hit the button for the ship's intercom and tried to keep my voice light. We're on our way. Sit tight and you shouldn't feel a thing. I hit a button on the comm unit to try to make a call for help, but a hideous screeching filled the headset's earpieces. They're jamming the comm channels. I snapped the comm unit's jamming filter on, which killed the screech. Kiwi's eyes widened.
We can't summon help.
Nope, we're really on our own. Of course, if help was close enough to summon, Tavira would be out of here very fast. The fact that she's actually here means there's no rescue coming. Anicia came into the cockpit and strapped herself into the jump seat I'd been offered earlier.
Everyone is seated and braced.
Okay. I took a moment, concentrated, then nodded. Kiwi, first heading.
Course 223, angle 315.
I copy. Power to shields.
Shields full.
Anicia, can you hit the scan recorder? I want to pull in as much data as I can while we head out. I settled my hands on the steering yoke and stared out at the Invidious. Here we go. I nudged the throttle forward and pulled back on the yoke, lifting the nose. As it came up and the pallet slipped away beneath us, I hit the switch to lower the wings and lock them into place. I knew that if our raising the shields had not alerted the Invidious to the fact that something was wrong, lowering our wings certainly would. A glance at my tactical screen showed 3 tri-fighters breaking off a patrol and beginning to vector in on us. The wings locked down, so I shoved the throttle to full, then pitched the ship forward into a dive. Our comm unit crackled as the jamming faded on the emergency comm frequency.
Shuttle Tinta Blue, this is the Invidious. Stop now and we won't destroy you.
Kiwi stared at me, horrified.
Shouldn't you say something to them?
I nodded toward the comm headset at Kiwi's side. You talk to them.
Me?
I'm busy here. I rolled the shuttle and pulled back on the yoke, curling us up and out away from our dive. An old Corellian corvette had moved to block our course, and filled space around us with ruby shafts of light. I saw 2 blue ion bolts shoot past, so I hit the etheric rudder and rolled to starboard, breaking us off the glide path we'd been on. I broke back to port again with a snaproll, pulled the nose up for a second, then jammed the yoke forward again. This left us with the Invidious filling our view screens. The ship's heavy turbolasers turned inward, trying to shoot at us, but we'd gotten in close enough that the side-mounted guns had trouble tracking us. Better yet, the light show they created in trying to shoot us had caused the clutches to break off for a moment. Kiwi donned the headset.
This is Tinta Blue 7, Invidious.
Lovely, I muttered. Gonna ask if their intentions are honorable? He shrugged.
Are your intentions honorable? Tinta Blue, are you insane, or trying to commit suicide?
Kiwi frowned.
A rather tautological question, isn't it?
The blubbered sounds of confusion from the Invidious comm officer prompted me to smile. Way to keep them guessing, Kiwi. The smile growing on his face died abruptly as an angry female voice came onto the frequency.
This is Admiral Tavira, Tinta Blue. We are not playing games.
I held a hand up to quiet Kiwi. Sorry, Admiral, we are. Catch us if you can. I punched the comm unit's power button, shutting it down, then rolled the shuttle so we skimmed along belly to belly with the Invidious. I yanked back on the yoke to get us pointed away from the Star Destroyer, then cranked the controls slightly to port, starting the ship in a flailing spiral that made stars into white circles before us. Kiwi braced himself as if the convergence of the ship's port and starboard beams were a wall we were going to slam into.
We're going to die.
Not even halfway. I chopped the throttle back, reversed thrust for 2 seconds, then kicked it full again and straightened our flight. Ship's turbolasers flashed in at us and the Chapat shields crackled as some of them grazed us, but we sailed on through with our hull intact. Once past the point of convergence, I started the shuttle weaving again. Engage the hyperdrive when we're clear, Kiwi. The young man stared at me.
How did we?
Later. I gave him a reassuring smile, and felt a lot of relief inside as well. I'd been treating the shuttle as I would a fighter, albeit a big, slow, wallowing monster of a fighter. Its handling reminded me of that of a Y-wing, actually, but slower and more clumsy. It wasn't an elegant craft, and was never meant to be. The fact was, though, that it was a big craft with huge shield generators. Surviving a direct hit by a Star Destroyer salvo would have been impossible, but the reverse thrust flutter there threw off the invidious gunners enough that their shots didn't all arrive at the same time. We lost a lot of shield power, but they didn't collapse, so we got away. While big and slow, the one advantage the shuttle had over a fighter was its ability to survive damage. Kiwi threw the hyperdrive lever and the stars lengthened into a tunnel for a couple of seconds, then snapped back to pinpoints as we reverted to real space.
New heading is course 137, angle 045.
I copy. I pulled back on the yoke and brought the ship around to starboard. I glanced at my tactical screen. We're clear and good to go. Kiwi, if you will do the honors. Kiwi threw the lever again and we were off. At the far side of the system we made another course correction, then settled in for the journey to Elshandru. I'd been there once before, back when the squadron was off on its own, fighting Isani Isard for control of the Bacta cartel. Kiwi, with his interest in Rogue Squadron, knew all about Elshandru, and regaled Anicia and me with the story of Rogue Squadron's adventure there. His recounting of the story actually took longer than the whole operation, but we had time to kill. And by the end of it, of course, Anicia wanted to kill poor Kiwi. We reverted to real space and I set us on a course for the errant venture. I had gambled on its being here and was happy to see it in system. Kina Margath owns a resort complex on Elshandru and is a connoisseur of all things fine and exotic, which means Booster finds her almost as charming as the money she pays him. The 27th Hour Club at her resort has a standing challenge to patrons to name a drink the staff cannot mix, and if they can, the patron's bar tab is on the house. Booster regularly supplies her with recipes of new drinks and the liquor used to make them up. I also think Booster has a thing for Kina, but Mirax thinks she's too young for her father, so I don't bring that subject up very often. During Kiwi's long recitation of the Elshandru mission, I keyed in and prepared to shoot to the errant venture a report on why we were there and what I wanted out of Booster. I shot it off as we made a slow approach, waited about 15 minutes for Booster to have read it and set preparations in motion, and then called in for permission to dock on the venture. The Tinta Blue obtained immediate clearance to land and I set the shuttle down within 100 meters of the headhunter. Booster himself emerged from his office, resplendent in some very flashy and stylish, though hideously bright, clothes. He greeted each of the passengers warmly himself, promising them the finest of accommodations after their frightful ordeal. He had some of his people take the passengers immediately up to the diamond level, and Anicia with them, leaving Kiwi and me at the shuttle. Booster introduced himself to Kiwi and the younger man's eyes lit up.
You're Corran Horn's father-in-law.
He's married to my daughter, yes.
Booster managed to keep a smile on his face.
I have a report from Idanian here that you know your way around astronavigational equipment. Is that true?
Kiwi blinked once, then nodded.
A ship like this uses the Sanar Starpath system, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
Booster smiled in my direction.
He's a genius, clearly.
I thought you might think so. I patted Kiwi on the shoulder. Got us out of a nasty scrape with the Invids. I was thinking, if the Tinta line does not offer him a job, you might have work for him here.
Here, on the errant venture? Me? Here? On this ship that won the Battle of Thyfera?
Kiwi clung by his fingertips to his lower lip.
That wouldn't be possible, would it? I mean, this ship's history and its history with Rogue Squadron, and all the things you've done with it since then, this would be like being in a museum or a fantasy or both, a fantasy museum.
Booster's eyes narrowed, but he kept the smile on his face.
We shall talk about this, but for now, Kiwi, you are my guest. Haslatak, conduct Kiwi Spart here to our Emerald Suite.
Haslatak, a Twi'lek whose leku were twitching like needle-stuck snakes, waved Kiwi toward the turbolifts. I heard Kiwi begin to pepper him with questions, but the Twi'lek just answered in his own tongue. Booster winced.
Haven't heard Haslatak use that kind of language since the last Celestin gambling junket came through.
Kiwi can be a bit much. Thanks for not letting him know who I am.
You owe me.
Put it on my tab. I jerked a thumb back at the shuttle. I need your people to pull the scanner memory and see if any of the Invid ships can tip us to where they're hiding.
I'll have it done, first thing.
Booster regarded me carefully.
Mara Jade is here. She and Calrissian arrived asking questions about George Cardos. Lando is up on the diamond level attempting to break the bank.
Irritation underscored his words. How close is he? Booster shrugged.
Not very, but closer than I'd like. I think, though, I will introduce him to your friend Kiwi.
Sure, just tell Kiwi this is his chance to get Lando's perspective on having helped Wedge Antilles blow the Death Star at Endor.
Oh, even your father wasn't that cruel, Corsac.
You bring the best out in me, Booster. I glanced over at the headhunter. Is Mara angry about her ship?
Doesn't seem to be, but she does want to speak with you. She seemed to know you were on this shuttle before you sent word.
His eyes narrowed.
She couldn't be using Jedi stuff to help Lando win, could she?
Frankly, I think she'd like to buy Lando for what she thinks he's worth and sell him for what he thinks he's worth. I smiled. I don't think she's helping him. Beyond Booster I saw a turbolift open and Mara Jade emerge from it. She headed straight for the two of us with just a hint of stiffness in her gait. That didn't strike me as odd about her, but her selection of clothes did seem inappropriate. The black slacks and copper tunic seemed a bit mannish, though the way she wore the short black cape slung so it covered the right side of her torso only did seem rather fashionable. I didn't see her lightsaber in evidence, but it could easily have been concealed beneath the cape. Booster bowed.
I shall leave the two of you to talk while I see to Calrissian's comfort.
Mara growled.
Don't concern yourself that much with it.
I arched an eyebrow at her. Aren't you in some sort of business with him?
Some sort, yes.
She gave me a disgusted look and plucked at her clothes.
We arrive here and he offers to get me more suitable attire, carting away what little of a wardrobe I already have. The tailor here sent up to my suite a whole rack of gowns and other things Lando wishes I'd wear around him. I retaliated by raiding his clothes closet. He's got good taste in fabric, but the tunics are a bit tight in the shoulders for me.
I laughed. I bet he loves that.
He doesn't, which is why I'll keep borrowing his stuff from time to time.
The slight hint of a smile on her face slowly died.
How was Luke when you left the academy?
I shrugged. Physically he's recovered from his ordeal. Mara gave me a sidelong glance.
Mentally?
He's got questions, some of which he knows he has, some which he doesn't. I folded my arms across my chest. He was pleased that you checked to make certain he was going to be all right before you left Yavin 4, but he was confused that you didn't stay until he was up and about again. You actually spent more time with me during my recovery than you did with him. Her head came up.
He doesn't think there's something between you and me, does he?
I saw no indication of that being the case. I smiled and started walking over to the headhunter. He knows the two of us and knows it would never work between us. You and I, we can be comrades in arms and even friends.
Right, but inside we're coiled springs that are wound in the opposite directions.
Her smile struggled back onto her face as she fell into step with me.
If we got close, it'd be an awful mess.
I nodded. And we'd end up broken.
And then your wife would kill us.
Another good point. I shivered. Back to your question, though, Luke is enthused about the academy and how well the students did in defeating Exar Kun. When I left, though, I did kind of give him a turbo-laser critique of the school and, well, everything, I guess.
Everything?
I frowned and leaned against the headhunter's forward landing gear. Luke suggested that if I left the academy when I did, I'd be making a huge mistake and that I'd fall prey to the dark side. I pretty much let him have it, pointing out that I've been to the dark side and walked away plenty of times before. I think Luke worked so hard to win his father back, and then found himself won back by his sister's love that his perspective on the dark side is skewed. She watched me very closely.
What do you mean?
I opened my arms. Let's suppose Jedi are like everyone else except in their force sensitivity. If they are, then there are going to be some folks who pretty much are born to the dark side and that's where they stay. They like it there and they never learn there is another place to go. Let's say this is 10% of the population. Then there is another 10% at the other end of the spectrum who start on the good side of things and just never head over toward the bad side. The rest of us fall into the middle. Given the right stimulus, we could go over to the dark side, but the lure is going to have to be more substantial for some than for others. Luke went over to save the galaxy. I can imagine Darth Vader did the same thing. Both of them came back. The fact that Luke paid a high price for going over and coming back means that he feels everyone is as vulnerable as he was, and he worries a lot about that. I shrugged. Dealing with the dark side has been a big part of his life, especially his life as a Jedi. Of course it concerns him. Even so, to suggest everyone will make a journey to the dark side isn't clear thinking.
I understand what you're saying.
Mara nodded and reached up, tugging one of the monster claws from the headhunter's nose.
Remind me never to lend you anything else.
The beastie that left that in the ship was thinking of making a snack of Luke. I scratched at my beard. Do you think he makes too much of the dark side?
Having seen the Emperor work, I'm not sure one can overemphasize the dangers of the dark side.
Mara ran her thumb along the smooth top of the claw.
I think Luke may be looking for evil to be more profound than it is. You've seen it. Evil can be pretty plain.
True enough. Some may have a talent for it, but you don't have to be talented to wallow in it. I glanced down. Your thinking along these lines is not that far off my own. That was just part of why I left, however. I also couldn't stay with Kip being heralded as a Jedi Knight while having avoided, in my mind, punishment for Karita and the other system he destroyed. I know that his going after unreconstructed Imperials is popular in some circles, but murder is murder in my memory cache. Mara's face became impassive.
Is that problem going to be one you can resolve?
I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe Karita expatriates will set up a judgment tribunal and render a verdict. I don't feel justice has been done here, but to tell the truth, I'm not sure what justice would be in such a case. That's all in the future, however.
So the real reason you left the academy was to go after Mirax?
I nodded. I had things to figure out and directions to travel to get me closer to her. On the way I visited Corellia, and I've got some data for you on that George Cardos guy you asked about during my back to dip. It's all of Corsek's old files on him, if that will help.
Certainly can't hurt.
She gave me a quick nod.
I've heard nothing new about Mirax, and the situation on Nal Hutta has changed.
I know, but at least I have a place to start. I gave her as confident a smile as I could muster. I may still be looking for a quark in a mole of deuterium, but I'm narrowing the area I have to search in, and right now that's solid progress. I'll get there, I'll find her. No try, just do. 33. The positively jubilant expression on Booster's face reminded me of previously painful situations where he'd managed to find a way to embarrass me in front of my wife. Since there were no other witnesses in his office, however, I suspected that look of malevolent glee was reserved for someone else. He waved me in toward his desk.
Come on, I have something here.
As I approached, he hit a button on the small data pad on which he worked, and a holoprojector popped up the image of a Corellian corvette.
This image comes from the data you pulled in when taking the Tinta Blue 7 out of the ambush. The Identify Friend/Foe transponder tagged this ship Captain's Ladder.
I nodded. I'm with you so far, but I have to note, that particular IFF signal was undoubtedly used for that run alone.
Why don't you just tell a Hutt how to smuggle spice?
Booster looked up at me through the hologram, his real eye rolling toward the ceiling.
Son, I was swapping out IFF transponders on ships before your father even thought about having kids. As you know, IFF isn't the only way to identify a ship. The readings you got here were good enough that my people managed a spectral analysis of the ship's sublight ion exhaust. If you get a good reading, and these were very good, you can get a fairly unique analysis for the ship, and that can be matched against other ships' data to pick out a match.
And you found one? Booster nodded and hit another button on his data pad. Another image of the Corvette appeared beside the first, with both of them slowly rotating to show off every detail.
It's the Backstab.
I closed my eyes for a second. The name's familiar, but I can't place it.
The Iterman-Bative pirates operating out of the Quyuman system owned her. They got busted up in an Imperial operation. Fewer than 300 out of the 8,000 pirates in the gang survived the imp strike. Jacob Knive, the Backstab's captain, became the leader by default. The survivors, as they call themselves, went merc for a bit, striking at imps, but with the death of the Emperor they've reverted to their pirate ways and the discipline Knive instituted has slackened. They are part of the Invids and have provided Tavira with some of her best clutch pilots.
I stroked my goatee. Anyone surviving the band's slaughter had to be a hot hand. I can see why Tavira is happy to have allied with them. Any idea where they are?
I have a very good one. The Quyuman system was too dangerous for them after the imps hit them, so they were basing themselves near their employers. Now, with Nal Hutta proving to be a place where some Invids are known to ship from, Knive and his people have gone back to Quyuman, basing themselves on the fourth planet again. A number of other ships and crews have gone there, too, which leads me to believe it is the new Invid base.
I leaned on the back of the chair by Booster's desk. Most people deserted the world after the imps broke the pirates, right?
Sure, all except those who couldn't afford passage or couldn't afford to be spotted on a more civilized world. With the pirates' return, the folks required to supply goods and services are flowing back there.
Booster smiled.
I figure we cruise in, threaten to Vapa City, and get them to produce Mirax.
I frowned. You aren't serious.
Corran, the Iterman-Bative pirate company died when 2 Imp Victory-class destroyers hammered them. This is an Imp Star Deuce. The survivors will cave.
I don't think that's the plan we want to use, Booster. I shook my head slowly. I don't think they know where Mirax is, but I do think they're a space lane for getting there. Booster sat back, putting his big booted feet up on his desk.
So, you think you'll just meander on in there, ask some questions, get some answers and leave again? I don't believe it. No way your father could have had a kid who is so dumb.
I suppressed a growl. First off, I'm not and he didn't. Second, I don't lecture you on IFF transponders, you don't lecture me on infiltrating a criminal organization. Booster held his hands up.
I'll grant you that you've got experience in hutting your way in where you aren't wanted, but these pirates aren't debak drivers. They're hard and nasty and have all their bites in the right place and locked down tight. I don't know if they can outfly you, but most of them probably have as many combat hours as you do. They're close to the top of the Invid food chain, so walking in there will be tough.
Then I'll just have to be tougher. I straightened up and gave him a wink. Don't worry, Booster, I know how to soften them up. I'll just bring Jacob Knive a big welcoming present and he should be happy to see me. The fourth planet in the Quyuman system was called Corcris for reasons known only to those who had settled it a long time ago. The largest city, Vlarnia, toward which I flew, looked like the morning after of a party that had been interrupted by a sandstorm. The world itself was not entirely arid, though the section where Vlarnia had been located really was. Irrigation and modern agricultural techniques had allowed farms to spring up in the area, but once the pirates left and the economy collapsed, the area had largely reverted to being a dust bowl. Still, it was the dust bowl that had spaceport facilities, so that was where I headed. I didn't bother to calm down for landing permits or berthing rights, I just did a flyby, picked a docking bay and settled down into it. This seemed to alarm some individuals, but since that was the purpose of the exercise, I was pleased with the effect. I shut the Tinta Blue's main drive down, opened the gangway, then wandered out of the cockpit and settled into the premier cabin. I helped myself to a lamanal, sat back and watched the local Hola channels on the entertainment monitor. Booster and I had discussed how the theft of the shuttle should be handled. I felt bad about taking it, but sending a message to Sial to explain could have resulted in the search for it being called off. If the survivors learned that the shuttle hadn't been stolen, my cover would collapse. We settled on Booster getting word to my grandfather about what had happened, then my grandfather would decide how to proceed from there. It didn't take that long for several of the survivors to storm the ship with blasters drawn. I gave them a smile, raised my ale toward them, then drained my glass. They didn't seem to find this as amusing as I did, so they hauled me out of the shuttle and through the streets to a building that, despite the collapse of the East Wing, looked impressive enough to have once been very important. They took me up some stairs and around to a grand office, where I was unceremoniously plunked down in a chair and my identification card was tossed onto a big desk. All but two of my escorts retreated to the door, leaving me alone with two men and a woman. The first man I recognized from files as Jacob Knive. Tall and well-built, with long blonde hair gathered into a thick braid, he looked very much the sort of dashing, handsome holograph of a pirate presented in entertainment media. As close as I was, I could see the dirt under his fingernails and the light scars on his face from battles past, but I still found the bright-eyed man somehow engaging. I'd seen his type before and knew he could be quite charming. Next to him stood a woman about as tall as Lando Calrissian and much darker complected. She wore her black hair very closely cropped and had sharp dark eyes. I didn't find her hard at all to look at, save that her right hand appeared to be a mechanical construct over which she wore no synthetic flesh. Its clicks as she worked a triangular credit coin back and forth between her fingers underscored her impatience. The third person seemed to a reservoir for any impatience she could not burn off with her nervous habit. Taller than even Knive, making him a good head taller than me and probably 30% heavier, this guy was handsome and, worse, had no doubt about it at all. His black hair had been cut to a middling length and was so dark that it almost appeared blue, though a shade of blue much darker than the icy hue of his eyes. He wore a mustache and goatee, and had grown his mustaches out like wings that swept back along his cheeks. Knive looked at me, shooting the cuffs of his jacket. All three of them wore what had once been the uniform of the Quyuman survivors, gray jackets with red cuffs, collars and breasts, gold trim around the cuffs and down the seams of the gray pants. But their clothes had seen much better days. Repairs had been made with big, obvious stitching in gold, as if to mark the scars on the body beneath the clothes. Given the amount of it on Knive's jacket, I was surprised he was still standing, and the stitchery circle around the woman's right elbow suggested how high her prosthesis went. The pirate leader slipped my ID data card into the data pad on his desk, read for a moment, then looked up.
You are foolish or suicidal, Genos Idanian, coming here in that shuttle.
No, just incredibly bold. I settled an easy smile on my face and crossed my legs, as if the pirates were in my office and not the other way around. Your people went to certain lengths to get the shuttle, and I decided to deliver it. The dark man laughed.
And you think we will thank you for this?
After a split-second read of the other two's reactions to his speaking, I spit at him with a cold stare. First, I don't believe that you, in particular, think at all. I deliberately looked back at Knive. I would apologize for the inconvenience I caused you, but the fact is that you caused me a greater inconvenience first. I needed to be well away from certain people, and your operation would have prevented my getting away. I could not let that happen, so I took the shuttle and escaped you. Knives' expression tightened.
What happened to the two men who were supposed to be on board the shuttle?
The smaller one is dead. He pulled a blaster on me and I was constrained to kill him. The bigger guy is with friends of mine. If I don't report in on a timely basis, he will be killed. I opened my hands. You see, I'm not so foolish as you might think, or as your pal here, in his feeble dreams, might wish. Knive raised a hand and cut off his subordinate's protest.
And why did you bring us the shuttle?
I sat forward in the chair. Your operation impressed me. I've seen the Newsnet stories about the raid, the shuttle's escape wasn't even mentioned. You successfully looted the Pallet and Rainbow, and the New Republic did nothing, or could do nothing, to stop you. I was on the Pallet with those people, so I know what sort of wealth you pulled out of them. An organization that can run such a big operation so smoothly has my admiration. It also can use my aid. The dark man couldn't contain himself.
Your aid? Ha! We are Quyuman survivors. We are the backbone of the Invid force. What in the Emperor's black heart makes you think we need you?
I gave him a smile that was all teeth and in no way pleasant. I outflew you, didn't I? That brought a more conventional smile to the faces of Knive and the woman. She continued to work the coin through her fingers, though the pace had picked up.
You thought you would offer your services to us? As what?
A pilot. The data card there will confirm I can pretty much fly anything you need flown. I've not driven one of the tri-fighters yet, but I can learn fast. She shook her head.
I don't have a vacancy in my squadron.
Make one. I jerked a thumb at the big guy. I can take Junior's place.
In your dreams.
My dreams, your nightmare. Knive laughed warmly, shattering the chill growing between the two of us.
Not quite how we do things here, Idanian. Captain Tyrese I. Gert here leads our elite squadron, Bolt Squadron. Members are elected to it based on performance when there is a vacancy. Lieutenant Remart Sasiru here has just been elected to fill the one vacancy in the squadron. Our tri-fighter wing does have 5 other squadrons, and there are vacancies in them. Perhaps, Remart, Rock Squadron would like to have him. One more loser won't hurt them.
I again turned a smile loose on Remart. I'm going to enjoy vaping your butt.
No.
Knive's voice took on an icy edge.
The one thing you better understand about the survivors, Idanian, is this: we do not prey upon ourselves. Anyone who flies against or kills another pilot is brought up on charges, tried and executed. We aren't murderers like the Imperials. We are hard, yes, but we don't fear those who are part of us. I copy. I glanced at Remart and knew I'd still watch my back. You'll want to check my records and get me tested on a tri-fighter, but you'll find I'm a hot hand on a stick. That could be.
Knive raised a hand and I heard the safety catches on blasters behind me being slipped off.
First thing I have to know, though, is how you found us.
Sensor data let me identify the backstab by its exhaust signature. A few more inquiries suggested the survivors were returning here from Nal Hutta. I shrugged. Information about your relocation might not have been widespread, but it wasn't impossible to find, either. I was owed some favors so I used them. As it is, only the scanner records in the shuttle can tie you to that raid, and now you have them. Knive smiled.
Except for the copy you left with the people you have holding Viral.
Now that you mention it. I nodded. I'm not a stupid man.
I hope not.
Jacob Knive offered me his hand.
If you are, coming here is likely the most stupid thing you have ever done. The good thing about that is that it's also likely the last stupid thing you will ever do.
34. The survivors might well have been the best of the Invids, but that wasn't saying much in the overall scheme of things. The denizens of Rock Squadron all struck me as what Rogue Squadron would have been had we lost to the Empire and spent our time dirtside in seedy towns, waiting for a chance to plunder pitiful folks who were worse off than we were. I'd been around more sullen and depressing people, but they were prisoners on the Lysankia, with little hope of survival or rescue. Everyone grumbled and grunted when I was taken out to the hotel where the squadron was billeted and introduced. Nak Kek, Rock's leader, pointed me to a room in the hotel that had been well used before me. The curtains had been drawn tight, and I didn't mind that at all because I really didn't want a good look at the room itself. A wadded pile of bedclothes in the corner appeared to be where the previous occupant had laired. And, if the stench from the refresher station was any indication, the previous occupant understood the room's purpose, but hadn't gotten the hang of indoor plumbing. Kek watched me closely, prepared to judge me by my reaction to the room. The stubble on Kek's face bristled brown and gray, just like the thinning hair on his head.
It's the best we got.
I shook my head. It's the best you've got available. Kek smiled.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's not good enough. I walked down the hall and pounded on the next door. Open up. A Shistavanen wolf woman tore the door open and snarled at me. She had white fur and pink eyes, and though a bit smaller than the other Shistavanens I'd met, she'd have ripped me to pieces in seconds. As she tore the door open, I also caught a whiff of her room and learned who had been living in that first room. I flashed her a big smile. I'm your neighbor. Nice to meet you. Kek's booming laughter drowned out the Shistavanen's harshly whispered response. I nodded at the albino. Later. Kek shook his head, his brown eyes full of mirth.
Kate Shravel will be your wingman. She's good, especially in void fights. Doesn't favor a lot of light.
I pointed at the next door. Better choice? Kek shook his head.
Actually, I'm your best choice.
I frowned at him. You think I should take your room away from you? The older man smiled slowly.
You could try and you might succeed, but that would be insubordination and assaulting a superior officer, which is a capital offense with the Invids. You wouldn't live to reap the benefits of your station. Your best bet is to toss a few bits to some locals and have them clean that other room out for you.
Think so?
I figure you want to prove you're tough by kicking someone around, but I don't run the squadron that way. You kick someone's butt, take his room, he gets angry with you, causes discord in the unit, and someone has to be gotten rid of.
Kek folded his arms across his chest.
You want to prove you're tough, knock someone from one of the other squadrons around, or, better yet, someone from one of the other Invid companies here. In the survivors, the only thing that counts is your flying skill.
I opened my arms wide. Fine, let's get to flying, then. Kek nodded.
Thought you'd never ask. I'll get someone to clean your room up while we're out at the training center.
How much? He shrugged.
Let's see how good you are. If you're good enough that I want you rested to save my hide, I might even cover it for you.
The survivors didn't have the sort of state-of-the-art training facility I was used to working in. Kek and I piled into a landspeeder that took us out to an annex at the spaceport. He drove straight into the hangar and brought the dusty red vehicle to a stop beside two beat-up tri-fighters. All battered and scraped, close up they looked like giant versions of a child's toy, one that had seen a lot of rough play. Kek plucked a helmet from a wall rack and tossed it to me.
You take number 1 and I'll take deuce. Comlink is built into the helmet. Listen to what I tell you to do and then do it. You've flown a TIE before, right?
I nodded. It was in simulation, but I figured that was close enough for this kind of stuff. Weapons?
Powered down targeting stuff. You figure you want to go at it a bit, I'll light you up just fine.
I hauled myself up on the craft's ball cockpit and slid into it. The third fin barely allowed the hatch to open and made it kind of tough to get into the ship, but I managed anyway. Standing on the pilot's seat, I secured the top hatch, then dropped down and pulled on my helmet. I strapped myself into the chair and began to familiarize myself with the cockpit and controls. First thing I noticed was how roomy the cockpit seemed compared to that of a headhunter or X-wing. The pod's spherical shape meant, naturally, there would be spare room. The spherical shape also meant it had no nose, per se, which took a lot of getting used to. I felt as if I were strapped to an engine for my flights. The tie's steering yoke had been replaced with a stick that had a trigger, a targeting control knob, and a multi-position switch for shifting between weapons systems. The grip felt molded for my hand, and the stick itself had good but restricted play. I didn't think the craft would fly like an X-wing, but the controls would feel similar, and that was a plus. The huge cockpit windscreen and peripheral panels provided a very good field of vision. The primary sensory monitor and two secondary monitors sat on a bar bisecting the windscreen disc, but really didn't interfere with what I could see. Throttle was on the left, though it operated by twisting a handle instead of pushing a stick forward. A smaller handle similarly constructed controlled the repulsor lift coils. The comm panel was also on the left, allowing me to access it without pulling my right hand off the stick. Shield controls were still on the right, however, which could make for some difficult decisions in the heat of combat. Etheric rudder pedals were down below the monitors. I clipped the lead from my helmet into the comm panel socket. Idanian here.
Kek here. Lower right is your ignition sequence panel. Once all the lights are green, you are good to go. Head out on 10% power, bearing 026, and wait for me.
I copy. I reached down and flicked all the switches, then waited for the system lights to cycle through red and yellow before going green. Once that happened, all the monitors sprang to life. I fed power into the repulsor lift coils and kept a steady hand on the stick. I twisted the throttle up to 10% power and guided the clutch forward until it broke out onto the ferrocrete expanse in front of the hangar. Once there, I tried out the rudder pedals and found the ship moved pretty well to the right and left. It might not have been as maneuverable as the Interceptor, but had the X-wing beat to Stardust in that category. Kek brought his clutch out and raced it past mine, pulled the front up and jetted upward on a column of ion exhaust.
It's not a land speeder, Idanian. We're pilots, not drivers. Get some atmosphere below you.
I smiled and hit the throttle. As ordered, rock lead. I made my ascent more gradual, working upward in a spiral that let me assess power and maneuvering as I went. The Tri-Fighter, when compared to an X-wing, really didn't come off that badly. Sensor range seemed a bit light, but without proton torpedoes or concussion missiles, the need to hit at extreme range vanished. The ship's rolls were a bit sluggish, but the climb rate was good and dive rate was impressive. Above all, though, the craft's agility impressed me. The rudder response allowed for quick shifts in which way the bow pointed. More importantly, the throttle and repulsor lift levers functioned in multiple ways. With the throttle, pulling back on it would, in essence, shift the craft into neutral, killing thrust. The button on top of the lever would reverse thrust, so when it was lowered back down again, the engines would be blowing backward. With this quick cutout method of working, a maneuver like a reverse throttle hop wouldn't require chopping thrust back and pushing it up again, but just taking it offline. Likewise, the repulsor lift coils could be left with a power setting in place, but pulled offline until needed. Crank back the throttle, cut in the coils, and the clutch could dance. Clearly the invids I'd faced before were not the best available. Kek wasn't bad, and I showed him that I was no nerf herder either. After he guided me through the basics, we played some tag. He got the better of me by a narrow margin, but what seemed to impress him was that the score was so low.
You're not easy to hit, you know, Idanian.
I copy, lead. I laughed aloud as we came in on our return approach to the training facility. Promotes longevity.
It's good you think that way, we've got a mission.
A mission? I coughed lightly and, raising my hand reflexively, bounced it off the helmet's faceplate. I've logged, what, all of an hour on this beast.
Better than some of the pilots with the Red Nova crew. They ran into Rogue Squadron a couple of months back and got hammered pretty damned hard.
I heard a low chuckle.
Don't worry, we won't be doing anything like that this time out. Just a simple loot and scoot.
I cut my throttle out and brought the repulsor lift coils online as we neared the hangar. The Invidious going to be with us?
Nope, this is personal business.
Keck laughed harshly.
Won't be that lucrative, but we'll feel very good.
The mission, it turned out, had its roots in the Imperial assault on the Iterman Baitive pirates, the attack that reduced them to the sorry company known as the Quioman survivors. The Imperial Victory-class destroyers Bombard and Crusader had killed over 97% of the pirates, leaving them with the Backstab and a handful of fighters. The survivors had sworn they would avenge themselves on the captains of those two destroyers, and one, Captain Leesoner, had obtained passage on the Galaxy Chance. Someone on Chance had decided that selling Unner out was a better bet than anything being offered in the onboard casino, and word got to Nive. The Chance was a Corellian corvette that a rival of Booster's had outfitted as a miniature version of the Errant Venture. I think Booster would have ignored Chance except for one thing: the owner had painted it bright red. Booster had wanted to do that with the Errant Venture, but nowhere in the galaxy could he find enough red paint to do the job. In fact, the only color available in sufficient quantity at reasonable prices was Star Destroyer White, a fact that Booster considered proof that the Emperor had been out to annoy him personally all along. To describe the briefing we got before heading out as marginal is to code up a new definition for the word. I got slapped into third flight, with Kate and two other females, both human. I got the designation Rock 9. Purely by chance, but that was good since I would answer to it almost reflexively. Our flight was given the task of flying cover while the other two Rock flights neutralized Chance's weaponry and eliminated the four uglies, tie wings, it was speculated. Backstab would carry us to the site, and a skip-ray blast boat would go over and pluck Unner from the Chance. The other flights got the shot at Chance because they were all true survivors, not just folks who had joined later like me. It struck me that a mission of such importance would have been a natural for Bolt Squadron, but I was informed that Nive had drawn a squadron for the honor at random. I had no doubt Remart was regretting his shift to Bolt Squadron. I got the impression that none of the other pilots in Rock Squadron were sorry to see him gone, and more than a few thought his discomfort at being left out was rather delicious. We got shuttled up to the Backstab and went EV to get into our fighters. Like TIE fighters, the Tri-Fighters had no atmosphere or life support equipment, requiring us to carry our own. This made going EV and crawling up over the hull to get into our ships less difficult than if X-Wing pilots were to try it. I made it in, secured my hatch, powered up and checked in. Others did likewise, but in no way was there very much calm discipline called for or observed. The Backstab went to lightspeed, made one interim jump, and then headed off toward where the Chance was supposed to be. Our trip took a full 3 hours and, for the first time, I really appreciated the extra room in the cockpit. I would have appreciated even more having atmosphere in there, so I could remove my helmet, have something to eat and maybe catch a nap. While the cockpit did afford me excellent visibility, there isn't that much to see in hyperspace. On that flight I realized how much I actually missed Whistler. I know people aren't supposed to get sentimental about astromech droids, but I'd had him for years. He used to get the usual memory wipes and programming upgrades back then, but I think he found a way to download chunks of his personality into the Corsac mainframe and recover it later. Whistler was sneaky and independently minded that way, which was good for me. If not for him I'd have been dead a dozen times over. On long flights Whistler and I would discuss various things, like fatherhood, and I could count on him as being a good sounding board. Actually, he was very much a mirror in the sense of my father's old saying. When I started getting out of line, Whistler would call me on it and, more times than not, he was right. Of those few times he was not, well, I'm sure there were times when he was not right. The Backstab reverted to real space right on top of Chance. Flights 1 and 2 deployed, taking slashing runs at the Corvette. Rock 4 exploded when she caught a direct hit from one of the ship's double turbolaser cannons. The green energy bolts just peeled the cockpit back like the petals of a flower bud, shredding it and casting long jagged tendrils of armor into space. The clutch's ion engine exploded, letting the craft's 3 fins spin away through space. The rest of the Chance's cannons filled space with a lot of energy, but Rock 4 was the only thing Chance's gunners hit before we slagged their guns. The 6 TIE Wing fighters flying sentry duty around Chance should have run as soon as we arrived. The TIE Wing consists of a TIE fighter ball cockpit married to the engine nacelles from a Y-Wing fighter. It truly lives up to the name Ugly, and in Rogue Squadron we used to refer to them as Die Wings. Sluggish and ungainly, they looked like wilderners being hit by a pride of toppery. All 6 lasted no more than 5 minutes. I found watching the dogfight frustrating because my squadron mates missed shots that should have ended it all much sooner, and 2 of them paid for their lousy marksmanship with their lives. The skip ray that had come with us, Vibrablade, started over toward Chance when another ship, a private yacht, entered the system on our entry vector. That wasn't a surprise. I didn't know where we were, but there were enough planetary bodies in the area that routes in and out had to be severely limited. What was a surprise was the half-dozen, hyperdrive-fitted headhunters flying cover for the yacht. They clearly didn't like seeing us there, so while the yacht came about and headed away again, the headhunters came in on us hard with enough triple blasters blazing. I didn't wait for an order releasing me. 10, on me, I snapped through the comm and engaged my throttle. The clutch lurched forward. I rolled and dove toward the headhunters and 2 came up at me. With my thumb I flicked the weapon selector over to ion cannon, hit a little rudder to flash the incoming pilots my flank, then straightened the clutch out and pulled the trigger. The blue ion bolt nailed the lead headhunter's left S-foil. Azure lightning played across the forward shield, boiling it away. The shield didn't collapse, but the lightning storm on the shield made it tough for the pilot to see me. His return shots went wide on either side, then we were past each other before he could get another shot. Kate shot at the second headhunter. Her twin laser blasts caught the headhunter on the nose, piercing the shield and causing a brief flash of light. Even without Whistler present to let me know what happened, I knew from the location that the headhunter had lost its combat sensor package. The pilot would be blind in space and, in a dogfight situation, that meant he was as good as dead. I snapped a quick shot off at another headhunter, then popped my throttle off and pulled back on the stick. I cut the throttle to half, re-engaged it to complete the half loop, then ran it up again and rolled out to port. That dropped me on the tail of one of the headhunters that was running in on 11. I pumped 2 ion bolts into the headhunter's aft shield. The first shot took the aft shield down and the second played over the length of the ship. Sparks shot from the engine cowlings. Unless the pilot could get a restart going, he was done. Red gold blaster bolts lit my shields from starboard. I hit right rudder and swung the clutch's tail out of the headhunter's line of attack. The next bolts streaked past on the port side, so I rolled to starboard, dove and curled up in a long loop. Rolling out to port I saw another headhunter making a run on Kate. The pilot was intent on her, so I came in on an oblique angle and hit with my first shot. That took his aft shield down, so he rolled starboard to get away from me. I applied a lot of left rudder, swung my nose around and laced his port S-foil with another bolt. His blaster on that side exploded and the ship started to roll, which told me vector jets on that side were also having trouble. I rolled to starboard and would have swooped in to finish him, but a glance at my tactical sensor screen showed me a headhunter vectoring in on me, and I had a feeling that was the guy who tried to get me earlier. I held my roll slow and showed him my belly, then yanked back on my stick and started a dive. He rolled to set himself up to come after me and I knew I had him. I cranked my throttle down to 30%, then reversed it, killing my momentum. I let it hang there for 3 seconds, then dialed thrust back up. As I did so, my headhunter friend went streaking by me, and I dropped into his exhaust. My first shot nailed his rear shield. He broke right, so I climbed, inverted and ruddered my way back onto his tail. Kate raced past and pumped 2 laser blasts into him. One collapsed the aft shield and the other holed his starboard S-foil. His roll slowed appreciably and became unstable as the vector jets in the damaged S-foil weren't matching the output from the other side. The pilot just goosed his throttle forward to get away, since he couldn't fly fancy anymore. The headhunter even had enough speed to outrun my clutch. Outrunning an ion bolt, on the other hand, is a lot harder. My shot caught his ship dead on in the back. Little blue tendrils of electricity ran over the fighter like nightmare fingers, scratching out sparks and little puffs of vapor. The ship shut down immediately, continuing off on its course. I saw Kate coming back around for another run on it, but I called her off. Abort, 10. He's done.
Not dead.
Out of the battle. Leave him. I triggered an ion blast that passed between her fighter and the stricken ship. You can have the kill, but there's no reason to kill a pilot just doing his job.
Right to kill is mine.
She snapped her words off as if in pain.
Do not deny me.
You owe me. I shucked the one on your butt. I started my clutch forward, angling in on her. He's mine and I want him alive. I heard Knives' voice come through on the tactical frequency. All targets are neutralized. Stand down Flight Rock 3. I copy, I reported.
Copy.
Kate Snarl did not have me looking forward to talking with her after the mission returned home. 9. Go to Tactical 2 and scramble. As ordered, sir. I switched the comm unit over to the secondary tactical frequency and hit the scramble switch. The encryption key, which had been uploaded to each fighter from the backstab, would keep the conversation private between Knive and me. 9 here, Captain. Nice shooting, 9. Why Ion? You could have killed the headhunters in one shot the way you fly, but you used Ion and made it tougher. Knive let a little anger drift into his voice. Was this a game for you? No, sir. I paused for a moment, not so much to gather my thoughts as figuring out how to express them. The headhunter pilots were just doing their jobs. If we kill them, we're just butchers and killers, and any bodyguards in the future know they should go after us full out because we're going to vape them. The yacht was gone. Chance can pick these guys up, and next time we give them an opportunity to back off and they will. Maybe. Knife paused. Makes sense, of course, but few things in warfare ever do. Worth taking a chance if no one dies. Knife snorted. You that squeamish? I've got my share of debtors logged in my accounts, Captain. If I can get it without blood, I think it's better. I shook my head. If that's not thinking that's welcome here, I can just take my shuttle and leave. No need for that. Some of the tension in Knives' voice eased. That kind of thinking is more than welcome here. You're one of us now, Idanian, one of the invids. Let's hope more of you rubs off on us than the other way around. 35. Kate and I did have words on our return to Quyumin 4, well, not words exactly, but the scars healed within 2 weeks and you can't notice the one on my right cheek unless I get a deep tan. Even before the physical evidence of our fight had gone away, however, Kate voted with 4 other of Rock Squadron survivors to make me the leader of a new 3 flight. Keck helped me choose 3 pilots to fill it, and Kate moved into first flight to replace Rock 4. Over the next month I spent a lot of time with my new recruits, drilling them. I'd gone through the same routine countless times before with new pilots coming into Rogue Squadron, but I found Rock Squadron to be the dark side of what I had known with the Rogues. In terms of discipline, Quyumin 4 made Yavin 4 look like Lusankia. Trying to instruct hungover pilots is about as tough as teaching a ranker to sing and dance, and the ranker's attitude about the whole process would probably be better. The pilots in my squad clearly thought they could fly, and while they were not bad, they weren't up to the level I wanted. I was responsible for their lives, and I had no desire to go into a fight with undertrained pilots who would die and leave me alone out there. The best of the lot was Timzer, a tall woman who wore her hair very short and very blonde. Her temper was about as short as her hair, and she initiated a couple of cantina-clearing brawls when she wandered into the Warren, which is where the Red Nova crew and Rystars raiders tended to hang out. There was little love lost between those groups and the survivors, and Timzer's status as an ex-raider didn't help ease the tension there. In a tri-fighter she had a good sense of what was going on around her and had a knack for hitting on deflection shots. Over the first months with the survivors, I spent most of my time dirt down in Vlarnia, which is about as thrilling as it sounds. The days got hot enough that most folks spent their time in the semi-sunken cantinas that served as informal squadron homes. The survivors primarily hung out at the crash cantina. The decor was rather ghoulish. Pilots would bring in bits and pieces of debris from kills or from crashes they'd survived. Chunks of transparent steel or quadanium alloy hung from the ceiling and, in the dim light, presented navigational obstacles for even folks as small as I am. Timser actually gashed her forehead in there before she got used to negotiating the debris maze. I visited the crash regularly, but tended to spend a fair amount of my free time wandering through Vlarnia. Aside from the aviary, the Indig's name for the district where the pilots tended to reside, Vlarnia looked like pretty much any other marginal town dependent on spaceport trade for its survival. The fields outside of town grew enough fresh vegetables that the prices for them weren't wholly outrageous. Vlarnia had no native industries. Cantinas and gambling establishments don't really scan that way to me, save for a local brewery that turned out a decent Lamanel-type product. It was good enough, in fact, that all 7 of the pirate crews working out of Vlarnia declared it, and the fields where it grew the things that went into the ale, a no-fly zone to reduce the chances of an aerial accident destroying it. At night, when things began to cool off and the twin moons came up, I liked walking through the streets. Vlarnia had a small-town feel to it. While the spaceport had been built to imperial specifications, the city itself had been crafted by local masons and workers using a lot of native material. The streets twisted and turned, snaking through narrow canyons with buildings on both sides, then opening out into small squares that had fountains in the center. The lack of a lot of municipal lighting meant most alleys were sunk in pitch blackness at night, but this was Vlarnia, so alleys weren't too dangerous, unless you were wandering through the aviary. Kate Shravel occasionally joined me while I wandered. Her condition made her very sensitive to light, so if she came out during the day, she wore a cloak that completely covered her and donned goggles dark enough to turn noon into the void of space. While she was very private, I did learn that she considered her albinism the fault of the Empire, since her mother had once been used in some sort of experiment by Imperial scientists. The survivors were known to have a strong hatred for the Empire, so she had come to them and endured life on Corcris for the chance to shoot up Imperials. Through her I also discovered how Remart Sasairu had been voted out of the unit and into Bolt Squadron. She and I were seated back in one of the crash's darker corners, comparing data on our flight's performances in a series of exercises, when Remart sauntered over toward our table. He came on slow, with a deliberate gait that allows his hips and shoulders to swivel slowly. It was definitely a strut. He was there to be seen, and seen as stalking prey. He wore his gray uniform trousers, black boots and a sleeveless gray tunic that had to be about 4 sizes too small because it was tight enough to show off every muscle and rib he possessed. He gave me a cold smile.
Spending time with her? Watch you don't get tics.
I looked up from my ale mug. Funny, she says she hasn't been bothered since you bolted. Coincidence? Can't be. Remart looked at me, a bit surprised. He'd intended the jibe to sting Kate, but I'd deflected it. I could feel the anger rising in her, and traces of fear in there, too, but didn't know why. I did decide real quickly, however, that she didn't need to be provoked and that I could prevent it. I slid my chair back noisily. What's the matter, Sasairu? You offer a smart remark and can't handle a riposte? Or did my comment go over your head? Let me explain it, then. See, she hasn't been bothered by vermin since you went away from Rock Squadron. That means, in my opinion, you're a carrier of vermin. Does that break it down enough for you? Shock widened Remart's blue eyes, then he recovered himself and posted his gloved hands on his hips. He laughed aloud, filling the sound void in the room.
Trust a Corellian to lead with his mouth and to venture in where he is not wanted.
I stood. What? No quick shot about how Corellians have no use for odds, so they don't know when they're stacked against them? No joke about the most famous Corellian being named Solo because no Corellian will trust another Corellian? What other unoriginal and older than the Empire slur could you have offered? Oh, yes, how about suggesting that Leia Organa took up with a Corellian because, hey, after the destruction of Alderaan, she had nothing else to lose? I moved out from behind the table. How about this one? How many Corellians does it take to change a glow panel? I glanced at Timzer sitting at another table, but she shrugged. None. If the room's dark, you can't see Corellians cheating at Sabak. That brought some laughter from the surrounding tables, and even Kate began to relax. You know why so many Corellians used to get caught and sent to Kessel? Remart's eyes narrowed. Because they were stupid? No, they were lonely for the rest of their family. I snapped my fingers at him. Come on, Remart, you gotta be quicker than that. A Corellian bought a neck as a pet, but it was so stupid it kept running into walls. What did he name it? The taller man shook his head. Remart. I smiled as I took a step toward him. He couldn't think of a stupider name. Because of the force, I knew Remart's right fist was coming even before he knew he was going to throw it. I twisted slightly to my own right and brought my head around so the punch didn't land with full impact. I still felt it, it worked my jaw around good, but it didn't drop me to the floor the way it should have. I turned my head slowly back toward him and smiled. By the Emperor's black bones, you hit like a Chadra fan. No report, this time. I waved him away contemptuously and started back toward my table. Come back some other time after you learn how to throw a punch. I felt him coming at my back, so I turned quickly to the right and stepped laterally toward him, directly along his line of attack. I hit him with a stiffened finger blow square in the throat. He gurgled and staggered back, more surprised than hurt, and struggled to stay up on his feet. He backed a few more steps, then leaned heavily on a table with two other bolt pilots seated at it. I noted, with satisfaction, that they sidled away from him. I pointed at him. I gave you one punch for free. Never again. You leave me and the rest of Rock Squadron alone. You aren't part of it anymore, so what we do is of no concern to you. You say anything to my people, beyond asking permission to get your disgusting form out of their sight, and we'll have it out, you and I. You understand that? Without waiting for an answer, I looked at the other two bolts at that table. Get him out of here, I've got your tab, and tell Captain Gert I'll speak with her on this matter at her convenience. I returned to my chair and pulled it back up to the table. I picked up my ale mug, drank, then kept it in front of my mouth as I glanced at Kate. Hope you didn't find that embarrassing. I know you could have taken him. The white Shistavainen shook her head and one of her ears rotated in my direction.
Gallant. Grateful.
I noticed the fiberplast table had little curls of material where her claws had gouged parallel furrows down to the edge.
Old foe, never learned no.
I nodded and drank some more, killing the dryness in my mouth and throat. I'm surprised you voted him into the bolts.
Couldn't kill him, so we got him out that way.
Kate regarded me carefully.
He was a bully and animal. Keck was afraid. Remart wanted fame, money, power. He was good pilot so didn't die. Good enough for bolts, so we sent him.
I lowered my mug. His coming back here to pick on you means the bolts aren't putting up with his antics. Why did he come for you? She glanced down and a low growl rolled from her throat. I raised my left hand. Okay, I don't need to know. Kate stood and pulled her cloak on.
Walk.
As ordered. I drained my ale, then walked over to Timzer and handed her a stack of mismatched coins. You get my tab, the bolts tab and 1 round for the rocks, right?
I copy.
Timzer gave me a quick smile.
Nice work there, Jen.
Don't try to repeat it. I winked at her. And 3 flight will be at the training center at dawn, and you'll have my change. I followed Kate out into the cool night and we began wandering aimlessly, though the growl in my stomach told me I'd want some food soon. Nice night, isn't it? She nodded and peered off at the dueling crescent moons.
Peace. Nice to know peace some.
I'd like to hope, someday, there will be more peace than war in the galaxy.
With that dream, you are in wrong place.
Her lips peeled back in a grin, flashing lots of white teeth.
No peace from Remart.
I shrugged. He's sneaky and, deep down, a coward. I'm not worried about him, though.
He came for me because he broke me.
Kate fell silent after that admission, and I thought she'd used up her quota of words for the day. I let the silence hang between us, not pressing, because I knew she'd say nothing more. It was almost as if she were resting up after the ordeal of making so open a statement, and preparing to be battered by me for it. A couple of blocks later, down curving hilly streets that took us well away from the aviary, she spoke again.
Charmed me. He became friend. He sat with me in the dark. He did not draw me out like you. He worked his way in.
I frowned. What did he want?
Possession. I am apart from everyone. Isolated.
Because of your photosensitivity.
And raising. My mother was the only Shistavainen I knew young.
She hesitated, groping for words.
When we came to Yuvina 3, she was home. I was in new place. My scent was not right, you understand?
You were different. It became easy for others to pick on you. I reached out gently and rested my left hand on her right shoulder. You let Remart know this, and he turned it against you.
False friend. Made demands.
I could feel tension start her body trembling, but she quelled it quickly.
I rejected him. He beat me. Badly. Fear and pain. I was happy to vote him out.
I gave her shoulder a little squeeze. Your confidence is safe with me.
I know.
She turned toward me and I saw a crescent moon reflected in her eyes.
You hide pain, secrets, too.
I blinked. How do you know?
I am Shistavainen enough to read sign.
Her grin returned.
You walk alone. You do not visit, seek companionship. You do not drink more than is needed to make you fit in.
I gave her a quick smile. Quite the detective. Of what am I guilty?
You have lover away. You look for reunion or redemption.
That stopped me. You're a very good tracker.
So, I think, why are you here?
She sniffed twice, quickly.
Your lover is not an invid.
I shook my head, wondering how close to the truth I could come without jeopardizing my entire mission. I decided I had to skirt the truth by a wide margin, but quickly built up a story that would suffice. Her cousin controls the Tinta line, and has decreed that my lover cannot be with me without having her whole branch of the family cut off from the Tinta fortune. I am greasier than Hutt slime in her eyes, and considered to be after my lover's wealth alone. I want to destroy the Tintas, and I see being an invid as the way to do it. I want them to know I am the instrument of their destruction, and I want to have their wealth in my pockets when I take my lover away from her poverty-stricken family. Kate sniffed once more, then gave out with a sharp yip.
Fools fight for love, the wise for money.
Thanks, I think.
Bold plan. You will need to be true invid to accomplish it.
I caught a whiff of something cooking from further down the street and headed toward it. What do you mean by true invid?
Crew on ship.
She fell into step with me.
2 ways. Merit in combat.
That can be done.
Not as rock. We are ignored. Bolts are not.
A playful growl rolled from her throat.
Bolt you can become.
I hope so. What's the other method?
Birth duty.
I shook my head. I don't understand. Kate reached out and caught my chin in her right hand. She turned my face to the left and nodded.
Minimal scar. You might do.
Excuse me. Another yip.
Admiral Tavira has appetite for men. You can become true invid that way, too.
I nodded and she released my chin. Becoming a true invid and joining the crew of the Invidious was the final step in locating Mirax. As a crew member I'd learn where the Imp Star went between attacks. I knew, at that location, I would find Mirax. I would do what it took to get there and save her, I had no doubt in my mind. So, Kate, tell me, I smiled as I waved her toward the small restaurant from which the scent of food emanated, just what do we do to make me a bolt? 36. Kate laid out a very simple plan to boost me into the ranks of Bolt Squadron, but we ran into some unexpected complications over the next several months. The first, and most frustrating, was the paucity of challenging missions for us. While the Invidious made a number of forays out, the survivors weren't always chosen to accompany Tavira's task force. The Red Nova crew, the Laser Lords, the Fast Blast crew, Rystar's Raiders, the Black Star Pirates and even Shala the Hutt's gang got their chances to go on missions. Rotating the forces kept them all sharp and let everyone know they were not indispensable. Even when the survivors were sent out, Rock Squadron didn't always go on the mission. Except when Tavira called for the Bolt specifically, Nive chose among us by lot. Rock Squadron got roughly one Invid mission per month. On our other missions we flew cover for smaller ships, much in the same way the Red Nova's people had flown cover for the Booty Full. Rogue Squadron never jumped us, but on one of our Invid missions the Invidious vanished from the system shortly after arrival. We found ourselves fighting with a fighter group of Y-Wings and homegrown uglies in that engagement and lost 2 pilots from one flight, including Captain Keck. If there had been New Republic capital ships waiting at the edge of the system, I saw no evidence of them, nor was there any trace in the sensor data I pulled from Backstab. After vanquishing the local fighters, we strafed a settlement and looted some warehouses, but even with a couple of bulging shuttles, the raid had hardly seemed worth it. It was only later, when Rock Squadron elected me captain, that I learned from Jacob Nive that the Invidious had headed out because another Invid operation had run into trouble and Tavira wanted to ambush the ambushers. The threat to us had not been dire enough to cause her to stick around, and I couldn't disagree. In the other situation 3 New Republic corvettes had engaged some Invid freighters and fighters, then withdrawn when the Invidious showed up. It took a couple of weeks, but I learned details on that other operation. Shala's gang had been in position to take off a spice shipment in the Kessel system when the New Republic ships had appeared. They had a running light fight for 20 minutes, during which one of Shala's freighters took damage, lost maneuvering, and sailed off to be sucked into the maw, the big black hole near Kessel. At roughly that point in the battle, the Invidious arrived and drove the New Republic ships away, all but killing the freedom of Sullust. This rescue increased the fame of the Invidious and general sense of immortality among the crews, but it sent a chill down my spine. It struck me as unlikely that the New Republic would send 3 corvettes into a system where they expected to run into the Invidious. 3 corvettes wouldn't be unusual for a patrol, especially with old imps like Teradok and Harsk or Admiral Dalla still hyping around. My gut told me the corvettes had happened on Shala's people by accident. That's not so terrifying, but the implication of the Invidious getting there in time to save Shala was. The flank speed time from the system where we were to Kessel was 18 hours, and that was if the astrogator wanted to pull a solo and skirt the fringes of the maw. That meant that somehow Admiral Tavira knew of a chance meeting 18 hours in advance and hustled her ship along to get her there. The fact that it would have been just as easy to open a holonet connection with Shala and warn him off the Kessel run meant that Tavira clearly liked the idea of a split-second rescue. Her solution definitely enhanced her reputation among us, and had to have been that much more galling to the New Republic. The question was, however, how did she know the trouble would be taking place 18 hours in the future? There seemed only one answer to me. The advisor Exer Kun had showed me near her was adept in using the Force and warned her of Shala's peril. I'd sensed no overt Force usage from the Invidious, but I was keeping myself as shut down on missions as I'd been when approaching Exer Kun's temple, so it wasn't much of a surprise that I wasn't picking anything up. Under my leadership, with Timser heading up 3 flight and Kate in charge of 2 flight, Rock Squadron got good. We weren't the Bolts, but we weren't so far behind them that they should have felt complacent. I tightened up our training methods and broke pilots of bad habits. By making them better, I increased my chances of attracting Tavira's notice, and that brought me closer to finding and freeing Mirax. The primary advantage the Bolts had over us was in the area of combat hours, but our average was quickly approaching theirs. They tended to get included in more Invid missions, which carried a lot of prestige, but the Invid's presence often stopped opposition before it started. The resulting lack of fatalities among the bolts meant my avenue to that path effectively remained blocked. Blocked, that was, until the Zafel mission. Zafel, a world in the Kanshan sector, served the Kuwat drive yards as a major manufacturer of starship hyperdrives. Grand Admiral Thrawn targeted the world for the same reason Tavira hit it. Ready-made hyperdrives were a boon to anyone who could get away with them. Because of her connections within the Imperial community, Tavira could find countless warlords willing to purchase them and make them beholden to her at the same time. I assumed the latter reason was even more of a motivator than the former. The seriousness of the assault was underscored by Admiral Tavira specifying Bolt, Hawk and Rock squadrons from the survivors, and allowing us to come up to the Invidious and ship aboard the Star Destroyer for the run-in at the world. Corvettes and bulk cruisers accompanied us in a huge task force, with Squadron covering Backstab and the other crews from Corcris similarly having fighter cover. The grouping of ships was the largest task force I'd ever seen while with the Invids and underscored how serious Tavira was about staging this raid. The 3 survivor squadrons aboard the Invidious were each paired with one of the Invidious native clutch squadrons. Their pilots and ours eyed each other suspiciously. I noticed on a couple of them the red sleeves that marked them as once having served in the 181st Imperial Fighter Group, but nothing else indicated these pilots were anything special. All of us hoped for a chance to prove ourselves against them, though chances were that anyone with access to a fighter on Zafel would keep it on the ground. I wasn't really looking forward to the raid for 2 reasons. The first was that Zafel had been so badly polluted by the Kuwat drive yards factories that even visiting could be painful. Breather masks and protective clothing were recommended, and while my clutch pilot's outfit might suffice, spending time down on that hot rock in my environmental gear did not sound like fun. While I had no intention of getting shot down or crashing, when looking at a potential survival situation, I hate the idea of having to battle a world for my life. The second reason was one that plagued me with each mission, and had been a concern even back during undercover operations with Corsac. I had to ask myself where I drew the line in what I was going to do to fit in with the Invids. In a Corsac undercover operation the lines of responsibility were very clear. I could participate in crimes against property, but once any person was under threat of death or serious bodily injury, my duty to protect them kicked in. Here with the pirates, things were nowhere near so clear or clean. I encouraged my squadron to use ion cannons, noting that hardware we didn't destroy we could always haul back to Corcris. I'd even had 2 headhunters with hyperdrives salvaged from one raid and was having my unit's tech looking into finding a way to mount the drive on my clutch. The better pilots among my people followed my lead, but I still had 2 or 3 who went for lasers in dogfights. On ground attack missions I stressed minimizing attacks on civilian targets. Yeah, a refueling station might blow up really pretty, and might even set half a city on fire, but that's not the object here. I shook my head in a briefing session. Look, you can kill a woolly nerf and make a coat out of its skin, or you can shear the beast's coat and come back year after year for more wool. We play this right, 6 months from now we show up in the system, send a list of demands and they'll freighter the loot out to us. Most of my pilots seemed to get the message and only a couple of times did we have to run some of the other Invids away from our zones of control. Once I caught Remart poaching on a lonely stretch of roadway, just blasting land speeders for the simple pleasure he found in murder. I put an ion bolt into his clutch and come to Captain Gert to recall him, which she did. I also attached his portion of the loot from the raid and had it sent to the families of the people he'd killed as recompense. And, I vowed, I'd bring him to justice for their murders when all was said and done. 15 minutes prior to reversion to real space, we got the orders to get into our clutches. I mounted up, powered up and collected reports from my pilots. I relayed them to Captain Gert who was acting as the commander of Survivor Group. Invidious Group consisted of their Blade, Saber and Pike squadrons, with Rock and Pike squadrons being paired up for missions. I felt a little jolt run through my ship as we reverted 7 seconds early. Before I could figure out what had happened, Launch Control gave us immediate clearance to launch, which we did. I rolled out to port and headed toward my rendezvous position. My mouth went dry and I knew it was from more than sympathy for the gray, thick-aired world below me. We'd come out of hyperspace early because an interdictor cruiser hung in space over Zafel. In formation with it were a Mon Calamari Star Cruiser and a Victory-class Mark II Star Destroyer. A host of smaller ships surrounded the three capital ships, including a number of assault shuttles that I assumed were conveying troops to the planet below. The presence of the interdictor meant the Invidious couldn't flee, and already the New Republic ships had begun to orient themselves for battle. Worse yet, to my mind, were the swarms of fighters beginning runs in at us. Gigs of data poured over my screens. There had to be at least 2 squadrons of Y-wings and A-wings out there. I spotted other ships that had to be B-wings. They, along with the A-wings, moved toward our escorts like the backstab. And the only reason they would leave the clutches to the Y-wings was if the Y-wings had help. Then I saw them and my heart sank. I keyed the comm unit. "We have serious trouble here, Invidious. You have fighters coming up from Zafel."
It will be impossible for them to get through our fighter screen, Rock lead.
"Don't say impossible." I punched up a data feed and sent it along to the Invidious. "That's Rogue Squadron, and impossible is their stock in trade." 37. I punched up the survivor's tactical frequency. "This is Rock lead. Stay clear of the X-wings. Go after the Y-wings and use your ion cannons. Leave them dead in space, but the pilot's able to squawk." Captain Gert came back quickly.
Why not kill them?
"We're evenly matched here, and the only way we win is by getting away. We leave pilots drifting, the reps will pick them up. Invid can back out of the grav well and be ready to run. The reps'll see it as a win and we'll get out of here."
Vape em all.
Sasira's voice rang with bravado.
"I'm not afraid of any rep pilots."
"Fine, you take the rogues. Good luck." I glanced down at my monitor. "We're a minute to contact, Captain." "Your call." Gert waited for a moment, then issued her orders.
Target Y-wings, use ion cannons only. Run on some of the assault shuttles, too. Let Tavira's folks pick up the X-wings.
I dialed the comm unit down to Rock Squadron's tactical frequency. "Shock the wishbones, stay clear of the pointers, leave the slims and crosses alone. Call for help and we'll get through this." There were 1,000 other things I wanted to say, but I had 30 seconds to contact and I needed to try something first. Since leaving the Jedi Academy, I'd not opened myself to the Force in any serious way. I knew, if Tavira's advisors were Force-sensitive, I could be exposing myself, but I chanced it. I pushed my sphere of responsibility forward, toward the incoming fighters. I isolated the X-wings, then sought among them. I found Colonel Selchu and pushed an image into his mind. I fed him the image of a clutch melting into the shape of an X-wing with my X-wing's markings on it. I had no idea what he would make of that vision, and I couldn't hold it for more than a second, but I hoped it meant he knew I was out here. I let him go, allowing us both time to recover before the battle joined, then I flew into the thick of it. Above us and around us the capital ships exchanged fire. Though the New Republic had 3 smaller ships present, their combined firepower fairly evenly matched that of the Invidious. Red and green turbolaser beams made space an obstacle course where one wrong turn meant oblivion. Shots that did make it through the wheeling and diving fighter cloud struck the other capital ships, but shields seemed to be holding, except in the case of the smaller ships. Both sides seemed to be targeting smaller ships with their ion cannons, trying to eliminate annoyances while leaving themselves scraps to pick up after the battle. Rock Squadron rolled into a light fight with an eager and aggressive Y-wing squadron. Clutches were faster than wishbones, but these bone pilots weren't bad. I nailed my first one on a high-angle deflection shot that caught it in an engine nacelle. The bone rolled immediately to starboard, causing me to roll that way as well. I popped my throttle off, reverse thrust and dropped it back on, anticipating a similar move by my foe. He realized that I'd outguessed him after only a second or two and started a full throttle climb. I hit the rudder, swung my nose around to port and hit him a second time right behind the cockpit. His shields collapsed and the ship continued on, his climb carrying him away from Zafel. I throttled up and rolled into a dive that vectored me in on the tail of a bone trying to light up one of my clutches. I've got him. 5. Brake port. Careful, lead. Blue ion bolts flashed back at me from the bone's cockpit, splashing against my forward shield. I rolled right and came down, using the bone's own engine nacelle as cover, then pumped more energy to my shield. Heads up, rocks. Some of these bones are deuces and have a gunner in back controlling that ion cannon. Staying low, I cranked the throttle up, then climbed and triggered a shot into the Y-wing. The pilot had begun to roll the bone to give the gunner a shot at me, but I hit him first. Rolling out to port and applying some rudder, I kept him in my sights and shot again. I only got a partial hit, which took his aft shield down, but kept him flying. Another ion bolt nailed the bone in the tail, leaving it spiraling through space. I saw Kate's clutch go shooting past and thanked her. She replied with a yip, then I found myself flying out the other side of the battle and a bit closer to the New Republic capital ships than I had any desire to be. I rolled and dived, then turned and climbed, breaking as many planes as I could and holding no path longer than a second or two. None of the capital ships took a shot at me, they had bigger prey to shoot at, but I didn't want to make myself an easy target to tempt them. I wasn't easy to hit, which is why, I suppose, I attracted Rogue Squadron's attention. On a very basic level I found this attention very flattering. My peers had decided I was a worthy opponent, and since they didn't know who I was, it was the sort of honest evaluation that was only possible in an anonymous situation. The problem I had with it, of course, was that their method of showing their appreciation for my skills could likely get me killed. This would not do, but I was stuck. While I could dial up their comm frequencies, I wouldn't know the encryption codes. If they reached me on a widecast, every other ship in the fleet could pick it up, and that wouldn't do me much good either. I couldn't even take time to concentrate and use the Force to project another message to Tycho. Since locating him and making contact and all that would take every bit of the concentration I needed to stay alive. I was stuck, but not without options. When the Force is your ally, you are never without options. I kept my hand light on the stick and expanded my sphere of responsibility. Everything outside my cockpit seemed completely chaotic, a kaleidoscope of possibility and probability that shifted every nanosecond. Energy filled the void, traveling back and forth between the big ships, while smaller bolts sprayed out in all directions. Proton torpedoes and concussion missiles raced at targets as if homing in on the fear of those who had been targeted. Elation and pain, hope and terror, anger and determination all swirled about. Where they intersected I could hear death screams or whispered affirmations of survival. Out of all of this I sorted the feelings directed toward me, the mental energies concentrated on my clutch. As they hardened, as they seemed to come to a point, as if light sliding along the narrowing blade of a knife, I knew to juke right or left, up or down. In response I'd feel shock and anger or disbelief, then a gathering of concentration again. Gavin dropped in behind me and I read him like data streaming across a widescreen data pad. As he prepared to blast me, I cut my throttle out, dived, then hauled back on the stick and climbed. I rolled to starboard since I knew he favored that side and cruised up right on his tail. I triggered one ion burst, then rolled to port and dived away from him. Oral came next and proved tougher than I would have expected. He had always been a good pilot and had gotten much better during his time with the squadron, but I'd always had an edge over him in simulations. I wasn't certain why, but as he splashed laser light over my aft shield, I began to wonder if it wasn't because he had some mental block against shooting me up in exercises. Regardless, he hung with me like a neck with its teeth sunk into a hut's tail, and I had serious trouble reading his intent to fire. If I can't anticipate what he's doing, I have to make him anticipate what I'm doing. I juked to starboard, letting the ship drift sideways, then dived and rolled to port. I bounced the clutch up and down a couple of times, then juked to starboard, dived and rolled out to port. I tossed in some more random drift, then repeated the pattern a third time. The impressions I got from Oral, while still inscrutable to me, changed and I knew he had the pattern. 10 seconds later I drifted right and dived. I snap-rolled 90 degrees to port as if beginning my lazy roll, then hauled back on the stick and popped my throttle off. Oral had begun his own roll to left, arrowing in toward where I should have been, exposing his ship's belly to me. I hit him with one solid ion blast, then another pilot's blast nailed him and his ship went dead. "Got him for you, lead," Timser announced. "No need to thank me. I wasn't going to." Oral's dead ship had been pointed at Zafel when it got hit, and with no control he'd smash into the atmosphere and be crushed. He had less than a minute until impact and I could do nothing to save him. I rolled and watched his stricken ship continuing a slow spiral to what would be Oral's death. If only I could use telekinesis to deflect his ship into an orbit. Then his cockpit canopy exploded and Oral's command chair shot out. A second later his R2 unit similarly ejected from the dying X-Wing. The ejection rocket carried him off toward the interdictor, though it would burn out long before it ever got there. Still, he's safe. A new presence focused itself on me and I knew I was in serious trouble. Even without using the Force, there are some people who have minds so slow that you can almost hear synapses firing at a torpid pace. Others are so quick-witted you end up marveling at connections they make, but only after the 5 or 10 minutes it takes you to unravel their thought processes. And then there are people whose minds move in multiple dimensions, all at light speed, leaving you unable to even begin to guess how their minds work. Tycho Selchu had such a mind, but what impressed me about him was not the speed with which he thought, but the cool deliberation that defined the way he thought. When he picked me up as a target I didn't feel the narrowing blade the way I had with Gavin. Instead Tycho had my ship all boxed up and, second by second, shrank that box, eliminating extraneous data, until my ship and a little box he had labeled target were one and the same. More impressive than that, however, was the fact that the little target box had multiple appendages, each pointing off in the direction of all the maneuvers I could use to escape him. If I jinked right, he could pull me back into his targeting box. If I combined 2 moves or 3, appendages flowed away from eliminated options and grew up to choke off new avenues of escape. His mind worked like the legendary Mon Calamari demon squid, lashing me with arm after arm that sought to drag me back into the place where he could kill me. The only way to beat him was to make him the hunted. I inverted and dived, then throttled back and came up through a tight loop that should have dropped me on his tail. He'd anticipated me, so he rolled out to port and I rolled right after him. I throttled back up and closed faster than I should have been able to, so I clipped off a shot that missed wide to port, then snap rolled up on my port side and hauled the stick back. I held the climb for 3 seconds, then inverted and continued it around into a loop. Tycho's X-Wing shot back across the front of my clutch, but I had no chance at a shot on him. From him I gained the impression of his enlarging the boxes in which he tried to trap me. He had to deal with the added problem of being a target as well, which gave him a variety of tactics to use against me. Only a few of them worked toward getting me back into the target box myself, and I did what I could to make those choices less than desirable.
Rock lead, this is Invidious. Rendezvous with the Invidious if you want a ride home.
I copy. I relayed the message through to my squadron. Kate came back.
Help, lead?
Nope, I'm fine. Just get out of here.
Hurry.
As ordered. I rolled to starboard, then turned hard left and dialed my throttle down to tighten the turn. I applied thrust as I came out of the turn, eluding a quad laser burst from Tycho, then popped my throttle off, hit enough rudder to push me in his direction, and dropped the throttle back in. I snapped off a quick shot that laced his shields with azure lightning, then applied more rudder, inverted and dived after him. I got another shot off that hit and collapsed his aft shield. In his situation I would have panicked, but I sensed no such thing from him. We just moved into a yet bigger box in which he twisted and tumbled his X-Wing through a series of maneuvers I couldn't have followed if I'd programmed them into my computer. Whenever he had a tactical choice he made it in a split second, presenting himself with another choice. Branches seemed chosen at random, killing any ability to anticipate him, yet all worked back toward the targeting box. I knew better than to stick around. I pulled myself into a wide turn that headed me back toward the Invidious. The Star Destroyer started laying down a defensive pattern of fire that swept out in waves to discourage pursuit. In theory our gunners were not shooting at the incoming fighters, but they placed their shots fairly close to discourage anyone coming after us. While the big ship's shots weren't likely to hit any of the fighters, the snubby jocks had to worry about them nonetheless, which didn't give them a free hand in tracking targets. And, if an incoming pilot was good enough, he could nudge his ship into the space turbolaser fire had just passed through, letting the big ship's energy beams shield him from his pursuit. Racing back through the main battlefield, I saw broken ships and EV pilots all over the place. The number of bones hanging there made the place look like a rancor lair. I saw a few clutch carcasses out there, too, and a couple of the corvettes from each side. Backstab wasn't among the dead ships, which I took as a positive, relatively speaking. While the survivors were a nasty bunch of liars, murderers, pirates and thieves, some of them had almost become friends and I didn't want to see them dead. Suddenly I got a sense of victory pulsing out from Tycho. I flicked my target selector with my thumb and screened targets for maximum danger. What I got were a pair of proton torpedoes fast closing with my clutch. Despite my running, Tycho had come around and gotten a target lock on me, then sent me 2 going-away presents. The torpedoes traveled considerably faster than my clutch, which was their great strength and, luckily for me, their primary weakness. I watched the range indicator on the lead missile scroll down and as it closed to within 200 meters, I jerked my stick back, then jammed it to the left and rolled into a dive. The first missile raced past while the second rolled and corrected. I jammed my stick forward and dived, letting it slide past too, then I smiled. The way out of this trap I learned from you, Tycho. Using my scanners, I located the first missile and locked it in as a target. I brought my clutch about so I was headed straight for it and waited until it closed within a kilometer. I flicked my weapons over to dual lasers, dropped my crosshairs on the incoming torch and fired twice. My first pair of bolts missed, but the second hit, ripping the missile to pieces only 500 meters away. I rolled, dived and located the second torpedo. I nailed it with my first shot, detonating it at a kilometer, then flew through the collapsing gold fireball on my long swoop toward the Invidious. I heard Tycho's voice crackle through on a widecast.
Very fancy flying, clutch.
Didn't want you to think I was a green pilot, rogue lead. Another time. I put my clutch into a quick weave, then darted in under the umbrella of the Invidious fire and landed the tri-fighter in the middle of the group area the survivors had been given. I noticed, as I brought the fighter around so the front was pointed toward the egress hatchway, that the survivors had only lost 6 of 36 clutches, and I'd only lost 2. The imp clutch group had lost over a dozen of their tri-fighters, and the front rank of their lead squadron, spaces reserved for the commanding officers, appeared empty. After taking a deep breath, I removed my helmet and enviro gear, then I popped the hatch and climbed out of the clutch. Timzer and Kate helped me down to the deck and supported me as my legs gave way. It took a moment for me to realize how weak I felt. Flying against Tycho had probably been the most difficult thing I'd ever done, and I had an edge in the Force. What he did, what Wedge did, without being able to use the Force made them far more special than any Jedi. They flew with heart and brains and their entire being. Timzer hauled me to my feet.
Very sharp what you did out there, Jen. Shooting the torps. That showed them.
A warning klaxon sounded and red lights started flashing in the hangar deck. I reached back and braced myself against the clutch as the Invidious accelerated to light speed. The ship's gravity generators canceled the physical effects of speeding up, but watching the stars whiz by through the egress port was enough to disorient me. Kate fastened on her hooded cloak and pulled the hood up, then removed her heavy goggles.
We did well. Bolt lost only 1. Hawk lost 3.
Who did we lose?
5 and 7.
Timzer shrugged.
They decided to tangle with some slims, and the A-wings vaped them.
I shook my head. That was a waste.
Slims were running against the backstab. Luke and Yender thought they would win points with Captain Knive.
Timzer brushed a hand back and forth through her spiky hair, making it stand up and spraying me with some sweat.
You okay now, Cap?
I straightened up. Better. Easy to forget how draining that can be.
Why did you tag pointers?
They came after me, Kate. Timzer nailed the one. Thanks for the assist.
Just as soon keep you alive, Cap.
The tall woman gave me an easy smile.
Course, the way you fly, not really a problem.
Another klaxon blapped harshly, then a heavy male voice blared through the hangar via the intercom.
Attention! Admiral on deck.
The click of boots on decking accompanied us as we rushed forward and lined up in front of the squadron assembly area. Across from us the Imperial squadrons similarly lined up. They all looked rather smart in their black uniforms, while we looked like a fairly ragged crew. Some of us had survivor uniforms, full of golden stitchery with the gray and red, but most of us wore a motley mix of things we'd taken from planets we'd raided, or units we'd deserted from in the past. The squadrons looked the apex and nadir, with our only advantage being that more of us had survived the battle. The central turbolift shaft opened and two stormtroopers stepped forth in armor so bright that I almost asked Kate for her goggles. They paused, then split apart, each taking a step to the side, which allowed Admiral Tavira to emerge onto the deck. The stormtroopers, both the ones flanking her and the two who exited the turbolift to stand behind her, all dwarfed her physically, but something in the way she moved made her seem far from diminutive. She wore a gray admiral's uniform and held a quirt clutched at the small of her back. Even as far away as I was, I could feel the electricity in her amethyst gaze. She looked at her people, then over at us. She gestured casually with her black-gloved right hand, pointing the quirt at us. The stormtroopers led the way, her casual gait in sharp contrast with their precise and measured steps. As she neared us and began to walk down the line, her hands came out from behind her back, her quirt playing against the palm of her left hand or tapping teasingly and gently against her own chin. I kept my face impassive as she walked past me, fighting against any reaction as she flicked a quick glance in my direction. She surrendered a good 10 centimeters to me in height and her void-black hair shimmered with silvery highlights. Her pale flesh had been drawn taut over fine bones, with no lines yet begun at the corners of her eyes or mouth. In form and age she almost seemed a child, but the cool confidence of her tread and the way she measured all of us with a momentary peek, betrayed kilobytes of data about her mental age. She stopped before Captain Gert and flicked the quirt against Tyrese's shoulder.
You were the one who relayed to us the plan of engagement, were you not?
I was, Admiral. Tyrese kept her voice even, but I caught the hint of a tremble in it. Tavira studied her face for a moment, letting the silence linger to the point where it became a bit uncomfortable.
You advised a withdrawal while leaving the Reps people to rescue.
I did, Admiral. Again the silence dragged, both Tavira and Tyrese remaining stock still. I could feel the pressure building. The strategy for which Tyrese was being blamed was mine and any punishment she got for it should have been mine. I drew in a breath and would have said something, but I caught the barest contraction of flesh around the corner of Tavira's mouth.
That was a winning strategy, Captain Gert.
Tavira pointed almost carelessly toward her own pilots.
Colonel Lamner disagreed with it and went directly for the X-Wings. You notice he is not here to defend his decision.
No, Admiral, he is not. The quirt again tapped Tyrese's shoulder.
Which means I need to replace him. I will have you in his place, Colonel Gert.
Tyrese's dark eyes widened.
Me, moving to the Invidious? I'm certain Captain Knive will agree to the change.
Yes, Admiral. Tyrese frowned.
I would be amiss, Admiral, if I did not tell you that the strategy one relayed to you came from Captain Idanian. He suggested it, I thought it was sound and passed it up to you. Yes,
Tavira purred,
Captain Idanian, the one who killed the proton torpedoes aimed at my ship. I was thinking to have him as your replacement in Bolt Squadron.
Remart shook his head, and Tavira oriented on him like a hawk bat on a granite slug.
You have something to offer, pilot?
Begging your pardon, Admiral, but that is not how officers are selected among the survivors.
Oh, and what is the process?
Remart smiled charmingly.
First, someone has to be voted into Bolt Squadron because we're an elite squadron.
Tavira nodded.
He would be elected by his own people to fill this slot.
Remart aped her nod.
Yes, Admiral.
With the quirt pressed thoughtfully against her lips, Tavira rotated and looked at my squadron.
All those in favor of Captain Idanian joining Bolt Squadron, please raise a convenient appendage.
9 hands rose down along the line. Mine did not. Tavira frowned.
You oppose your election?
I have responsibilities to my people.
You have responsibilities to me. I want you in Bolt Squadron.
As ordered, Admiral. She glanced at Remart.
Now you would tell me that he must be elected the leader of Bolt Squadron, yes?
That is the way it is done, Admiral. Tavira's smile blossomed full of teeth.
And the position of commander of this squadron is one you covet for yourself, yes?
Remart's whole body stiffened. I would be your most faithful and fierce servant, Admiral. Tavira slapped the quirt not so gently against Remart's stomach.
And yet you might be, but I don't want you commanding the bolts. The pressures of command might wrinkle that brow, and I would not like to see that happen to you. All those in Bolt Squadron in favor of Captain Idanian assuming command, please raise an appendage.
9 hands went up and, after a quick court lash, Remart's hand joined them. Tavira smiled graciously.
Though I despise democracy, it is nice to see this quaint custom result in unanimity. Congratulations, Captain Idanian. You have a new command. You now can relay your plans directly to the invidious.
It is a privilege I will be careful in exercising, Admiral. Her violet eyes narrowed.
Why do I have the feeling that I may just have made a mistake in having you elevated?
I kept my expression open. I have no idea, Admiral.
See to it, Captain Idanian, that you give me no reason to think on it again.
As ordered, Admiral. I bowed my head toward her and did not lift it again until she and her entourage had clomped away with Tyresai to introduce her to her new command. I shot a glance at Remart and saw him tremble with anger. I'd give her no reason to think she'd made a mistake. Remart, on the other hand, most certainly would. Because of that, I knew then that when our inevitable confrontation came, only one of us would walk away. 38. Taking over Bolt Squadron for Tyresai Gert proved both more and less difficult than I would have thought. Jacob Nive approved of the choice, which cut the resentment of some of the bolts. Most of them waited to see how well I could fly, and while the sensor data from the flight against Tycho and shooting the torpedoes down certainly convinced most, a few holdouts waited until we had a chance to practice against each other. Remart and 2 others, with the other replacement pilot from Squadron soon joining them, staunchly opposed me. I gathered them into 3 flight and couldn't wait until I could toss them at Rogue Squadron or Pash Kraken's A-Wing group. I knew that was a decidedly un-Jedi-like desire on my part and felt uneasy about it, but having Remart scheming away about getting me in trouble added stress I didn't need to my life. Fortunately for him and me, the Invidious didn't call on anyone for missions for over a month, leaving us to languish on Corcris. We all assumed it was taking that long for Tyresai to get the Invidious fighter group back together. Invidious lack of action didn't prevent Admiral Tavira from showing up on Corcris for meetings with the various gang leaders from time to time, though no missions from those meetings passed down to me. Aside from working with my new squadron, I used the downtime to go over the various events of the Zafel raid. We learned later, through various channels, that the New Republic had not been at Zafel waiting for us. The New Republic had staged a surprise raid on Zafel to trap officials of Kuwat Drive Yards. KDY had been under various judicial orders to stop polluting the planet and start massive cleanup campaigns, but had done almost nothing to comply. During the Thrawn raids, little had been done to enforce the rulings, ditto the turmoil concerning the reborn emperor. KDY had gotten complacent, so the New Republic stepped in, used an interdictor to keep all ships in the system, and were in the process of checking everything out when we showed up. While I was happy to see Zafel on the way to getting cleaned up, the nature of the raid and our stumbling into it took on a greater significance for me. Tavira's people missed the New Republic forces because those forces were not there to trap the Invidious. Those forces had a different target. This meant that Tavira's advisors were able to read threats directed toward her, not the future in general. They were sensing the same hostile intent I'd gotten from Tycho, only they got their warning a bit in advance. Unless something was a direct threat to Tavira and the Invidious, and, by extension, the advisor himself, it just didn't register. As good as they might be at using the Force, they seem limited, half-trained. My fruitless consideration of how to use this discovery against Tavira occupied a lot of my free time, and it wasn't a problem I could share with my friends. It got knocked offline one afternoon when Jacob Knive called me into his office. I knew the pilots who had been at Zafel had been being called into their various headquarters to answer questions about the battle, but the process had left the survivors for last. The pilots and the other bands remained quiet about what went on in the interrogations, but I gathered none of them really had a clue about what had happened to them. I entered the office, tossed Captain Knive and Admiral Tavira a salute, then moved to third chair in the set before Knive's desk, the one with its back to the door into a connecting office. Admiral Tavira, wearing a pilot's black jumpsuit with a short jacket and cape to match, crossed her legs and let her booted left foot bounce somewhat impatiently.
Thank you for joining us, Captain Idanian.
I nodded once. My pleasure, Admiral. How can I be of service?
I am making inquiries about the Zafel battle. As you are aware, in the past my advisors have been rather shrewd about keeping the invidious out of danger.
Tavira regarded me through half-lidded eyes, beguiling eyes.
At Zafel they failed, but there they sensed a presence.
A presence? I frowned. I'm not certain I understand.
Do you know what a Jedi Knight is?
Her question came soft and almost seductive. The pink tip of her tongue wet her lips as she waited for my reply, her gaze gaining in intensity. Her manner and bearing and tone of voice suggested rewards for the truth, and I found myself surprisingly willing to indulge her. Exer Kuan's promise to let me have her flashed through my mind, followed quickly by the image of Mirax, sending a little jolt through me. In the wake of that jolt I felt a presence creeping into my mind. It came tentatively and gently, a roly-poly lint nerf rolling and hopping over the surface of my consciousness. Had I not been trained in the ways of the Force I never would have noticed it, or I would have put it down to the Admiral's penetrating gaze. As it was, even with my rudimentary skill in the Force, I felt its intrusion and sought to deflect it away from any deep probe. I recalled how Luke had entered my mind by making his thoughts flow along with mine. I reversed this technique. Since the prober was looking for information about the Force and Jedi Knights, I'd supply it. I dredged up every memory of Jedi Knights from every trashy holodrama and news documentary I could remember. I created a pool of such images, allowing the prober in, then insisting her in that wealth of data. I do, Admiral. I blushed and glanced down. I used to be quite a fanatic on the subject as a child. I watched whatever I could because it infuriated my family. I didn't understand then the risk to my family I posed, nor the risk that Jedi posed to the Empire. I know the New Republic claims to have some, and I believe one of them was responsible for the destruction of Karita.
So he was.
Tavira's eyes brightened slightly.
At the Battle of Zafel, my people had indications of the presence of a Jedi. Do you know anything about that?
I threw my head back and laughed. It all makes sense, now. She frowned.
What does?
The proton torpedoes. Those would be what he used against the invidious. Knive shook his head.
Again, with help files.
I looked openly at the both of them, feeding shock into the pool of memories in my brain. The Jedi, Luke Starkiller, Adam Darklighter, Big Skywalker, whatever, the one who destroyed the Death Star at Yavin, he used proton torpedoes. It makes sense that he shot them at your ship when going away. I was flying against Rogue Squadron, and he was the founder of Rogue Squadron, after all. I felt the same surprise on Tavira's face roll down the connection in my brain. That presence withdrew itself as Tavira's surprise melted into an appreciative smile.
I am impressed, Captain Idanian. No one else has connected Rogue Squadron with the Jedi.
Not even your advisors?
No, not even them.
Her quirt cracked against her gloved palm.
How is it that you were able to come up with this answer?
I narrowed my eyes. That X-Wing pilot almost got me. I knew he was from Rogue Squadron, but when analyzing my performance after the fact, I realized I needed to know more about all of them. Their history makes for fascinating reading. You're even mentioned in it. Her head came up and her gaze became icy.
I've run afoul of them several times, but never with a Jedi flying with them.
I tried but could not suppress a shiver. She caught it and smiled.
You've survived an encounter with them, as have I. Does that make us kindred spirits?
It makes us both survivors.
And you take pride in being a survivor?
I shook my head. I take pride in being a victor. Her eyes widened slightly.
And do you always win?
So far.
Perhaps you have not been properly challenged.
She pursed her lips for a moment.
Perhaps I should find a challenge for you.
Captain Knive shifted uneasily in his chair. If you wish, I can. I held a hand up. Begging your pardon, sir. May I speak frankly, Admiral? Tavira blinked at me.
This is different. Proceed.
I stood. I have great respect for you, Admiral, as a tactician and for being able to hold together this coalition. Your ability to keep the Invidious intact while the New Republic is hunting her is nothing short of miraculous. And, without meaning to sound forward, I think you're stunningly beautiful. Fact is, though, I joined the Invids to be a pilot and to make money. If the challenge you're thinking of offering me tests my pilot skills, I'm your man. If not, I'm not interested in the job. Knive looked stricken and I'm pretty certain he thought he was going to be ordered to have me killed right then and there. Tavira looked surprised. For all of a second. Then she rose to her feet and lashed me across the face with the quirt. I knew the stinging blow was coming, no need even for the Force to tell me that, and I just took it. The pain sank into my flesh and heat rose to replace it in my right cheek. I didn't feel any trickle of blood, but I knew I'd have a nasty welt for a day or so, and an ugly bruise after that.
That is for your presumption, Captain.
Tavira brought the quirt back and pressed it up under my chin.
If I were to find you attractive, and though you are far from ugly, you are not of a type I favor, and I wanted you to attend me, you would. Oot oot, no speaking here. Know that what I tell you is a fact pure and simple.
Her eyes all but closed as she stared up at my face.
Pity you're so very blonde. I've always found blondes to be a disaster for me.
She spun away abruptly, letting the quirt rasp against my throat.
As for pilot challenges, those I will present to you. Within a week, I think, I will have the survivors spearhead an action for me. Do you think you will be up to that challenge?
I will do as ordered, Admiral. Tavira turned back toward me, slowly, with a coy smile on her face.
I imagine you will, Captain, which means there is hope for you of a future. Do not displease me, Captain. You won't like what happens to those in whom I am displeased.
I retreated from Knive's office, passing Timser, who was waiting to go in next, and walked out into the sunlight. I started to head toward a little restaurant I liked, but as I started thinking, my wandering became aimless. So many things had happened in that meeting that I needed to sort them out and figure out how to proceed. First and foremost, I had confirmed what I suspected: Tavira's advisors were Force-sensitive and schooled in some uses of the Force. I was pretty sure my deflection had gone unnoticed, which meant her advisors were not very skilled in that sort of probing. It could have been that their talent for uncovering threats was a passive one, working only on threats directed at them. That meant they were largely reactive, which was akin to being a counterpuncher as a fighter. It's not bad, but it means you have to get hit first before you can hit back. The fact that they had detected my Force use in the battle did disturb me, and made me thankful I'd been working to keep my Force sensitivity shielded otherwise. If Luke's early assumption that Mirax had been taken to forestall action on my part were true, because my Force presence could identify me, I'd all but announced to my enemies that I was here. The fact that they were willing to accept the Force presence at the battle as that of Luke Skywalker didn't clear this problem up, it just meant they had no way to differentiate me from Luke for the moment. It also struck me as odd that I never had a sense of Tavira's advisors before the probe in the office, or during the battle. If they could detect me, they were within my range to detect them, or so it would seem. They had to be shielding themselves as well, remaining hidden. Given that until a half-dozen years before, being a Jedi was a quick way to slow death, the ability to remain hidden was a virtue. For me, however, this virtue meant I could be standing right next to a dangerous enemy and not know it. Second, and equally important, I'd learned Tavira did not like being crossed. I blunted the prelude to a proposition, she punished me for it, then told me I'd never defy her again. She did not admit I'd headed her off, and she did not relinquish control in the situation. She clearly felt she had come out the victor, and I didn't want to know how she was going to reinforce her victory. I found myself before the crash and descended into the cool depths. I gave my eyes a chance to adjust to the dim light, then made my way toward the back, to a table where Timzer sat with Kate. Before I could get there, however, Remart landed a hand heavily on my left shoulder. I turned toward him, shrugging his hand off. "You want something?" The big man smiled slyly at me. "Just to buy you a drink." "Got a special on alien neurotoxins, do they?" The bartender, a guy who had enough sores on his face to be from Zafel, laughed. "We're not Margathas. Sasiru is buying. What'll you have?" "Local laminil, thanks." I looked at Remart. "Why so generous?" "I don't want any misunderstandings between us, Captain." He raised a scarlet brandy in my direction as a salute. "No hard feelings." "Sure." I accepted the ale from the bartender, nodded at Remart, then continued on my way to the back. Timzer slid a chair out with her foot for me. "What's going on with Remart?" Timzer snorted and Kate growled.
Sasiru came into Knive's office after me, to meet with the Admiral and Captain Knive. Came out of the meeting all happy. Seems the Admiral thinks she's going to let Remart show her a good time after our next outing.
Oh. I sipped some of the ale and let the carbonation attack my tongue. The ale soured in my mouth, but I knew it wasn't anything to do with the brewing. I didn't like the idea of Remart with Admiral Tavira, and turned to glower at him. Kate let a low growl roll from her throat.
"Jealousy does not suit you, Genos."
I looked at her, blinking in surprise. "Jealous? Me? Of Remart? No way." Timzer shook her head.
"Got it bad, pretty clearly, Jen."
"No, you're wrong." I frowned at the both of them, then drank. I tried to tell myself I didn't like the idea of them being together because Remart would cause trouble for me with Tavira. With Tavira backing him, Remart will be a terror. Timzer gave me an exaggerated nod.
"I copy, Captain Idanian, but I think your sensor data is reading wrong."
Kate agreed with a smile.
"Seek the truth, Genos. Don't fly blind."
My frown deepened as I considered the possibility of being jealous. I knew it was insane. I didn't want her, I had Mirax and was very happy. I'd refused her, and I could easily see her turning to Remart as both a way to salve her ego and to get under my skin, since our dislike for each other was well known. Yet even though I didn't want her, I wanted her to be with him even less. "I am jealous." I shivered. Part of me knew my jealousy was all pre-programmed and genetic. By winning a female, a man guaranteed his own genetic survival, and all other men are de facto rivals in that quest for immortality. As much as I wanted to believe I was removed from my animal nature, as much as I clung to Yoda's dictum that we are not crude creatures of matter, I still didn't like Remart. I also had a powerful attraction to Leonia Tavira. I had to admit it. Part of the reason I'd cut her proposition short was because I did find her desirable. She was easily classed as eye candy, and her cunning enhanced her attractiveness. Her capriciousness was dangerous, but that very danger was a challenge. Could I, in relating with her more closely, avoid her wrath? Before letting myself follow that line of thought, I pressed my mug of cold ale up against my right cheek and let the chill soothe the fire there. I felt more of a sting as some of the ale slopped down over the abraded flesh, but I let it remind me of Tavira's petty and venial side. Am I so far gone here that I truly want her? It drove a sting like a vibroblade into any desire I had for her. Kate sniffed once in my direction.
Your face. Who?
I lowered the ale and gave her a good view of the welt. Remark's playmate. She didn't like my answer to some of her questions. Timser swirled brandy around in a snifter, then smiled.
I answered them and all I got was a headache.
Yeah, well, I told her I had a headache, and got lashed for it.
Not wise.
Kate leaned forward.
No pity for Remart. For you, fear.
Don't fear for me, Kate. I shook my head. And don't do it around Tavira. I think she can smell fear and can smell weakness. Stink of either one around her and you might as well chew a blaster bolt, it will be quicker and just might not hurt as much. 39. The new raid promised to be easy and probably did not require the show of force we were going to haul along, but I hated it. Admiral Tavira had decided we were going to travel to the Algora system. We weren't going to hit the main world, Algora 2, even though the bureaucracy-bound planetary administration probably couldn't mount a defense. Instead we were heading for the first world in the system, Keralt, a jungle world whose only colony was far from self-sufficient. It was this lack of self-sufficiency that made Keralt a prime target. The colony, Morimento, was home to one of the larger Commissai remnant communities in the galaxy. Well, back before I was born, right after the Clone Wars, the world of Commas was brutally attacked and hit with enough firepower that the vegetation boiled off the world, leaving it a dead rock, and the vast majority of the Commissai dead with it. Because of the thoroughness and sheer ferocity of the attack, no one knew who had ordered it or carried it out. And no one knew why it had been carried out. For as long as anyone could remember, the Commissai had been very pacifistic and the very soul of moderation and mediation. While a few Commissai ventured forth as Jedi, obviously including my grandfather's friend, Ilenikit Claw, most who left Commas did so as traders or scholars, negotiators and diplomats. So beloved were they that various languages adapted the word Commissai to mean friend from afar or stranger to be trusted. Factions within the Empire certainly did what they could to help the surviving Commissai after the immolation of their world. A number of colonies like Morimento had been created, and those who were inclined to see conspiracies everywhere even went so far as to suggest Alderaan had been destroyed because it was home to one of the larger Commissai refugee communities. I didn't know if that was true or not, but I could recall my mother collecting up old clothes for shipment to Commissai camps elsewhere in the galaxy. With the defeat of the Empire, the charity continued and even swelled, which meant, with a semi-annual shipment of supplies just having arrived on Keralt, the Commissai colony became a ripe target for plunder. As we reverted to real space, we discovered we were not the only ones who found the Commissai supplies a prize worth winning. We poured out of the Invidious and saw an old Kaloth-class battlecruiser in orbit around Keralt. The IFF transponder indicated it was called Harmzue, and I'd known of that ship from back in my Corsac days. It belonged to a group of Thalassian slavers who, even for slavers, had a pretty unsavory reputation. They culled the best and brightest of their victims and killed the rest, guaranteeing a diminished supply which hiked their prices. Bolts, on me. We have their skulls. Burn them, don't shock. Rock, slash, head down and ground attack Thalassian ships. Use ion cannons, I don't want slave ships being blown up with slaves inside. Timser and Wallen acknowledged my orders and headed to atmosphere while the rest of us came around to port and drove straight at the 24 Z-95 headhunters the Thalassians used, fairly stock models with 2 triple blasters and a concussion missile launcher. The Thalassian pilots were not bad, but we were just better, a lot better. I nailed my first one in a head-to-head pass. I fired first, splashing his forward shield with laser light. He shied a bit and shot a concussion missile at me, but it jetted past harmlessly. My next 2 bolts punched through his shield. One drilled into the cockpit and the second melted part of the port engine. Bits and pieces of it broke loose, exploding out through the housing, then the S-foil itself tore off and whirled away into space. The skull proceeded into a flat spin, and the pilot, if he still lived, was unable to do anything about it. The next pilot hit me once with red bursts from his triple blasters, but my shields held. I shot back, hitting him with a dual-fire pair of laser blasts. He rolled to starboard to get away from me, so I rolled to port to drop in on his tail. I triggered another burst of fire that nibbled away at his aft shield, then inverted and climbed into his continued loop. He tried to roll to port and climb away from me, but a quick push of the stick forward and a touch of rudder brought me back on him. My last shots pierced his shields and, were he flying an X-wing, would have decapitated his astromech. As it was, in a skull, I took off his cockpit canopy and the top 10 centimeters of his helmet. Red blaster bolts shot past me off the starboard side. I popped my throttle offline and went bow down for 2 seconds, then throttled up again and ruddered to starboard. The skull that had been trying to slip in on my tail overshot me, giving me her belly as a clean target. I pumped 2 sets of bolts into it, collapsing the forward shield and taking the first third of the craft off. Unless the pilot was really good, all she'd be able to do was fly straight and level. That worked out, though, because down would bring her back to the dogfight, and up would carry her into the battle between the Harmsue and Invidious. But not for long. The Kaloth battlecruiser had once been considered a very powerful ship, and this one had been modified enough to be able to fight any Nebulan B frigate to a standstill. In the hands of slavers it made for a most potent weapon and, under normal circumstances, would have been a welcome addition to the Invid fleet. However, the Thalassian slavers had tried to poach what Admiral Tavira saw as her property, and the price to be paid for that affront was very high. And even watching various sensor feeds well after the battle, I found it truly difficult to comprehend the vast, destructive capabilities of the Invidious. While I knew how many guns the ship had and could easily describe the relative effects of each, watching them employed in so efficient and lethal a manner left me emotionally numb. The Harmsue got off the first salvo, spraying laser cannon and turbo-laser fire over the length of the Invidious. A few shots made it through the Star Destroyer's shields to boil off hull armor, but I'd seen nastier damage done by an X-wing strafing run. The Harmsue's gunners didn't concentrate their fire to compound the damage being done. Their tactics might have worked in the past to frighten off a ship with which they were more evenly matched, but not the Invidious. And not with Admiral Tavira commanding. The Invidious return barrage devastated the ship that was 1/5 of the Star Destroyer's size. The heavy turbo-laser batteries concentrated their fire on the aft end of the battlecruiser, punching through the shields as if they were mere holograms, then boiling great holes through the hull. Atmosphere vented, carrying with it debris and bodies, then subsidiary explosions rocketed more shrapnel and parts into space. The Invidious Emerald heavy turbo-laser cannon shots raked the battlecruiser's starboard flank, drilling through shields and burning off the Harmsue's weaponry. With no shields and no weapons, the battlecruiser's commander did the only thing left open to him. He rolled his ship to present the belly shields and tried to pull away and run. In his case, however, there was no try, and there was no do. There was only die, and the battlecruiser died spectacularly. As the aft came around, the Invidious hit it with everything. The Harmsue's aft looked like a black hole sucking in every green energy shaft the Invidious gun spat out. The battlecruiser's engines exploded immediately, shredding the last third of the ship. The roiling golden ball of incandescent gas actually pushed the Harmsue further on the captain's intended course, but by then it was only the spasmodic jerking of a corpse. The Invidious guns cored through the battlecruiser's hulk, melting everything. Molten durasteel congealed into long, twisted threads that trailed from the wreck like the roots of a nebula orchid. I actually thought I saw, and confirmed by later sensor data review, turbo-laser bolts burning through the battlecruiser's nose. More metal tendrils bled out from the ship's bow, then the hollowed hull sagged in on itself. What was once the Harmsue hung there in space like the carcass of some odd metallic animal. I rolled the clutch and streaked back into the dogfight, but the Thalassians were broken. Half their fighters had already been destroyed, and watching the death of the Harmsue had taken the fight out of the rest of them. The trio whose skulls could jump peeled off into an exit vector, while the rest of them headed out toward Algora 2. Why they thought they would find sanctuary there I had no idea, but whatever they would face there likely beat the death we'd give them. Let them run, bolts. We're going atmosphere and see if there is anything to do down there. My clutch broke through the planet's cloud cover first, giving me a good view of the planet's verdant jungles. From several points to the north I could see smoke and orbiting clutches that occasionally swooped and fired. I punched up Rock Squadron's tactical frequency on the comm. This is Bolt Leader. Rock Lead report.
Rock Lead here. Little bit of ground fire. We have a shocked shuttle. Slaves have escaped into the jungle and we're driving the Thalassians away from them.
Good work, Timzer. I raised /Squadron and got a similar report. I brought my clutch around on a southern heading and did a flyby on the main Morimento district that included the spaceport, but saw no ships and encountered no fire. I switched back to Bolt Squadron's tactical frequency. 3 flight, land here. 2 flight, combat aerospace patrol. 1 flight, on me, sensors in ground search mode. I worked my sensor controls over into ground search mode, which painted a grid on my monitor, superimposed a topographical map of the terrain, and started to fill in data on structures, energy flow patterns, lifeform readings, movement and anything else the programmers had thought important. I fed the resulting data over to my comm unit and shot it up to the Invidious. A red light on the comm unit burned to life beside the fleet frequency. I punched it. Bolt lead here.
Bolt lead, this is Admiral Tavira. Ground status?
Scanning the town now. Looks like the warehouses are loaded. If you send our assault shuttles down now, we can start loading. I glanced at the sensor monitor and the data that was scrolling across it. Warehouse district appears to be largely deserted. The Commissai must have headed home when the trouble started.
Let them stay there and they need not be hurt.
My thoughts exactly. Well, not exactly. Taking the supplies and equipment from the warehouses could set back the development of the colony by years. The Commissai were known to be industrious, but taming a world is not an easy task. With the proper tools they could have done a lot, so the harm we would do them might not be immediate, but it would hurt.
I am so pleased you approve. Tavira out.
I switched back to Bolt's tactical frequency. 3 flight, report on spaceport status. I got no reply, which struck me as odd. This is Bolt lead to 3 flight. Report status. Again, no reply. Bolt 2, on me, 3 and 4, continue scanning. I rolled my clutch and headed back toward the spaceport, keeping my sensors in ground mode to pick up on any ground fire that could indicate a running light fight or ambush of my pilots. The last thing I wanted was for Remart to get killed because I'd ordered him to the ground, since I knew I'd pay dearly for spoiling his long-awaited assignation with Admiral Tavira. Ground scan came up negative, though it did show all 4 clutches of 3 flight on the ground and intact. I'm not liking this, too. Stay up and keep orbiting. I'm going down. I set the clutch down, popped the hatch, then doffed my gloves and helmet. I took the comm link from the helmet and checked to make sure it was tuned to the squadron frequency. I clipped that to my red flight suit lapel, then pulled a blaster carbine and a belt of power packs from the survival box. I hauled myself out of the cockpit, slid down the front and hit the ground running. I headed toward the spaceport terminal building, and when I saw blaster scars on the door lock, I got a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. Realizing I was taking a risk, I tapped into my personal force reservoir and pushed my sphere of responsibility out. I consciously flattened it, making it more into a fat disk, in the hopes that Tavira's advisors wouldn't pick up on it. Then I focused it even more forward, ignoring the spaceport landing facilities. Keeping it in a semicircle, I pushed it out and sensed nothing in the terminal. In the jungle beyond it I found all manner of lifeforms and various Commissai homes. Then, at a distance that would have covered roughly 2 Coruscant blocks, I found my pilots. Along with them I caught pain and fear, but it didn't come from them. I started sprinting and rounded a corner along a paved path that followed the gentle, rolling lay of the land to a circle and an area where the trees had been thinned so homes could be built. Remart and his flight mates stood in the center of the clearing, with a semicircle of Commissai looking on with horror in their wide, dark eyes. A landspeeder rested on the ground between most of the Commissai and my people, with 2 dead Thalassians still seated in it. A third Thalassian, the driver, lay on the ground. Across from him lay a Commissai who had risen up on one elbow, with his left arm held up to ward off a blow from Remart. Behind that Commissai crouched another Commissai, smaller and finer-boned. I guessed she was a female and perhaps even an adolescent because of the slight swell of down-covered breasts. The purple markings on the face and shoulders of both commissai were similar enough that I assumed some sort of blood relation between them. Report, Sasiru. I put a lot of venom and all the command I could muster into my voice. Now. Report. Remart's head came up and he came around to face me. His flight mates spread out, each one of them fingering the blaster carbines they wore slung over their shoulders or across their bellies. I looked at each one of them, but they didn't hold my gaze very long. When I looked at Remart, he smiled confidently.
Situation is under control, Captain. It doesn't concern you.
I continued trotting forward. Is that so? I glanced at the downed commissai and saw a dark dribble of blood from one of his nostrils. I gave him a quick nod, then narrowed my eyes. Explain to me what is going on here.
I said it was none of your concern.
Noted. Make it my concern. As I approached them I slowed and noticed a couple of details I'd missed from further out. The dead driver had spilled a satchel of jewelry when he went down. I'd never seen commissai metalwork before, and the silver and gold pieces lying there were utterly unlike anything I'd ever looked at. I had no reason to suspect the slaver had brought the jewelry with him for trading purposes. Since none of the commissai I could see were wearing anything beyond sandals and a kilt-like garment, my assumption was that the Thalassians had been looting this small neighborhood when Remart and his people happened upon them and killed them. Remart's face closed up.
We found the Thalassians here. They resisted and attacked us and, as per regulations, we killed them. End of report.
I nodded at the commissai on the ground. What happened to him?
He struck me, so I hit him back.
I frowned. What sort of Sithspawn reason did you have for being out here anyway? The man smiled slyly and I saw his friends begin to grin, too.
I was shopping for something for the Admiral.
So you thought you'd just come along and loot a house or two, but you found the Thalassians here already. You killed them and you decided to take their swag. I stared at him, incredulous. And this commissai didn't want to give it up, right?
We just wanted him to share.
Sure, but the only thing you know about sharing comes under the heading, communicable disease. I frowned. What made you think you had any right to that jewelry? Remart looked at me as if I were stupid.
We're pirates. We take stuff like jewelry.
Right, but all the stuff we take goes into a communal pool and is split up later. You know that. I shook my head. Just because Admiral Tavira has lost her mind doesn't mean rules no longer apply to you.
Oh, really?
I nodded. Really?
Good, then. I'll apply some rules.
He brought his blaster carbine up and pointed it at the commissai male he'd hit.
This one hit me. He was resisting, so I get to kill him.
Nope.
No?
Remart's eyes narrowed.
Being selective about regulations now, aren't you, Captain?
Hardly. I pointed at the commissai with my left hand. He's mine. You can't kill him. The pilot frowned.
He's yours?
Right. I need a body servant, and I want him to fulfill that role. You can't kill him. I watched Remart's anger rise to his face. And that's an order, Sasiru. Remart shifted his shoulders.
You know, I don't think I like your orders. And, you know, I think you could be shot down right now and we could tell everyone that the Thalassians ambushed you while you were bravely leading us on a recon of this area. I think I could even get elected to lead Bolt Squadron in your place.
That's possible, but it won't give you what you really want. I tossed my blaster carbine down and the belt of power packs with it. Even if I die here, even if you cover it with that story, everyone will remember two things. 1, I was in the lead, and 2, they'll remember I said you hit like a Chandra fan. You'll never live that down unless...
Unless?
I shook my hands out and waved him forward with my fingertips. Try me. Beat me down with your fists. Of course, I don't think you have the guts to do that, since I'm not harmless. Care to prove me wrong? Remart laughed aloud and tossed his carbine to his wingman.
Oh, I've been waiting for this chance. You suckered me in the dark, Idanian. It's a good day for bone breaking and blood spilling. You're mine.
His first punch came in high, a right hand hooking down toward his left. I stepped away from it easily, then leaned in, grabbed the back of his gray flight suit and tossed him to the ground. He rolled on his shoulder and came up, spinning fast to face me, his arms ready to pick off any punch or kick I might be throwing at him. I remained where I was and laughed. I told you before, you get one free punch. You missed, so I'll only count it as a half, how's that? He approached me more carefully, keeping his feet solidly under him. He came in with his left fist forward, his right cocked to deliver a heavy punch. He led with a short jab from his left hand, but I merely had to lean my head away to avoid it. He stepped in to deliver the right, so I cut to my right and his punch sailed over my left shoulder. As I came around beneath his retracting left arm, I leaped up and caught him on the side of his face with an open-handed slap that twisted him around and dropped him to one knee. He covered the red imprint on his cheek with his own hand, then spat on the ground. Remart rose slowly and set himself to continue the fight.
Is that your best, Idanian?
Just warming up. As he set himself for my attack, I saw the myriad of countermoves he ran through his mind. Unlike Tycho, Remart did not think in complicated lines. He evaluated and rejected attacks not based on what I could deliver, but on what he could best attack back from. He looked to defend himself against blows he hoped I would throw. And apparently he never truly got the idea that I had no intention of making his dreams come true. I snapped a kick out with my right foot that caught him on the left kneecap. It drove the knee back until it locked, but didn't break it because I'd already begun to retract my foot. As he began to stumble back, my foot flicked out again, catching him squarely in the stomach. His eyes bulged and a strangled groan burst from his mouth as he fell and vomited. Hey, you do have guts. I left him on the ground, walked over to the bag of jewelry and squatted beside it. The pieces in it looked very beautiful, both delicate and yet possessed of a sinewy strength that matched the Kamasai people. You were willing to oppose Remart for these pieces. Why? The Kamasai looked from me to where Remart was slowly gathering himself to his feet, and back again.
These are heirlooms. Our families were destroyed on Kamas, and these are the physical memories we have of them.
He pointed to one particular piece, a necklace, with interlaced cat-like figures, each with a tiny gold stone as an eye.
My daughter, she asked for that piece to be returned. Your man demanded something of her in exchange, and sought it when she refused.
I tossed the piece to the Kamasai crouched next to her father, then stood and walked back toward where Remart was bent over holding his belly. I knew he was trying to sucker me in, so I feinted, taking one more step forward and stopped. He lunged forward, trying to tackle me, so I slipped to the left and drove my right fist solidly in on his right ear. The punch dropped him to the ground cleanly and I heard his teeth click as his chin hit first. I kicked him solidly in the ribs, then backed away, sucking at my torn knuckles. That was for even thinking about imposing yourself on her. I walked back over and picked up the rest of the jewelry. I tossed the bag to one of the Kamasai in the crowd. Make sure the pieces get back to whom they belong. Remart's wingmate, Doberty, groaned.
Captain, that's our stuff.
Not anymore. I turned around again to see Remart coming up into a crouch. You want to come to me, or do I come to you? He came running. His arms hooked out like horns, looking to catch me, grapple me, carry me to the ground. In close, wrestling like that, his size gave him an advantage, and he wanted to use it. He could hurt me badly doing that, so I didn't feel inclined to play along with him. I let him get in close, then I began to fall back before his attack. As his arms closed about me, I grabbed the front of his flight suit and pulled. Rolling back, I posted my right foot in his stomach. As we rocked back on my spine, I extended my leg, pitching him into the air and over my head. He hit hard, driving the Kamasai and his daughter off to my left and further away from their own people. Before Remart could get up and lunge at them, I closed with him and grabbed a handful of hair to help him up. He started to turn toward me, so I let go of his hair and caught him with a roundhouse left that shattered his nose. He reeled away, but I kept after him, burying my right fist in his stomach, then clipping him with a left on the side of his head again. That punch landed like a hammer on an anvil, and didn't do the anvil or the hammer any good. I felt a pop in my left hand and knew I'd broken something, but despite the pain, I didn't care. A short jab to the mouth mashed Remart's lips and tumbled a couple of teeth free. His hands rose to his face, came away bloody, then he stared at me for a moment as if he couldn't believe what was happening. His mouth gaped open with surprise, so I closed it for him with a sharp jab that staggered him and sent him to the ground. Remart lay there for a second, spitting out bloody saliva and a tooth. He swore, spraying blood over the green grass, then looked past me.
Don't just stand there, Nerf brains. You have blasters. Shoot him.
I spun, hoping I could touch the force and absorb the bolts, but I never even got a chance to begin to concentrate. Blue lightning wreathed each man, one after another, starting them jerking and dancing as if puppets controlled by a spastic droid. Their blasters hit the ground right before they did, and the bleeding commissai kept my blaster on them. I turned for one last time to Remart. You don't know it, but you've had quite enough. I leaped above the feeble kick he aimed at my legs, then snapped a kick to the side of his head. He flopped back on the ground and I prepared to kick him again, but a hissed gasp from the commissai stopped me. I stared at Remart for a second and could feel my hands swelling. I flicked the blood off my right hand, then realized I'd spattered the young commissai female. I looked to apologize to her, read the horror in her eyes, then my gaze drifted beyond her to where her father stood holding my blaster carbine. On me. Thanks for protecting me. I opened my palms toward him. Couldn't blame you if you shot me. In your place, I probably would.
That is entirely possible.
The commissai shrugged his shoulders easily, lowered the carbine, then twisted it around to present the stock to me.
Among the commissai, however, a body servant does not shoot his master.
I wasn't serious about that. I said that just to prevent him from killing you. The commissai's blue-on-green eyes sparkled.
This I know, but I am serious about it. You put your life in jeopardy to protect mine, much as I did to protect my daughter and these, my friends.
So you should stay with them.
I cannot, for to do so would be to put you in jeopardy.
He blinked his big eyes and raised a three-fingered hand.
You told these men that you were taking me as your servant, which action precipitated this fight. Your man violated an order from which your authority to discipline him arose. If you do not take me as your servant, then there was no justification and he and his friends will be free to fabricate a story that will destroy you. By going with you, I am proof of your story.
My eyes narrowed. And what of the tale they will tell about the jewelry?
We are all that remains of a peaceful people who had their world destroyed. Who would believe we have anything of value?
With his right hand he indicated his people.
I am Eligos Akla, trustant for this domain of Morimento. All I have of value is these people and, I believe, by protecting you I can protect them.
His words, carried in a somber but rich and sincere voice, made a lot of sense. Still, I didn't like the idea of taking him with me into the Survivor Society. Even under my protection, Corcris was no place for a civilian. I do not want to take you away from your daughter. Eligos shook his head.
We are commissai. We understand well the pain of losing kin, and how to ease that pain. She will not be alone.
I nodded and accepted the blaster carbine from him. I turned and fired one stun bolt into Remart, then lowered the weapon again. Looks like I have a body servant. I'll be at the spaceport. You have an hour to say your farewells. If you don't make it on time and get left behind, I'll understand. The commissai graced me with a warm smile.
An hour. I will be punctual.
I started to trudge down the path to the spaceport and worked my comlink into my left hand. This is Bolt Leader. When we have a chance, I need some pilots to de-dirt some clutches, and I'll need some evac of downed men. Someone at Fleet replied after only a couple seconds delay.
You have trouble down there, Bolt Leader?
A bit. I sucked at a knuckle. Nothing I couldn't handle though. 40. Some of the invidious internal security officers came down with the evac shuttle, separated Eligos, me and the 4 of my men who had gone down. Once we got back to the Star Destroyer, I was placed in a small ward room and interrogated. I told them the full story about finding Remart looting the dead Thalassians, our disagreement about the fate of the Commissai and the subsequent fight. I eliminated any mention of the Commissai jewelry and instead suggested Remart had been angry that the Commissai had nothing for him to take. I knew Remart and his cronies would spin the story differently. I counted upon the idea that no pirate would give loot back to people to give my fiction about the lack of loot the stamp of truth. Their counterclaims would simply seem like a trumped-up story to get me into trouble. The interrogation lasted for a couple of hours, during which time my hands stiffened up, the blood on them crusted, and the broken bones in my left hand began to throb rather fiercely. The interrogators knew I was in pain and kept promising I'd have medical attention once I'd cleared up a few details. Having conducted numerous interrogations myself, I knew what they wanted to hear, how they wanted to hear it, so I gave it to them. Finally they walked away, apparently satisfied with what I had told them. After they left, a 2-1B droid came in and examined my hands. It noted that I'd broken 2 bones in my left hand and had a lot of edema in both hands, as well as cuts and abrasions. It set the broken bones, and was a bit more gentle about it than Mara Jade had been, but informed me that I'd not be getting access to the Bacta tanks on the ship because I was not sufficiently injured. While it would not give me details on what had happened, from the nature and number of injuries it described, I gathered some Thalassians must have ambushed one of our looting parties, or someone triggered a booby trap, which accounted for all the people using the tanks before me. The droid withdrew and Eligos came into the room, with bandages, some salves, water and sponges to clean up my hands. Though I am not formally a healer, one learns to deal with wounds like these when building a settlement. Carving out a new life is bound to give anyone new skills. I smiled carefully, a bit surprised by the Commissai's scent. I found it slightly spicy and woody, almost like Corellian whiskey. But a touch sweeter, reminding me of warm beverages my mother would make for us when the family would huddle together during winter nights. I found the scent comforting in something that seemed to make the small gray room in which we stood seem less oppressive. Sitting on the room's table, I looked up into Eligos' eyes as he cleaned the blood from my right hand. I have a question for you. I will do my best to answer it. When I arrived on the scene down there, you were on the ground, bleeding from the nose. Remart said you'd hit him, but from here, feeling the strength in your hands, looking at your musculature, I know that's not true. You are not that far removed, physiologically speaking, from Solonians that I believe Remart would have been left standing if you'd hit him. Eligos cocked his head slightly to the right. I tapped him on the shoulder, wishing to thank him. I believe I surprised him with my approach, which is why he turned and struck me. But, if you had wanted to, you could have snapped his neck with a single blow, couldn't you? Eligos' brow furrowed, then he looked down into the basin of bloody water. For Commissai, momentous events produce memories that are very striking in detail. You might consider them holographic, but they are more to us. Almost tangible. To have that sort of memory of killing someone, no matter the reason, is a terrible burden to bear. Such a memory would not fade with time, and would become a heavy burden indeed. Because of such things, we have always sought to promote peace and understanding, harmony and unity. I nodded. And that's why you stunned instead of killed the others down there. Eligos straightened up. I thought I had killed them. I stunned them because you had left the blaster set on stun. I could not have let them kill you, and would have accepted the burden of such memories in your defense. That surprised me a bit. So, when you held the blaster on me, you thought a shot would kill me. He bowed his head forward. Until you took the weapon and shot Remart, I thought the men I had shot were dead. It was only when you shot a man you could have easily beaten to death, that I realized the men I had shot were merely sleeping. Now that you know they live, will that memory fade? The commissai gave me an enigmatic smile. Flesh tightened around his eyes, sharpening the purple striping that rayed out from their corners. I will keep it intact for other reasons, I think. He started to shift over to work on my left hand, when Admiral Tavira entered the room and shoved him away. She grabbed my left hand and caught the broken bones in a pincer grip.
I am not pleased at all with you, Genos Idanian, not at all.
I locked my jaw so I would not cry out as she tightened her grip. Through clenched teeth I said, I am sorry to hear that, Admiral. She released my hand and raked a stare over me.
You look a mess.
I snorted. You should see the other guy.
I have, damn you.
Her expression went from angry to something colder, and brought a smile with it.
You administered quite a beating to Remart. And why?
She flicked a hand out, thumping it off Eligo's breastbone.
For this piece of alien meat? Why?
I gave her a cold stare. I needed a servant, nothing more. Fire flared in her eyes.
You needed a goad to use on Remart.
She folded her arms across her chest.
You are so easy to read, Idanian. I know you too well.
Do you? My guts began to churn for reasons I could not identify. I should apologize to you for spoiling your fun, I suppose, but I saw no reason to let Remart murder someone who had done nothing.
Remart said this one struck him.
I frowned at her. Remart has said nothing to you. He's still got to be in a Bacta tank. Another couple of hours and your toy will be fine. You can speak to him then. She shook her head, her hair brushing over her shoulders and breasts like liquid shadow.
He's beyond speaking.
What? Her cruel smile reappeared.
He's dead.
I shook my head. Not possible. I didn't hit him that hard. She laughed.
Such concern over someone you clearly hated. No, you did not kill him.
Tavira paused for a moment and stepped in closer to me, leaning forward with a hand pressed to the table on either side of my hips. Her words came as whispers, her breath on my left cheek coming warm and gentle, in sharp contrast to what she said.
I had him shot. He was insubordinate. He disobeyed an order and struck a superior officer. He had to die, and you knew he would the moment you goaded him into that fight, didn't you?
I pulled my head back, leaving a centimeter of space between our noses. If I'd wanted him dead, I'd have done the job myself.
That may have been what you were thinking, Genos, but I know better. Your heart knows better.
She moved her head forward until her nose barely bumped mine. She smelled of flowers, musky flowers with a hint of a nebula orchid sweetness underneath it all.
You wanted him dead, and you wanted me to kill him, to punish me for selecting him after you rejected me.
Wrong. She straightened up, raised her right hand and traced her index finger along my jaw, starting at my right ear.
You blondes always cause so much trouble. Everyone assumes you are stupid, but that's because they cannot fathom the complexity of your thoughts. Perhaps even you cannot.
As her finger came around, she caught my goatee between it and her thumb, giving it a tug that was decidedly ungentle.
You knew I chose him because I knew he was a rival of yours. His hatred of you was quite pathological, as was your hatred of him. At heart though, you were very much alike. The confrontation was expected, and I knew you would be the victor.
I stared deep into her eyes. Then why didn't you prevent it?
I wanted to see how you would get rid of him.
Her smile broadened.
If you were a coward, you would have given him impossible assignments that would have gotten him killed. I did not expect that of you.
I felt a thrill run through me as she spoke. What did you expect?
I expected you to let him trap himself, as he did.
Tavira leaned forward again and licked my left cheek teasingly.
I didn't expect you to make me kill him. I thought you would present his body to me as proof you were his superior. Trapping me the way you did, you sought to prove you were my superior as well.
I kept my voice even. You may choose to believe that, if you wish. She laughed and backed away a step, then tucked her black hair back behind her left ear.
And you may choose to believe that is not what you intended.
She licked her lips and I felt the heat of her lust radiating from her.
So, you forced me to destroy my diversion, leaving me with the need for a replacement. I think I will have you become my new diversion.
I held my hands up. I won't be diverting anyone for days.
And you will want to use those days to figure out how to escape me, won't you?
She shook her head.
I know your tragic tale of a lover lost and your revenge plotted. I know what you desire. I am not a stupid woman. I could compel your attendance by my side by simply threatening to have the survivors wiped out. I could threaten your servant here, and you would do what I want, but that is not enough. So, this is what I tell you, Geno Zidanian. You know you want me, and you know I want you. I know you want to destroy the Tinta line and reclaim the lover denied to you. I will even allow you to do that, putting the invidious and all my resources at your disposal. All you have to do is to agree to come to me of your own free will. You will enjoy my company, and I assure you that you will very much enjoy it. You will come here, to the invidious, and I will make you my consort. Through me, your goals will be accomplished.
Leonia Tavira smiled, then stepped forward one last time. She took my jaw in her hands and pulled my mouth to hers. Her tongue played across my lips, then she kissed me, fully and deeply. I wanted to tell myself that I didn't thrust her away because of the injuries to my hands, but I knew that wasn't the truth. The thrill I had felt before exploded inside of me, running from my loins to my brain and back down, rendering my pain insignificant. I found my nose full of her scent, and could feel each strand of her hair that lashed gently against my cheeks. The injuries to my hands were the reason I did not pull her closer. My face burned as she pulled away, a victorious smile on her face. She glanced at Eligos.
Take good care of him. I will call upon him in a month for his decision, and if he is not healed, I will return to Keralt and sterilize the planet.
She kissed her fingers and pressed them against my lips.
A month, then all you desire, in your heart and mind, will be yours for the taking.
She swept from the room, and a few seconds after her departure, the fire in my lungs reminded me that breathing was indeed a necessary part of my continued existence. I greedily sucked in air and snorted it back out, trying to clear her perfume from my nose. I did my best to ball my left fist and smack it against the table, but Eligos caught my wrist and stopped me from doing that as easily as a parent curbing a child's tantrum. He didn't say anything, but just started washing my left hand. The sting of water and the rasp of the sponge over torn flesh helped bring me back into myself. I wanted to apply a quick Jedi calming technique, but to do so would betray me to Tavira's advisors. Using such a technique also required more composure than I could muster at the moment. There was no denying that I was attracted to Tavira. It was a physical thing, an animal thing, a magnetic attraction of one meat machine to another. I wanted to think of it on that plane alone, as if I were betrayed by the crude matter that trapped my spirit, but I knew that wasn't the whole story either. There was something in her spirit that I found intriguing. I told myself that what drew me to her was situational, like my attraction to Sial Tinta or Wedge's attraction to Qui. Still, I found something about Tavira absolutely fascinating, which made it difficult to deny the enticement of the flesh. What disturbed me more than my feeling of being drawn to her was her analysis of why I hated Remart and why I had done to him what I had. Even when describing the fight to my interrogators, I denied the detail of the damage I had inflicted on him. Kicking him in the stomach, smashing his face, all of that was certainly one way to win a fight with him, but I'd been trained in much quicker and more effective ways to deal with someone like him. Even in our first encounter, a shot to the throat had backed him off. That same blow, delivered more forcefully, could have crushed his windpipe and killed him without a fraction of the damage I'd done to him. I looked at my hands and knew I could have easily put him down without cutting myself and breaking bones. I'd known forever that hitting someone in the face was a great way to break a hand, but I did it anyway. I'd hit him there to punish him, and I'd hit him to punish myself. Somewhere, deep down inside, I knew the beating I gave him was wrong. I couldn't stop myself, so I made myself pay. Tavira suggested that I'd hated Remart so much because we were so much alike. I couldn't believe that, but cold assessment showed me her comparison wasn't terribly flawed. The necessities of the pirate society had brought out my worst traits. I'd allowed my arrogance and cockiness to run away with me and bring me down to the invid's level. Remart is what I would have been had I fallen in with the survivors and not the rebellion. A chill ran down my spine. It would have been so simple, too, because the survivors loved the Empire no more than I did when I was on the run. Given no place to hide, I could have easily joined them to strike back at the Empire. Had I not been in a position to eventually join the rebellion when I ran from Corellia, I might have ended up with the survivors. Without a moral compass, would have fallen into the savage and brutal society with absolute abandon, thriving amid the scum I used to hunt. I'd not have been Tavira's consort, she would have been mine. I hissed, more at that realization than the sting of the unguent eligos applied to my hands. I would have been a terror, a Garm Bel Iblis, carrying on my own war with the Empire, but without Bel Iblis's nobility to guide my hand. The whole of the galaxy would have been arrayed against me and I would have destroyed them all. I would have become what Exer Kun offered to make me. No. Eligos smiled.
The dressing will help the healing, Master.
Not that. I frowned. And don't call me Master. Genos will work, Captain, if you want to be formal.
Very well, Captain.
Eligos elevated my right hand and started to wrap it in Steroplast. I sighed and let him work. I knew I had been jealous of Remart, and I beat him in a manner such that I destroyed his physical appeal. As nearly as I could sort out, Tavira had been right, I beat him to spoil her fun and punish her for choosing him over me. Even accepting that, I knew I'd not let Remart live just so she would kill him. I had not expected that to happen. She was morally bankrupt enough to transform mercy on my part into lethal trickery. I knew others would believe as she did. Kate and Timser, who probably knew me better than anyone else in the Invids, would clearly accept my being that devious. But I didn't do that. I couldn't. I frowned. Could I? I shivered again and felt an icy viper wriggle through my guts. I could have, definitely. I clung to the fact that I knew I hadn't. But now I had a new dilemma to face. Tavira had given me a month to decide if I would become her consort. I would be taken aboard the Invidious. I would become part of the crew. I would have her confidence. I would be able to learn all of the Invid secrets, and I would even learn where Mirax was held. I would have everything I wanted, my wife back and the means to destroy the Invids. In other undercover operations I'd worked before, the delicate matter of physical intimacy with subjects of the investigation had come up and had been handled in a variety of ways. Sometimes another Corsec member, like Yella, would be brought in to play the role of wife or girlfriend. Other times, when going out with a gang and being paired off with someone in the group, getting them drunk enough to incapacitate them, or feigning being that drunk myself provided a way out. Yet other times, claiming to have a girlfriend who knew nothing of my criminal activity would be enough to get folks to leave me alone. But there were occasions where a cover story did not suffice. All operatives were told that they needn't do anything they objected to on a moral or philosophical basis, and we were given assignments that would put the least amount of stress upon us in that regard, but there were times when sleeping with someone was the logical next step in deepening a relationship that would allow the investigation to go further. While I was not wholly comfortable in such situations, neither did I see sex between consenting adults as forbidden unless sanctioned by marriage. Mirax and I had enjoyed each other's company well before we were married, and she was not the first woman I'd ever taken to bed. The few times during investigations when I had slept with a subject were different for me because, in those situations, I had no steady relationship with anyone else. I had no external ties, no understandings or vows that I would be breaking by sleeping with someone. And it struck me that while such connections would have given me another level of concern, they might not have stopped me. Mirax was my wife, with whom I had been entirely faithful, yet Tavira was the most direct course to obtaining Mirax's freedom. It would not be as if I were to fall in love with Tavira, that would not be possible. Physically I might be with her, but emotionally I would have no connection. I would give her what she wanted to put myself in position to get what I wanted. It would be an alliance of convenience, letting me correct the injustice that had been done to my wife. It would be so simple. All I would do would be to be with Tavira, to please her and deceive her. She would lead me to my wife. And I would even deny Tavira that which she would want most, my devotion. That would be the goal she had in mind, and I would not surrender that to her. She could have my body, and together, I had no doubts, we would discover and explore vast galaxies of passion, but she would never quite get all that she wanted from me. All those thoughts coursing through my brain seemed so obvious and so right, but something screamed in horror at the idea of giving in to them. What would be so easy to do, what would bring me closer, faster to Mirax than anything I'd done so far, would somehow also be wrong. I didn't know why. I didn't want to believe it. I even wanted to say the transgression there would be insignificant compared to the good that resulted. My alliance with Tavira would be only one way, I would get from her what I wanted and deny her the prize she most desired. That was what I would do, and any protest could be damned for being weak. I shivered. I can't believe I'm thinking this. Eligos tore and knotted off the steroplast bandages on my right hand. What is that, Captain? I shook my head. Things I'm considering. Things I must do, but things I almost can't believe I'm thinking. I can't be thinking them. The commissai nodded slowly. If you will permit me, we commissai have a saying. Yes? He pressed his hands together contemplatively. If the wind no longer calls to you, it is time to see if you have forgotten your name. The simple saying hit me like a hammer, and found echoes in my father's old adage about not recognizing the man in the mirror. I began to tremble. You're right. I no longer know who I am. 41. Then I would suggest it is time you begin to remember. I laughed. Easier said than done. He shook his head and began wrapping my left hand. Not at all. Start from where you are and trace your steps backward until you recognize the last place you knew yourself. While his advice seemed deceptively naive, something in his voice also suggested it was the only possible solution to my quandary. I applied myself to the task, but zeroed in on a shortcut. A liaison with Tavira would be the fastest route to rescuing Mirax, but part of me knew it was wrong. I knew the part of me that opposed the plan bitterly would be a stepping stone back to myself, so I grappled with the reason why accepting Tavira's offer would be wrong. The answer smashed me in the face and left me aghast. I'd avoided seeing it. The choice was wrong because I wouldn't be sleeping with Tavira for Mirax's sake, I'd be sleeping with her because I wanted to. I was letting the ends justify the means. I was able to wrap up a selfish desire in all sorts of noble and selfless reasons, but the reality was that Tavira's attraction to me pleased me. I felt flattered. I'd been married to Mirax for just shy of 4 years and never had the desire to be with another woman, but that didn't mean I didn't want to be thought of as attractive. And Tavira was a desirable woman who could have any of hundreds of men, so for her to choose me, well, that was very special. And for me to have the chance to prove she had chosen correctly, that I was indeed someone very special, that was a meal that could gorge my hut-like ego. It was of the dark side. Those words echoed through my brain in Master Skywalker's voice, and my understanding of the dark side expanded exponentially. Exar Kun and Darth Vader and the Emperor had made the dark side seem so dynamic and powerful, that recognizing it and refusing it became easy. Here in the Invid society where people acted more like beasts than they did civilized creatures, the line of demarcation between good and evil was not so much blurred as it didn't always run straight. Each situation had to be approached a little differently, and adjustments had to be made by degrees, or falling over to the dark side became almost casual. In the beating I had administered to Remart, I'd probably stepped over the line. I had been working in defense of Eligos, his daughter, his people, and even myself. Had I tapped the Force to strengthen me in that fight, I would have been pulling through power dark and terrible. I would have done to Remart things that all the Bacta in the galaxy could not have made right, and reveled in his screams as I did it. I would have swept Tavira away. I would have won Mirax her freedom, but only at the expense of all we had ever had together. I frowned, then looked up at Eligos. It all comes down to the nature of evil, doesn't it? Evil is selfishness, while good is selfless. If I take an action that benefits me, only me, and hurts others, I am evil. If I do what must be done to prevent harm to others, if I become the buffer between them and evil, then my actions will be good. The Kamasai canted his head to the left. Your intentions will be good. Without consideration and forethought, however, your actions could still be evil. That is the problem, of course. Evil is always easy and resisting it is never so. Evil is relentless, and anyone, if they tire, if they are not vigilant, can fall prey to it. My scowl deepened. And there are situations where opposing evil may result in harm coming to the innocent. It does happen, yes. He blinked his big eyes, then settled his hands on my shoulders. Life is not without pain, but life concerns itself with how we handle that pain, or joy, or confusion or triumph. Life is more than time passing before death, it is the sum and total of all we make of it. Decisions may not be easy, but many is the time when not making a decision, not taking an action is worse than a poor decision. Evil flourishes where it is not opposed, and those who are able to oppose it must to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I threw my head back and laughed aloud. Eligos watched me with a puzzled expression on his face. I did not think what I was saying was particularly humorous. It wasn't. It's just that I've heard those words before, from my family and friends and even myself. I smiled at him. When you introduced yourself to me, you said you were a trustant of your people. That is a position of responsibility and trust. The Kamasai nodded solemnly. It is most highly regarded among our people. And do I have your trust? You do. So I can trust you in all things, to help me? Eligos again nodded. I will not be a servant of evil. That makes two of us. I nodded to him. When we get home, I will tell you more. He pressed his hands together again. I look forward, then, to journey's end. Thanks for fixing my hands. And my head. The pleasure was all mine. I twisted around and lay back on the table, hooking my heels on its edge and letting my hands rest like lumps of lead on my chest. In having quoted back to me things my father and grandfather had said, things I'd heard Wedge say and things I'd told myself and others, I realized who I was. I saw my reflection in the mirror and heard the wind call to me. I had, since before I could remember remembering, always held as the highest possible ideal a commitment to serving others. What I wanted was subordinate to what was good for everyone else. My job was to provide others shelter and shade, to be a fortress against all the cruelty and wantonness out there. Life itself was hard enough without monosynaptic sociopaths preying on folks. What I realized right then and there was that I'd made gross errors in how I approached dealing with Mirax's disappearance. When I joined the Jedi Academy, I abandoned much of who I had been. I had a new name, a new look, a new identity, and I was learning new things. I was trying to become someone I was not because I believed that only someone more powerful than me, a Jedi, could ever possibly save Mirax. When the Jedi Academy proved disappointing and I fled, I returned to my roots. I pitched away what I had learned, and even missed what my grandfather had given me in the information he'd preserved. I even misinterpreted the dream as one predicting disaster if I tried to be a Jedi, but that wasn't the message of the dream at all. The message of that dream was as simple as it was stark: selflessness is the only antidote to evil. It provides the light that destroys the dark. At first I had divorced myself from my Corsac past, then I divorced myself from my Jedi heritage in favor of my Corsac training. I was treating my identities as if Corsac and Jedi were left and right, as if I could possibly function with only one side of my body or the other. I was making half of myself oppose the other half, when I should have integrated both halves. I was not Corran Horn of Corsac or Kieran Halcyon, Jedi Knight. I was both of them. I needed to unify myself and my efforts. Certainly, just as my grandfather had described Nija, often not letting it be known that he was a Jedi. There were times when one approach would work better than the other, but I had to be able to use both if I planned to succeed. The Invidious got us back to Corcus relatively swiftly, and I was shuttled down with Eligos halfway through the unloading of the survivors' share of the bounty yielded up by Carol's warehouses. I could have gone down sooner, but I stayed on the Invidious to see to it that my squadron got off in good order, and to find out from Colonel Gert what she'd heard in the way of rumors running around through the ship's crew. She didn't say she'd heard much, but she recommended I start physical training, aiming to improve my stamina and vigor as much as possible. By the time I got down to Vlarnia and to the hotel suite I rated, given my rank, I discovered it had been visited in my absence. A variety of luxury goods had been delivered to my rooms, including some century-old Savarine brandy in a matching decanter and snifter set. The bottle and the 4 glasses had been decorated with exotic gemstones, including a Durand fire jewel the size of my thumbnail. Bolts of exotic fabric, statuettes from various worlds and a variety of preserved foodstuffs had been loaded into my rooms, along with a holograph from Tavira wishing me a quick and strong recovery. I smiled. A mere dozen hours before now this display would have impressed me and flattered me. I would have felt that I had her right where I wanted her, too, that I had trapped her into devoting so much energy to winning me that she'd never see how much I was fooling her. I would have poured a glass of the brandy, toasted her defeat and tossed it off triumphantly. Now I just saw a pile of things that had been stolen from others. She had no right to any of this, and giving it to me, giving me things she did not own and had not worked to earn, had no value. She took what she wanted, and while she thought she wanted me to come to her voluntarily, the fact was that she'd have from me what she wanted or she'd have me destroyed. Her gesture was as hollow as she was immoral, and that just made my decision to deal with her that much more important and imperative. Eligos returned to the suite's parlor after having completed a circuit through the bedroom, refresher station and food preparation station.
There is much more elsewhere, including things suggesting a fair amount of intimacy in the refresher station and bedroom.
In her fondest dreams, Eligos. I gave him a confident smile. We've got a month. In that time, I intend to become her worst nightmare.
Good. I applaud your decision.
The commissai clapped his hands together and smiled.
I should add, I think it is one worthy of even your grandfather.
42. My grandfather? I stared at Eligos, gape-mouthed. You're not referring to Rostek Horn, are you? The commissai shook his head and pointed me toward one of the suite's chairs.
You inquired if I could be trusted several hours ago, and you informed me of a decision that requires I keep your trust, or you will be hurt and perhaps even killed. I offer you, now, something of similar value.
I slowly sat. Highlights skittered silver over his gold down as he drew himself together in the middle of the room. I sensed a great solemnity about him, and knew what he was about to do was not something he did lightly. Eligos, you need not tell me anything that will jeopardize you or your people. In fact, it might be best if you don't.
No, I know I can trust you.
The commissai gave me a beneficent smile.
Even under pain of death you would not surrender this secret.
Not knowing what to say, I just sat back and let my bandaged hands lie on my belly.
You will recall I told you that memories of momentous events become strong and almost tangible to us?
I nodded. Killing someone would create such a memory.
Correct, or other things like the birth of a child, or meeting someone famous, or being present at some significant event.
Eligos' expression softened slightly.
Among the commissai we refer to these memories as memnii. They are memories invested with emotion and sensory data and, even sometimes, intangible things that escape quantification. They are more fine in detail than any holograph, and more precious to us than any material possession.
He brushed his fingertips lightly across the purple striping on his shoulders and around his eyes.
The truly significant thing about memnii is that we can share them with others. The ability to transfer them is limited by consanguinity, which is why our clans often intermarry, making certain there are open avenues of communication between groups. Because we can share these memories, because they come across with full impact, they have more completely allowed us to communicate within our species. This is why we have avoided violence and look to help others find peace. It is fairly easy for me to transfer a memnus to another member of the Claw clan or to my father's clan, the A clan.
My head came up. My grandfather knew a commissai named Ilenikit Claw.
My mother's brother. We share the maternal line. I knew him well and we were very proud of his being a Jedi.
Elago's face took on a very happy expression.
You must understand, we commissai discovered something special about the Jedi. While only 3 or 4 generations of separation could all but block the transfer of memnii between commissai, when one of us came to know a Jedi and form a bond with him, we could transfer to him a memnus. This is nothing short of a miracle, and when my uncle became a Jedi, the Claw clan's pride swelled incredibly. It is through a memnus my uncle gave to me that I recognized you. You have Nija's eyes, his scent and his sense.
Your uncle was Ilenik? Where is he? Can he tell me more about Nija? Elagos blinked his eyes rapidly and covered his face with his hands for a second. I started to get out of my chair, but he held a hand out to stop me, then composed himself.
Forgive me. My uncle was not on commas when our world was immolated. He was visiting a friend on Alderaan and convinced that friend to provide a safe haven for other commissai survivors. He and others of our leaders who had survived decided that we also had to spread out, and to mix our clans in all these new settlements. While Alderaan might be the largest settlement, it would not be the only one.
I felt my blood run cold. He died on Alderaan. Elagos nodded slowly.
He had eluded the Emperor's Jedi hunters for years, but he could not elude a world's destruction.
What was the memory of my grandfather he gave to you? Can you give it to me? Elagos shook his head.
I do not think you are quite enough a Jedi, nor enough of a friend, for us to be able to do this yet.
He hesitated.
And I am not certain you would want this memory. It is of your grandfather's death.
I sank back in the chair and closed my eyes. What I knew of my grandfather's death was a nightmare, but at least I could treat it like a dream. I didn't want to even think about getting it full-blown with emotion from my grandfather's friend. You're right. Perhaps that's not a memory to which I am entitled.
Yet.
I nodded and opened my eyes again. Yet.
We shall have to remedy that, then.
The commissai smiled again, slyly this time, giving him just a hint of predator.
How will we proceed?
I brushed a bandaged hand over my mouth. Every good operation starts with intelligence. The Invids draw ships and crews from all over, but those based here are definitely the spine of Tavira's operation. If we shatter them and drive them away, she'll have to take greater and greater risks, which means she'll make mistakes.
Destroying a planet of pirates is a tall order for a lone Jedi Knight and a lightsaber.
True, especially since I don't have a lightsaber. I frowned. Don't think I can download the plans for one from the HoloNet, and I don't think sending Luke Skywalker a message inquiring after how to build one will bring a favorable response.
Even on Carroll we had heard of his Jedi Academy. He would not teach you.
I winced. I was there, but didn't exactly leave on the best of terms with him. Do the commissai have the equivalent of the Corellian, strafing the spaceport you've just left?
Uprooting a plant after you have plucked a single blossom.
It works. Can't be a Jedi without a lightsaber. Elagos shrugged.
Perhaps you can reroute the plant.
Something in the back of my brain clicked. Not reroute, just grow a new one. I got up and jogged into my bedroom. There on a night table I had a datapad and a stack of datacard journals. I picked them up and started sorting them clumsily by pitching the ones I didn't want onto the bed. Finally I got down to the ones I needed and handed them to Elagos. He frowned.
Corellian Horticultural Digests?
I nodded. Nija's best friend, the man I grew up thinking of as my grandfather, the man who is my grandfather, was wise enough to know I'd need the sort of information I'd decline to take with me. These journals have in them columns he has written. I thought he gave them to me when I was leaving because he wanted to share his work with me, but I never even got all the way through any of them. Too much plant stuff, and annotations that reference the genetic codes of the hybrids. In those codes he has encrypted Nietzsche's journals and teachings, and the instructions for creating a lightsaber have got to be in there. Eligos scooped the datapad up. If you will permit me, I will go through these journals and see what I can find. Good. I held my hands up. Since I can't fly for a bit, I have ample reasons for wandering about all over the place. I know a lot about operations here, but not as much as I should. Once I know where the support structures are for the Invid organization, I can take them apart. It won't be easy, but it's got to be done. As my uncle often said, there are attempts, and there are accomplishments. History's only praise one. I laughed and clapped my hands, then bit back the pain. You accomplish some decoding and I'll accomplish some healing, then we'll go from there. I actually managed to do a lot during the time I was healing, and my imminent elevation to Tavira's side helped me immeasurably. When I was asked, for example, why I didn't use the Bacta tanks on Corcris to speed my healing, I said Tavira would think me weak if I could not endure the pain. That satisfied most folks, while the Jedi healing techniques Eligos uncovered from the journals actually allowed me to speed my healing. I knew, however, that having my hands continually wrapped in bandages would be helpful since it made me decidedly less threatening to most folks. I made the rounds of the myriad groups stationed on Corcris, and was greeted warmly by all the various leaders. They clearly felt courting me would be good for them in the long run. I spent some time in the Warren with Rystar's raiders and the Red Nova crew. Aside from wanton cruelty visited on the Indigs, they were a fairly benign bunch of individuals. They were not quite the hard cases that the survivors were, and really didn't seem to have any secrets or plotting going on that I could exploit. In direct contrast, Shala the Hutt and his gang of glitbiters were malevolent to the core. They'd taken over a warehouse out near the spaceport and had remodeled it in a fashion best described as Old Republic because it looked as if the place had been destroyed before the Empire arose and left virtually untouched since. Debris tangled the place, with rusty orange being the dominant color and laserburn black being a second choice. Duraplast crates that looked worn enough to be Death Star debris were scattered all over, and the whole place stank of rotting vegetation. The Duracrete slab in the center had been lazed down into an amphitheater with a flattened dais at the north end where Shala spread himself out. I've heard it said that young Hutts can be quite muscular and powerful, which must mean that Shala is older than dirt. If a rock could be described as obese and it drooled, that would be Shala. Shala tended to mumble a lot, then laugh, which made his cronies laugh, too. The 3PO droid he had translating for him did a fairly good job, but Shala hit him so often to correct him that the droid's right arm looked like it had been dragged behind a speeder bike going at high speed through Vlarnia's narrow streets. I smiled at the droid. Tell your master I find his hospitality most generous, but an allergy to most insects means I'll have to decline snacking on those crunch bugs. I nodded to Shala and passed the bowl of chirping bugs back to him, licking my lips enviously. I turned my attention back to watching two little mammals with tusks trying to tear each other to pieces. They fought hard, apparently not knowing Shala would eat the victor. The most interesting thing about Shala's warehouse was that the building was actually smaller on the inside than it was on the outside. The absolute glut of junk in the place made it difficult to tell that fact from the inside, and I would have missed it save for spreading my senses out to see if he had hidden guards located in various spots where they could snipe at interlopers. I didn't find any at that time, but I did discover people working behind false walls and in other sunken pits buried beneath piles of scrap metal and plasteel. I smiled and gently flicked away a droplet of Tusket blood that hit my right cheek. The victorious Tusket screamed as Shala snapped its spine and bit its head off. He offered me a raw haunch, but I declined, so he tossed it to another of the warehouse's denizens, and a fight ensued for it. I sincerely hoped for the sake of the Rhodian who won the prize that Shala would be sated by Tusket, lest another victor end up on the evening's menu. By far the most secretive of the groups in Vlarnia was the Black Star Pirates. While they made a cantina called the Minok Hole their home, most of them passed through it on their way to another location. Way off in the back of the common room, in a corner where visitors never got seated, members would punch a code into a keypad and be admitted beyond a sliding door fitted into the wall. I had no idea what went on back there, though the relief of pirates allowed to leave their public station and retreat to the back radiated off them like heat off a fusion reactor. While collecting data, I did my best to limit my uses of the Force. I wanted to avoid detection, of course, but I also wanted to avoid having things that seemed anomalous happening before I started taking overt action. The fact was that the easiest solution to dealing with the invids was to put together a lightsaber and harvest a bunch of heads. Decapping the pirates would certainly cause a quickening of the invids' downfall, but then I'd be the only one left on Corcris, which would provide Tavira with a big clue as to which one of us was the source of her problems. Even more of a problem than that, of course, was the fact that I'd be committing wholesale murder. While it was true that none of these folks would ever be elected Humanitarian of the Year, they didn't all deserve death. Kate and Timzer, for example, were just good pilots who had fallen in with the invids. Had they joined the rebellion, they could have been plotting Tavira's downfall. I wanted to give them a chance to redeem themselves, I guess, which meant I needed to convince them that what they were doing was wrong and to walk, run, slither or fly away from it. In this I had an invisible ally. All my targets were spacers. Something about traveling through the vastness of space, never knowing if a jump will go bad, dropping you into a sun or leaving you stuck in hyperspace forever, that makes spacers a bit superstitious. For years I'd worn a Jedi medallion as a good luck charm. I'd infiltrated the invids because I read an omen in a dream. If enough things began to go wrong, if there were enough signs of impending doom, even the hardcore invids would begin looking elsewhere for planets to plunder and places to stay. In all of the places I went I did my best to memorize what I could. Knowing as much as possible about various layouts was vital if I was to slip in and slip out again. The game I was going to play was very dangerous, but it was one that I had to win, so I did everything I could to control all the variables. After a week, I had enough information to start planning my campaign. I laid everything out, figured who I would hit first and how, then where I would move next. I had to hit hard to keep the pressure on, yet I had to strike at random so I could not be anticipated and trapped. It wasn't going to be easy, but then if it was, it wouldn't have been a job for a Jedi. Only one last thing needed to be accomplished before I could begin. I needed a lightsaber. Eligos uncovered my grandfather's instructions on how to create a lightsaber fairly early on, and my heart almost sank. The data file was rather specific about the various supplies that would be needed to create the weapon, so I had a shopping list. Beyond that, however, the file detailed the steps needed to put the weapon together and included the various meditations and exercises a Jedi apprentice should go through with each step along the way. The process Nija laid out, if followed precisely, would take almost a month, and I didn't have a month. I knew impatience and haste were part of the dark side, but really hoped things could be truncated so I could actually succeed in my task. I took the first step by collecting the various parts. The lightsaber, while an elegant and deadly weapon, actually was not that complex. Getting the parts to put one together was not difficult at all. To serve as the hilt, for example, I salvaged the throttle assembly and handlebar tube from a junked speeder bike. I took it from where the wreck hung in the crash cantina and no one so much as noticed me make off with it. I got the Dimitris circuitry for the activation loop from an old capital ship grade ion cannon fire initiation controller, won that piece of junk from Shala betting on another Tusket fight. The recharger port and wiring came from a comlink. A milled-down tri-fighter laser flashback suppressor became the parabolic, high-energy flux aperture to stabilize the blade, and I pulled the dynoric laser feed line from the same broken laser cannon to act as the superconductor for energy transference from the power cell to the blade. Buttons and switches were easy to find, and dear old Admiral Tavira, with her gift of the brandy decanter and snifters, provided me all the jewels I needed to make a half-dozen lightsabers. The most difficult part of creating a lightsaber was producing the power cell that stored and discharged the amount of energy necessary to energize a lightsaber blade. That said, the parts list called for a pretty basic power cell. In fact, because of the age of the instructions, I had a hard time locating one that ancient. Newer power cells were more efficient than the one my grandfather had specified, but I didn't think that would present a problem. After all, as I read the instructions, I came to realize that the nature of the battery was not as important as how it was integrated with the rest of the components. The core of the Jedi ritual for creating a lightsaber came down to charging the power cell that first time. My grandfather ridiculed the popular superstition stating a Jedi channeled the Force through his lightsaber. He suggested that this was a misunderstanding of what it took to charge it initially and tie it to the rest of the weapon. The Jedi, carefully manipulating the Force, bound the components together, linking them on something more than a mechanical or material level, so they worked with unimagined efficiency. Without this careful seasoning and conditioning of the lightsaber, the blade would be flawed and would fail the Jedi. Before I could figure out how to put Tavira off for another month, Eligos decoded an annotation to the instructions for constructing lightsabers. It turned out that during the Clone Wars, Jedi Masters developed a way to create a lightsaber in 2 days. Nija included this method, noting it was to be used only in times of pressing need, but not in haste. I read it over and felt a certain peace settle upon me. I knew the words had not been written for me, but they sank deep into my core. Urgency without panic, action without thoughtlessness. I began by calming myself and simplifying my lifestyle. I drank only water and ate noodles that were all but unflavored. I cleared Tavira's gifts from my bedroom, or hid them away in closets. I sat in the middle of the floor, with the parts for the blade laid out in a semicircle around me. I studied each one and used the Force to unfold it and take a sense of it into myself. My hands would fit the pieces together, but I wanted the parts to mesh as if they had been grown together. The lightsaber would be more than just a jumble of hardware, and to make it I had to see the parts as belonging together. I fitted the activation button into its place on the handlebar shaft and snapped the connectors into the right spots on the Dimitris circuit board. I worked that into the shaft itself, then inserted a strip of shielding to protect it from even the slightest leakage from the superconductor. Next I snapped into place the gemstones I was using to focus and define the blade. At the center, to work as my continuous energy lens, I used the Durand fire. That same stone gave my grandfather's blade its distinctive silver sheen. I used a diamond and an emerald in the other 2 slots. I wasn't certain what I would get in the way of color tints from the emerald, and with the diamond I hoped for a coruscation effect. Onto the end of the hilt where the blade would appear I screwed the high-energy flux aperture. It would carry a negative charge which would stabilize the positively charged blade and provided a solid base without allowing it to eat its way back through to my hands. Controlling a lightsaber blade was difficult enough without having it nibbling away at fingers. I clipped the discharged energy cell in place, then connected the leads to the recharging socket. I screwed the recharging socket into the bottom of the hilt but didn't fasten on the handlebar's original butt cap that would protect it because I needed to charge the power cell for the very first time. I reached over and took the charging cord from the small transformer I'd borrowed from our tech bay, and plugged the lightsaber in. With my finger poised on the transformer button that would start the energy flowing, I drew in a deep breath and lowered myself into a trance. I knew that manipulating matter sufficiently to meld the part and forge the weapon would have been all but impossible for anyone but a Jedi Master like Yoda, but doing just that as part of the construction of a lightsaber had been studied and ritualized so even a student could manage it. It was very much a lost art, a link to a past that had been all but wiped out, and by performing it I completed my inheritance of my Jedi legacy. I hit the button, allowing the slow trickle of energy to fill the battery. I opened myself to the Force and with the hand I had touching the lightsaber's hilt, I bathed the lightsaber with the Force. As I did so subtle transformations took place in the weapon. Elemental bonds shifted, allowing more and more energy to flow into the cell and throughout the weapon. I was not certain how the changes were being made, but I knew that at the same time as they were being made in the lightsaber, they were being made in me as well. In becoming a conduit for the Force for this purpose, the final integration of the people I'd been occurred. The fusion became the person I would be forever after. I was still a pilot, a little bit arrogant, with a healthy ego and a willingness to tackle difficult missions. I was still Corsac, an investigator and a buffer between the innocents in the galaxy and the slime that would consume them. And I was Jedi. I was heir to a tradition that extended back tens of thousands of years. Jedi had been the foundation of stability in the galaxy. They had always opposed those who reveled in evil and sought power for the sake of power. People like Exar Kun and Palpatine, Darth Vader and Thrawn, Isard and Tavira, these were the plagues on society that the Jedi cured. In the absence of the Jedi, evil thrived. In the presence of just one Jedi, evil evaporated. Just as with the lightsaber, the changes being made in me were not without cost. What the Force allowed me to do also conferred upon me great burdens. To act without forethought and due deliberation was no longer possible. I had to be very certain of what I was doing, for a single misstep could be a disaster. While I knew I would make mistakes, I had to do everything I could to minimize their impact. It was not enough to do the greatest good for the greatest number, I had to do the best for everyone. There was no walking away from the new responsibility I accepted. Like my grandfather, I might well choose when and where to reveal who and what I was, but there was no forgetting, no leaving that responsibility at the office. My commitment to others had to be total and complete. I was an agent of life every day, every hour, every second, for as long as I lived, and then some. I heard a click and looked up, blinking my eyes. Eligos? Eligos stood over me, offering me a glass of water. It's done. I blinked, then took the water and greedily sucked it down. I lowered the glass and felt water dribbling down around my goatee. I swiped at it with my right hand and felt the stubble of beard on my cheeks. How long? 2.5 days. The commissar smiled and took the glass back from me. Not as fast as your grandfather, but acceptable. Anyone notice I was missing? Several people inquired, but I told them you were down with the brandy ague. They said they could understand you're celebrating your change in fortune. He set the glass on my dresser, then walked back into the suite's parlor. While you were engaged in here, I found something else to do, and made good use of one of Tavira's gifts to you. I estimated the pattern based on my memories of your grandfather. He held up a green Jedi robe, with a black belt and black overrobe. I think it should fit you well. I nodded and brandished the lightsaber. I punched the button under my thumb, giving birth to the silver blade 133 centimeters in length. A lightsaber and robes. Looks like a little justice has arrived on Corcus, and it's about time. 43. I decided to build upon the excuse Eligos had fashioned for me by spending more time drinking, or, at least, appearing to be drunk. A little Savarine brandy spilled on a tunic will leave you reeking of the stuff, and if you keep swirling it around and are sloppy when you drink it, spilling more on yourself in the process, folks notice. The people I was spending my time around had no trouble believing I was 3 jumps from sober at all times. Being drunk gave me far more freedom because, as long as I was not obnoxious, lost at Sabak, and was generous with Tavira's money or gifts, I was everyone's friend. People looked forward to seeing me, found it easy to ignore me, and even treated me as if I was not there on those occasions when I feigned sleep. I chose the survivors as my first targets. I knew them better than I knew anyone else, so I had an edge on getting into their minds. The survivors were also the most disciplined of the invids, so if I could break them, make them skittish, the nervousness would bleed over into the other groups. My move against them would be the prelude to my attacks on the other groups, so I wanted it to be especially chilling. Eligos and I worked hard on it, programming it into my datapad, then projecting it out of the holoprojector pad in my suite. We ran it over and over again, allowing me to memorize it from every angle, and practice my part in it. I had to be careful and quick, but if it worked right, it would shake the survivors to their core. I took a seat in the crash cantina at a table very much in the back. Captain Knive normally sat there, and not too long afterward he joined me. Jacob had not been paying me court as had the other pirate leaders. He trusted in the friendship we had built up during the time he commanded my squadron. I actually liked him and the way he managed the survivors, but from the conversations we'd had, I knew he was not wholly comfortable with all he had done in his life. That confidence, expressed to me late one night, was about to come back and haunt him. Jacob sat with his back to the corner of the room. I sat at his left, with my back toward a wall, but slightly exposed along my flank. Another chair sat across from him and could not be seen by most of the rest of the room because of a pillar. I had a bottle of Savarine brandy sitting in front of me, and a snifter in my right hand. Jacob drank lum, but never enough to get roaring drunk, just mildly suggestible. We sat there, chatting in low voices about the latest rumors concerning Shala the Hutt, when I pushed the empty chair out with my left foot, as if someone were drawing it back to sit. I tapped the force, letting it fill me, but turned my head toward the chair and away from Jacob. "You can't sit here. This is a private table." As I said that, I reached out with my senses and projected an image into Jacob's brain. Jacob's head came up and he blanched. Not possible. The figure he saw sitting down opposite him spat out a thick golden credit coin, that bounced once on the table. My left hand swept out to grab it, then I slapped down the credit I'd palmed. My left hand recoiled. "It's cold." The figure across the table from Jacob wore an Imperial captain's uniform, albeit a bit too small, and had a mouse under his left eye. In fact, Captain Zlees Unner of the Crusader looked exactly the way he had after the survivors had tried him and Jacob had ordered his execution. Jacob himself had stuffed the gold credit in his mouth, following the old superstition of buying off the evil things the dead would say about the living, then had him pitched out of the backstab's main airlock. Zlees Unner looked directly into Knive's eyes. "You can have your gold back. The dead don't speak ill of the dead." I grabbed Jacob's left wrist with my right hand. "What does he mean?" Jacob's mouth hung open. "I don't know." Zlees nodded slowly. You know you should have died the day all your friends did. If you'd fought harder, they might have lived. You failed them, and now you will join them. Doom is coming to Corcris. All your victims will be avenged." Jacob stood abruptly, tearing his wrist from my grip, and threw his mug of lum through the phantasm. I let the image fade into a bloody mist that drifted away as the mug shattered against the pillar. Jacob stood there, gape-jawed and trembling, then looked around at everyone else in the cantina. Their attention had been drawn to him when the mug exploded, but they had seen nothing prior to that. Jacob pointed at the chair. "Did you see him?" Other people started to shake their heads. He looked at me. "You saw him, didn't you, Genos? You saw him." I shuddered and drained my brandy snifter. "I saw him. He was that guy we took, the one we tried." I fingered the coin. "You put this in his mouth." Jacob snatched the coin from my grip and held it aloft. "Right, I put this in his mouth. But we left him in space." I poured more brandy into my snifter and looked up at Jacob, ignoring the tightening knot of people closing in on us. What did he mean, doom is coming to Corcris? Jacob snatched my brandy away from me and swallowed it all in one gulp. "I don't know." He put the snifter down again and tapped the rim for a refill. "I don't know, but it is not good. Not good at all." Within 12 hours the story of the visitation had spread all over Vlarnia and had taken on a life of its own. I had people tell me what they had seen and got to listen to them describing a vision I know they never saw. Even when I said that was different from what I'd seen, they told me I was misremembering because I'd been drunk at the time. They knew what the truth was, and it really seemed to scare the bone right out of their spines. No one was quite certain what it was they'd seen. Some thought it was a ghost, pure and simple, come back to haunt Knive for killing him. Others took the warning into account and wondered why a ghost would warn when he could have just struck and killed us all, if a ghost could actually do that. The warning seemed to worm its way into the minds of many, which was my intent. I wanted them to have been warned so when things started to happen, they would link them back to the warning. I was pleased the first effort had so grand an effect, but I knew I couldn't do that sort of thing again. While I might be able to use an illusion to throw off pursuit, simple ghostly comings and goings were not going to convince the invids that it was time to abandon Tavira. The palmed coin provided solid evidence that convinced a lot of people of the veracity of the visitation. Because of that, I decided that the next actions I took required physical proof of something going on, and a coin wasn't going to do it. It was time for something a bit more direct and painful. I waited until after Timzer and Kate had dragged me home from crash and turned me over to Eligos before acting. Mumbling how he hoped I wouldn't vomit on the bed sheets again, the commissai hustled me off and the two of them escaped lest they be asked to help clean me up. Once they were away, I slipped into the Jedi uniform, donned a hooded cloak and slipped out into the night. Using the Force, I was able to blank the short-term memory of those hotel staffers who did see me, leaving them with an innocent 8-second gap in their memories that covered my passage through the lobby. Using the Force both in crash and in the lobby was taking a risk at detection by Tavira's advisors, but I was fairly certain there were none on Corcris. She'd never given us one before and she had no reason to assume there was going to be a problem on Corcris. To leave one here, just in case, would be to provide any of these groups with a chance to learn her secret and strike out on their own. For that reason alone I felt very safe in using the Force as I hunted. My previous sojourns into the city served me well as I moved through less populated alleys and byways to reach some of the seedier areas of the aviary. I reached inside to tap the Force, so I could expand my sphere of responsibility and locate someone who needed help. My intention, of course, was to help that person and take the criminals involved out of the holograph. It was like being back in Corsac, making a sweep through Treasure Ship Row, just without all the lights. The difference was, this time, I had the Force as my ally. My sense of the city and the area around me became acute, allowing me to register the various life sources. Had I wanted to, I could have taken a census of crunch bugs or feral tuskettes in seconds. I didn't, though. Other data drew me on into the night. When on patrol for Corsac, I'd been a predator looking for prey, hoping I didn't find it in sufficient quantity to kill me. With the Force, I almost felt like a super predator. I sensed where everyone was, where their attention was directed. I could choose paths of confrontation that would keep things quiet, or would make for a big display. At the moment I chose something smaller and more intimate, but I knew the day for something more spectacular would come soon. Even though I sensed where the three of them were, I heard her sobs before I ever saw them. Two drunken laser lords had trapped an Indig woman between them and hustled her into an alley. They backed her up against a wall, trapping her hands high above her head, and were covering her face and neck with the sort of sloppy kisses the totally inebriated seemed to have mastered. Except for the look of terror on her face, their antics might have seemed comical. I moved into the alley as silent as a shadow and grabbed the first man by the scruff of the neck. I whirled him over toward the right, across my body, and smashed his face into the opposite alley wall. Something crunched when he hit, then he slumped to the ground. A half step forward and I brought the pommel of my lightsaber up in my right hand, catching the second man with an uppercut. Impact with the heavy metal pommel cap shattered the man's jaw and sent him reeling backward. One hand went to his mouth and the other dug for the blaster holstered on his right hip. As he started to draw the weapon, I rotated the lightsaber's hilt in my hand and ignited the silver blade. Its explosive hiss filled the alley, with the light painting the laser lord's shadow across the alley floor and up along the back wall. I arced the blade down, catching the rising blaster at barrel and grip, dropping pieces of it and two of his fingers to the ground. A sidekick to his already broken jaw dropped him to the alley floor, then I spun and lunged at his rising partner. Before he could draw his blaster, my lightsaber stabbed through his shoulder, burning a very neat, button-sized hole through bone and flesh. The oily stink of overcooked meat filled the alley. His face went absolutely white. He stared down at the silvery energy shaft sticking out of his shoulder, then his eyes rolled up into his head and he fainted. I snapped the blade off before his falling body could tear itself free of the blade. I didn't want him dead, I wanted neither of them dead. 2 dead men would be statistics, but these men would have scars and would tell a wonderful tale. What the visitation had begun, these 2 would continue. I turned to the woman who cowered in a crouch. I extended a hand to her and she took it. The tremors in her flesh matched the waves of terror radiating out from her. I made my voice even and as reassuring as I could. You have nothing to fear, child. They will not harm you anymore.
What? Who are you?
I guided her to her feet and walked with her toward the alley mouth and the street lights slanting into it. It is enough that I am known to be here. I let her walk into the light, but I remained in the shadows as I let her hand go. Just tell them that doom has come to Corcris. Their victims will be avenged, and those who fear justice will never sleep securely here again. Then I projected into her mind an illusion of my fading into nothingness while I slipped past her and moved further along the street. I shadowed her to make certain nothing else happened to her, then, when she found safety, I returned to my home. The next morning, early, Timser and Kate came to my suite and insisted Eligos wake me. I emerged from my bedroom looking rumpled and bleary-eyed, then sobered at the serious expressions on their faces. What's happened? What's wrong? Kate growled, and Timser provided a good translation.
2 laser lords got badly mangled last night. Doom has come to Corcris, and it brought a lightsaber with it.
44. The lightsaber made quite the impression on everyone. According to the 2 laser lords, the Jedi creature that had jumped them had been 2 meters plus tall and had congealed out of the night itself. The lightsaber became frozen lightning and the Jedi's eyes glowed like the event horizons of binary black holes. He attacked them without provocation and promised to do the same to everyone on the planet. My plans, of course, were less ambitious, but their reports played well in the aviary. I heard a lot of hollow boasting about what this person or that would do if confronted by this Avenger. Others might be frightened, the line went, but the speaker was not. He'd tear the Avenger's head clean off, then someone else would offer yet a more terrible fate for the Avenger and so on, like the bidding at an auction gone mad. Mob bravery carried everyone to the zenith of hyperbole. Then finally someone, me, sometimes, other folks most often, would shiver and clutch at his gun hand as if he, too, had lost fingers. That simple gesture could quiet a group. And the mere mention of the word Jedi was enough to send all the braggarts back to their drinks and private fears. As a Corsac officer I'd seen this sort of bravado before, and had seen it fade in the presence of a uniformed officer, but never had it risen to such heights, nor plunged to such depths. The Empire's effort to vilify and transform the Jedi into agents of terror worked to my benefit. If the Empire, which was bad enough, had feared the Jedi enough to wipe them out, then having a Jedi here preying on the Invids was about as bad as it could get. So bad, in fact, that the captains of the various groups in Vlarnia offered a 10,000 credit reward for the Jedi's head. And I set out to make it higher, much higher. For the next several nights I stalked and hit what I considered to be soft targets, bands of pirates wandering the streets in search of trouble. Each encounter occurred differently. The fact that many of the pirates reinforced their courage with lots of lum or whiskey helped me immeasurably. Drunks have often seemed incredibly lucky, and in Vlarnia they were as well, but all of their luck was bad. One evening I let a trio of the Fastblast's crew catch a glimpse of me ducking into an alley. I'd been drinking with them earlier and had talked up how a group could go hunting the Jedi and snag him, winning themselves that great reward. The Fastblasters, 2 humans, male and female, and a male Cubaz, worked themselves up into a frenzy. Then I excused myself and made as if to head home. I wished them luck with their hunt, hoping they would find the Jedi before the other hunting groups, and they took the bait. The Fastblasters came running and as they rounded the corner of the alley, I projected into their minds the image of me fleeing before them, my cloak flapping back, water from a sewage rivulet splashing up with each step. The humans raced after me at full speed. The Cubaz, who didn't quite see the image I projected, slowed and raised a hand to warn his compatriots. Before he could do so, I rose from the shadows that concealed me near the alley mouth and clopped him on the head with the butt of my lightsaber. Bereft of his warning, his two companions ran at full sprint into the brick and plaster wall I'd hidden with my illusion. The woman rebounded hard from the wall. Her blonde hair wrapped around her face as she twisted through the air and crashed down in a trash midden. The man, who had been a step behind her, had begun to twist to his right, so he took the impact on his shoulder. Even from 10 meters away, I heard his collarbone snap. He bounced back, took a couple of stumbling steps in my direction, then dropped to his knees. His right hand fumbled with the blaster holstered beneath his left arm, but with his broken bone, there was no way he could get a hold of it. I stepped in closer and thumbed the lightsaber to life. His eyes grew wide and he sank back on his haunches. You've lost use of the arm. No reason to lose the whole thing, is there? He slowly shook his head. Very good. I brought the point of the blade around so it sat a centimeter from the tip of his flattened nose. The next fast blaster I see on the streets will die. Relay that message for me, will you? He nodded and I stepped away from him, retracting the lightsaber's blade. I turned to stalk back down the alley to the street. Even without the force, I would have heard the snap of his blaster being pulled from the holster. Already 3 meters away, I turned, lit my lightsaber, and deflected the first shot into the alley wall, where it left a little guttering flame. 2 more shots missed wide. I blocked a fourth to my left with the lightsaber, then saw that the fifth would miss right and drill the Cubaz struggling to his feet. I reached out with my right hand and blocked the bolt, sucking as much of the energy in as I could. The shot stung, sending a jolt up my arm, but I shunted the pain aside and funneled the spare energy into telekinesis. I closed my right hand into a fist, then pulled. I wrenched the blaster from his hand, snapping a couple of fingers as I went, then tossed it high onto a roof. Remember my message. I turned again, smacked the Cubaz in the head again with the lightsaber's butt, and vanished into the night. 3 days later the Fast Blast and its crew departed Corcus for destinations unknown. Other crews were not so easily frightened. The Black Star pirates felt invincible in their sanctuary behind the Minoc hole, and I knew my intervention there would shake them to their core. In an earlier visit as Geno's Idanian, I took a seat that gave me a clear vision of the datapad they used to gain entry into the back. By casually studying the people going in I learned they used a 4-digit code, but most of the pirates hit the numbers too quickly for me to read them exactly. I waited for an older man well into his cups to approach the door and set myself. He punched the number in and waited for a light to go on and a tone to sound before he would be free to push the door open. I reached out with the force and simply made him forget he'd seen the light and heard the tone. He frowned, then more carefully and precisely punched the code in, letting me read from his actions what the combination was. A rainstorm hit Vlarnia the evening I decided to carry my war to the Black Star pirates, and the atmospheric certainly added to the tension growing in the aviary. It also helped that virtually everyone wore hooded cloaks as sheets of rain lashed the city. I was soaked by the time I reached the Minoc hole, but went unnoticed among the other dripping, cloaked figures in the cantina. I even swept into the back area warded by pirates without being the subject of much scrutiny. Moving with authority and raising a hand to the datapad to punch in the combination appeared to be normal to the pirates seated there, so I only needed to devote a tiny slice of the force to making them lose the seconds of their life in which I passed them by. I punched in the code and pushed the door open. What I found beyond it surprised me because of the opulence. Muted red and gold glow panels gave the foyer and parlor beyond it a warm feel. Doorways across from the entry and in the 2 side walls provided access to corridors that I guessed led to rooms meant for private pleasures. I caught just enough of the tang of spice in the air to guess what some of the pirates were enjoying, and a half-dozen men and women attired in unseasonably brief costume, lounging vivaciously on overstuffed furniture, suggested what others would find to content them. And through the doorway at the far end of the parlor I heard the cheers and groans I'd long associated with gambling. With the small self-service bar to my right, the Black Star Pirates Haven seemed to make available most of the idle-time delights considered desirable throughout the galaxy. This was a place where everyone could have fun. To my left, a silver 3PO droid with a missing eye sketched a brief bow and extended his hands toward me. "Check your weapons, Master." Beyond him I saw a small caged enclosure chuck full of blasters of every size and description, with another 3PO droid locked in, shelving weapons and retrieving them. "I think not. I must insist." The 3PO droid inclined his head toward me. "In accordance with all the regulations in your fellowship contract, specifically Clause 35.6. I lit the lightsaber and split him from crown to groin with one swipe. Sparks flew as both halves tottered and crashed to the floor. I stepped over the twitching pile of circuits, secretly guilty over how good that had felt, then I pivoted to the right and slashed the lightsaber through the drink synthesizer. Coming around full circle, I leveled the silver blade at the parlor's occupants. "That was last call. I think you want to leave now." I raised a finger to my lips. Quietly. They scattered mutely as I stalked straight into the gambling den. People hunched over sabacc tables missed me entirely, but those gathered around a jubilee wheel did not. I stabbed the argent lightsaber down into the wheel and let the wheel's momentum carve the rim from the hub. The rim spun off, wobbling around the table, scattering bets, then rolled to the floor and tangled in the legs of some Rhodian carrying a tray of drinks. Between his crash and the outcry from the roulette players, I got the pirate's attention. I held the lightsaber before me in such a way that its harsh light deepened the shadows within my hood. "This is no more your sanctuary. This is no more a place where chance holds sway. Doom has come to Corcris, and if you stay, your only safe bet is on death." With that I walked to a door in the exterior wall, slashed it open and let rain slant in. Lightning struck and thunder blasted as I stepped through into the night. Well, it did at least for most of the humans I could reach, and then I was gone except from their nightmares. And the bounty climbed to 100,000 credits. The weakness of my approach became very apparent to me and, unfortunately, Shala the Hutt. While my tactics were being very effective, and desertion was beginning to nibble away at the Invid ranks, the fact that I had not killed anyone had begun to work against me. I was dealing with thoroughly and completely ruthless individuals who would kill someone in a fight over scraps from a garbage heap. Since their lives were the only thing of value many of the Invids possessed, the fact that I wasn't killing applied a brake to the plummeting morale and even allowed for a rebound. Shala let it be known that he had a method for dealing with the Jedi, but he kept it under wraps. His warehouse became a fortress where even Tavira's future consort was not allowed to visit. He sent his various hench creatures out to terrorize parts of town outside the aviary and started delivering his own messages. His crimes against property escalated into robberies and simple assaults, with more and more hideous crimes clearly in the future. His actions were an open challenge to the Jedi, and even though I waylaid a couple of his raiding parties, he just made the following ones more powerful and sent them forth. Everything pointed toward a direct confrontation between us, which I knew would have to be at the warehouse. I snagged a Twi'lek associate of his, Shala's explosive specialist, a real nasty piece of work, and sent Shala the message that I would meet the Hutt at the warehouse. I didn't specify an exact time, but it was obvious that I would have to find him sooner rather than later. Eligos was dead set against my going.
Surprise has been your ally and has allowed you to win through in situations where you should not have. Entering the Black Star Sanctuary was foolish because you'd not been there, but surprise got you through that. You surrender surprise here and it could kill you.
I shook my head and clipped my lightsaber to my belt. I've still got a few surprises of my own, you know. And I've been in that warehouse. I've been around Shala.
Which is precisely why you should be more careful. You know his crew is mostly non-humans, so your ability to affect their minds will be severely limited. It probably won't help you at all.
Eligos frowned at me as he handed me my cloak.
And it's fine for you to absorb a stray blaster bolt or two, but what if they open up on you with a dozen carbines?
They won't. Look, I'll get a sense of the place before I go in. I'll know if he's got people waiting to jump me.
And what if he has robotically controlled blasters so you won't have gunmen to pick out?
I'll think of something. My answer rang hollow in my ears, too, but it was the only one I had for him. I can't not face him, Ella goes. If I do nothing, he wins, and a lot of people get hurt. I lose my chance to destroy the invids.
If you die, the same thing happens.
I have no choice. I shrugged. I know this one will get ugly, and I'm fairly certain someone's going to die. I'll just have to make sure those who die are those who deserve to die. I left my hotel unseen and stalked through darkened streets I found remarkably free of life, at least the Sapiens variety. Word had clearly leaked out that the Jedi had agreed to accept Shala's challenge. Since the two of us were likely the most hated individuals on the planet, no one wanted to get in the way of our confrontation. The warehouse looked no different than it had before, save the side door was open and no light bled out into the night. I extended my senses toward it, letting the force flood through me, and picked out only a half-dozen large lifeforms, including Shala on his dais. The others remained hidden deep in the warren surrounding the central pit. Their nervousness shone like a beacon, but I found Shala frighteningly calm. He was just waiting for me, so I deigned to keep him waiting no longer. I entered the warehouse through the open door and was not surprised when it closed behind me. I made my way quickly through the tangled trail of debris to the central amphitheater, threading a path through chemical drums and twisted piles of metal. When I reached the warehouse's center, I saw a single light on, shining down on Shala and the 3PO droid translator. I slowly stalked down into the amphitheater bowl and stopped 2 meters away from the hut. I threw back the wings of my cloak and brought my lightsaber into a double-handed grip, but I did not turn it on. Shala muttered something and the droid translated. "The great Glabrous Shala the Hutt bids you welcome. He instructs you to lay down your weapon and surrender to him, or you will pay a most fearful price." I thumbed my lightsaber on and pointed it up at him. "Tell Shala I have all the credits I need to pay his price right here." "Where would he like them deposited?" The Hutt laughed, which was not the sort of warm friendly sound one usually associated with laughter. His shoulders bounced, his fat bounced more, and a greenish foam crested the lower lip of his mouth and cascaded down his chin. The sound, however, that was even uglier. As it trailed to a wheeze, I heard a click and saw the Hutt raise his right hand. In it he had a remote with a big red button held down by his thumb. The droid spoke again. "Shala asks me to inform you this is a dead Hutt switch that will set off a variety of explosives here. He says that he has enough explosives here to destroy everything for a kilometer around us. If you do not surrender, many innocent people will die." All around us I saw little red lights come on and begin to blink, making me groan inwardly. In the light from above I caught enough detail, crosshatched panels curving inward with a red light blinking on top, to know I was looking at Merson Munitions LX-1 laser flechette mines all pointed in my direction. When detonated, the panels would absorb the energy from the explosives and the laser diodes would spray out clouds of laser bolts. To complicate matters, the mines usually had a 3-meter backblast of pure explosive fire, which would feed into the chemical drums I'd passed on my way in. That would trigger subsidiary explosions that would make quite a mess. Based on the drums I saw, and what I knew of the mines, there wasn't really as much explosive power here as Shala said there was. Either he is lying or... I glanced up and above the spotlight, and caught the blinking of another LX-1. Or he was told things are a lot different than they are. Here at Stupidity Central, we'll be vaped, and the neighborhood will get quaked. I shook my head. "Your Twi'lek set all this up for you?" The Hutt mumbled. "Master Shala says he is most pleased with Rachtalik's work." "Me? I'd want a refund." I smiled up Shala, and gave him a cold laugh of my own. "You've made 2 mistakes, Shala. 1, you're at ground zero yourself. 2, you think I can't stop you." I rotated my right wrist, twisting the throttle control up, and whipped the lightsaber around in a slash aim to slice the dead Hutt switch in two. With the twist I turned the lightsaber's emerald out of the way and I brought the diamond into line with the Durant fire beam. This extended the blade from 133 centimeters to 300, narrowing it, but bringing the Hutt's hand easily into striking range. Quick flick of the wrist, cleave the control in two, and the day would be saved. That would be the easy way. Easy is not for a Jedi. With a puff of smoke, the lightsaber's blade sputtered and died. I remember the look of surprise on Shala's face. I'm pretty certain it came from watching the lightsaber blade grow out at him, but I'm not wholly convinced of that. I think, though, the horror that tinged his expression, that came from the realization that in his surprise, he'd dropped the remote. Rach Talik, in addition to wanting to replace Shala, was a virtuoso with explosives. The LX-1s went off in sequence, not all at once, washing the central area with wave after wave of laser flechettes. Each blast scoured the center of the warehouse from a different angle, guaranteeing that no unexploded mines would be hit, but adding laser fire to the chemical fires and exploding drums. And he even saved the blast from above for last, maximizing the chances that Shala would live long enough to know he had been betrayed. Had Rach Talik gone for quantity instead of quality, I, too, would have been reduced to a greasy, steaming stain on the Duracrete. I knew, from the second I saw the remote fall, I had only one chance at survival, and only one chance to try to contain the damage. I sank within myself, touched the force, started it flowing, and sucked in every stray erg being sprayed on my direction. I felt sting after sting, as if I were sliding through a sarlacc's gullet, and it felt as if I were descending into a black pit of pain. I directed some of the force to help me blunt the pain, but that made it much more difficult to hold on to all of the power I was absorbing. I knew I couldn't hang on to it for long, and I knew I needed to use it to contain the explosion's deadly force. As I had done in the grotto to save Tyan, I channeled all of it into telekinesis and raised my left hand. I twisted my wrist, starting the energies swirling into a vortex. I could feel the air begin to whirl around me, tightening, quickening. Flames from the chemical fires leaped toward the center of the room, spinning themselves into the vortex. Loose debris, flaming bits of duraplast and rattling, clattering pieces of scrap metal flew into the air, filling the fiery cyclone with dark specks. I pushed and drove the vortex up and out through the roof, enlarging the hole the last mine had already opened. Chemical drums sailed up, exploding as they went, pulsing green and purple fire through the rising funnel. Flames wreathed me and I sucked their heat in, then vented it back out, up and out, building the firestorm's strength until it ripped the warehouse's roof off and crumpled it like a discarded piece of flimmoplast. The warehouse's doors banged open, then ripped free and flew like sabacc cards into the maelstrom. The warehouse's viewports imploded as air rushed in to feed the firestorm. I no longer needed to push, it had become a thing of its own, almost living, certainly breathing. I felt it tug at me, but the energy it fed me kept me rooted in place. I reached out with my mind, pitching up into the column of fire the last several unexploded chemical drums, watched them blossom brilliantly, then smiled. The explosion had been contained, drawn inward. Though the warehouse's corrugated metal walls glowed dully from the heat, they had not buckled. The tremors from the explosions had rippled out through the ground, but beyond that, and the fiery spear thrust into the sky, only the warehouse would be damaged by the Hutt's death trap. I felt the firestorm's power begin to wane and I knew things were almost over, but I still had lots of energy left in me that I had to vent somehow. I looked up and allowed my smile to broaden. Everyone knows the Jedi came here to die. Let's show them he did no such thing. I expanded my sphere of responsibility and touched every mind I could find. Into them I projected a simple vision, one that would terrify many and reassure others. I let them see the shaft of fire stabbing up into the sky, and at its bottom was the hilt of a lightsaber. A giant figure of a man clad in green and black rose up through the black smoke, then the fire vanished as he switched his lightsaber off. He faded back into the smoke and was no more. I opened my eyes and nodded as I surveyed the destruction. Shala had set a trap, and, in turn, had been trapped himself. I should have died, but I survived in a way that Corran Horn of Corsac could never have managed. I had survived, no, I had won. Shala's spectacular defeat would certainly crack the resolve of the other groups. A push here, a nudge there, and they would fall. I hooked my lightsaber on my belt, then looked down when I heard it clunk on the duracrete. It lay there on a fire-blackened floor, when it should have been on my hip. And it wasn't because I didn't have a belt to clip it to. While the Force allowed me to absorb energy and avoid being hurt by it, and lightsabers were notoriously durable, apparently my cloak and uniform were not. It was at the point when I realized that I was naked that the first wave of exhaustion hit me and I began to notice other things. The imploding viewports had shattered into tiny little transparent steel fragments that had scourged me. I was bleeding from dozens of little cuts, including one across my nose and another somewhere in my scalp. I knew a simple Jedi healing technique could seal them and accelerate healing, but I found I was having trouble concentrating. Fatigue dragged at me, and I staggered back to sag against one of the amphitheater's walls. In doing all I'd done, I must have burned off most of my personal Force reservoir. I couldn't use it to link myself to the Force, to refresh myself. I was alone and tired, not thinking particularly sharply, but I knew one thing: if I stayed where I was, I'd be found and found out. The Jedi clearly survived the battle with Shala, but there was no way Geono's Idanian could have. I scooped up my lightsaber and ran out of the warehouse. I headed north, at least, I think it was north. I kept with the way the night breeze was blowing most of the smoke, allowing it to cover me. From there I moved into the shadows and alleys, keeping low, watching carefully. I know a chunk of my feeling exposed came from my being naked, but a bigger piece came from my inability to touch the Force. With it to armor me, I could have pranced naked through the streets and no one would have given me a second glance. Now I was a naked guy with a lightsaber, which was bound to be seen as peculiar to even the most jaded eye on Corcris. I thought I had figured out where I was. I ran across a street and paused in the shadow of a storefront to confirm my bearings, then I heard a lock click and the door began to open outward. Even though the store had been long closed, employees had been working inside. As they came out, I yelped and darted around the corner into an alley. Which turned out to be a dead end. My dead end. And the single alley in Vlarnia that had a working light in it. The two women came around the corner and stared at me. I stared back at them. They began to giggle and point. I leaned against a wall and tried to conceal my lightsaber behind my thigh. As they began to whisper to each other, I looked away, hoping to hide my face so they couldn't identify me. It wouldn't take them any time to determine a man with a lightsaber had to be the hunted Jedi, and 100,000 credits, even split between them, would be enough to get them off Corcris and buy them a life of luxury on any of a dozen other worlds. I was done. It was over. Tavira would learn who I was, from me or from Eligos. Oh, Eligos, what have I done to you? She'll destroy Carrolt. Once she had taken care of his world, she would have Mirax killed, probably before my eyes, then she would destroy me. I had succeeded in saving the people near the warehouse, but in doing so I had killed those I held most dear. Then I felt strong hands on my shoulders. A blanket settled about me and I was turned away from the wall. I looked up. Eligos? There you are. His rich voice boomed through the alley. Drunk. Again. He scolded. He reached down and plucked the lightsaber from my right hand. No, Eligos. Even though I tried to take it back, he raised the purloined weapon high and glared down at me. So, where is it? Where is the rest of your speeder bike? The women at the alley mouth burst out laughing. Clutching their sides, they reeled away and into the street. They glanced back, sharp laughter ringing out again and again as they thought about a naked drunken pirate who had demolished a speeder bike and only had the throttle assembly to show for it. My knees gave way, but Eligos held me up. Thanks. You are more than welcome. I swallowed hard, my throat parched. How did you find me? Your vision touched me and I assumed you might be in trouble. He smiled and tapped his nose with a finger. Autigan silk, of which your clothes were made,
has a distinctive scent when burned. Right now, you stink of it.
Oh, sorry.
I'll endure it, for as long as it takes for us to get you home.
The commissar started walking me back toward the hotel.
And I wouldn't fear for discovery, at least, not this evening. A lot of people saw a vision they hoped never to see tonight and are even now contemplating whether or not they want to stay in a place where they might get to see it again.
I gave him a smile. And you don't mean those two women, right?
Not exclusively, no.
The commissar chuckled lightly.
Your work is done for this night, but its repercussions will go on for a good long time.
45. I screwed the high-energy flux aperture back on the head of the lightsaber and pitched to Eligos the blackened, misshapen lump that had been the diamond I'd put into the weapon. Gone, completely gone.
It worked fine when you tested it initially.
He snatched the melted gemstone from the air, sniffed it, then rubbed a thumb across it.
Synthetic?
I nodded. Cubas zirconia. The crystalline lattice handled the energy while we tested it, but was probably ready to go down any time. I trusted my grandfather's comments about the various gems too much. I should have tested them. Actually, serves me right for trying to make a complicated lightsaber my first time out. Eligos frowned.
Why did you make one with variable blade lengths?
I shrugged uneasily. Well, I guess it was ego. Gantoris made one with 2 lengths and I wanted mine to be as good as his.
I thought you said he had a Sith Dark Lord instructing him at the time.
Sure, now you bring that point up. I shook my head. The longer length is useful for surprising an enemy, but not that practical in a fight. A simple block and a good swordsman would be inside my range and carving me up. Blade that long will also cause a lot of collateral damage, which would be fine if I was needing to do a lot of property destruction, but other than that it's really just an impractical novelty item. Sithspawn, I don't even know of any fighting styles to use with a blade that long. The commissar nodded.
Perhaps you can develop some when you replace the diamond. Finding a real diamond should not be that difficult. Carbon is one of the more common elements.
True, but finding a stone with the proper cut, color and clarity will be tough. I smiled. Or getting it out of the gem cartels at a vaguely reasonable price will be.
When you free your Mirax, perhaps she can get it for you.
I nodded solemnly. I hope we'll be testing that theory sooner rather than later. I gave the lightsaber another quick glance. At least I got the normal length blade working again. Eligos accepted the weapon from me and clutched it in both hands.
I am pleased you managed to repair it, and that you survived your ordeal. Now you can admit you were wrong in how you dealt with Shala.
My strategy for dealing with him was perfectly sound.
Perfectly sound is a phrase seldom used to describe walking into an ambush.
The commissar shook his head.
You were wrong.
Not at all. I frowned at him. I really wasn't the one who was ambushed, Shala was. I was just there to catch collateral damage.
Another rationalization. I expect better of you.
His eyes narrowed.
You were wrong.
I started to protest, then folded my arms over my chest. Eligos, I was a cop and a fighter pilot. Being wrong just doesn't come with the package.
But you are a Jedi Knight now.
His statement shocked me with its simplicity and truth. You're right, I'm a Jedi Knight. I was wrong, very wrong, and damn lucky to get out of there alive. The commissar smiled.
Not lucky, just strong in the Force. You protected others and thereby were preserved yourself. Never forget that fact.
No, I won't. I smiled at him. And the cop/fighter jock in me can admit to being grateful to you. Thanks again for the rescue.
All in a day's work.
Eligos secreted the lightsaber away in a sideboard compartment, then headed for the food preparation station.
I've already been out this morning and learned a couple of important things that are the results of your HUD encounter.
I shrugged on my bedrobe and knotted the sash at my waist. The robe had been one of Tavira's gifts. It had been fashioned from Audigan silk of purple with gold trim at the collar and sleeves. I found it a bit too gaudy for my taste, but I was sore from the previous night's ordeal, and it was light enough not to make me ache. Walking after Eligos in it was a bother, though, with the material trying to wrap itself around my legs with each step. "What did you hear?" Eligos set out a small platter with fresh pastries and poured me a container of a bluish Zerber syrup that looked horrible, but tasted pretty good. "The destruction of Shala's gang has caused serious problems. Apparently the Jedi's appearance over the city galvanized some local citizens to form little hunting bands of their own. Several Black Star pirates were beaten and stoned when they left the aviary. Rather nasty slogans have been painted on the walls and doors of some of the Invid spaceport docking facilities. While the locals love the money the Invids bring in, most are afraid that as long as they are here, the Jedi will remain and might begin to go after more than just the Invids." I sighed. I'd hoped the Indigs might see the Jedi as a protector. "The people here don't so much want a protector as they do a benefactor." Good point. An idea occurred to me and I smiled. "I can take care of that." "What else?" "The clutches you had outfitted with hyperdrives?" "Yes." "Gone. Appears a couple of the survivors decided they would find surviving easier elsewhere." I smiled. "Timser and Kate?" "They were the ones you insisted on having trained on the ships so they could instruct others." The commissai gave me an appreciative nod. "I didn't think they would take the bait. I expected them to remain and oppose the Jedi. I guess they heard there was a rumor that they were the reason I'd demanded a month from Tavira before becoming her consort. Story goes that I've been spending a lot of my off hours with them in a last grasp at freedom before becoming Tavira's night toy. They're both smart enough to know Tavira isn't likely to care whether or not it's the truth, just the rumor will damage her image and demand retribution." Eligos narrowed his eyes. "And where would that rumor have come from?" I shrugged. "You know me, when I'm drinking I can't keep a secret and I'm depressed enough to mourn my love life in public." "Well done." He sipped from a glass of the blue syrup, which turned the golden down of his upper lip green until he licked it clean. "Will you rest today, or keep up the pressure?" Nothing breeds success like success. I took a big bite out of a pastry, chewed, then swallowed. The Invid system has one huge weakness and I need to push and exploit it before Tavira can act. The huge flaw in the way Tavira controlled her groups was what she saw as keeping her safe. All communication was pretty much one way. The HoloNet could keep her informed about big events in the galaxy, like a major New Republic push against her subsidiary groups, or events like the Sun Crusher and its destruction, but she was blind to local Corcris news. Word of an impending operation reached us when a small craft, like a skip-ray blast boat, entered the system and come directly with the headquarters of the various groups. During these runs she picked up local news, but until she made one of those runs, she'd not know anything about what I was doing. I handled the benefactor problem rather quickly, and mopped up the rest of Shala's crew at the same time. Rach Talik had gathered a small band around himself and set up housekeeping in a warehouse in which Shala had stored a lot of the loot his group had taken. The night after the Great Hut Roast, as it became known locally, I hit the warehouse, scattered the various denizens, then threw the place open to the public. This action became known as the fire sale, since it was assumed anything left in the place would be burned, and it was picked clean in hours. A few minor scuffles broke out, but visions of a shadowy presence caught in the corner of the eye was enough to quell them. 2 days later a communications ship arrived from Tavira. I would have loved to have been there to watch the communications officer when he tried to raise Shala and the fast blast and got no answer. The information he got from the others wouldn't have pleased him any better, since desertions had decimated the Black Star pirates and laser lords. Most of the Red Nova crew had gone native, leaving the survivors and Rystar's raiders the best off of the groups. In 3 weeks of absence, the cutting edge of the Invids had been considerably dulled. Eligos and I expected a reaction from Tavira, and got it more quickly than we thought possible. Within a day after her communications ship left Corcris, I awakened to a pounding on my suite's door. I heard Eligos's voice, had thrown back the covers and pulled my robe on, but didn't get even as far as closing it when the door to my bedroom burst open and Tavira stalked in. She shoved me back on the bed, then stood there with her fists on her hips, looking down at me.
Surprised to see me?
I blinked and swiped sleep sand from my eyes. Surprised? No, I suppose not.
Are you pleased?
Yes.
Harumph.
She eyed me appraisingly.
I would think you would show it more.
I pulled my robe closed and sat up against the headboard. It's early.
And you had a late night.
She sat on the foot of my bed.
Alone?
Completely. She smiled briefly, the same way pet owners do when they discover their animal hasn't messed something up in their absence.
Good. And you've not been bothered by this Jedi?
I shook my head. I've heard the stories, seen things occasionally, but come to no harm, no. Her eyes shrank to amethyst and jet crescents.
But you were there the first time he appeared.
What? Tavira brought her chin up triumphantly.
The visitation. People have determined that was the Jedi. He warned of his own impending campaign against the Invids. Well, this Skywalker won't get away with it.
Skywalker? My jaw shot open. You think it is Luke Skywalker? She reached out and grabbed the big toe on my right foot, playfully wiggling it back and forth as she slid forward.
Of course, it is Skywalker. You blondes, sometimes you can't think at all. Skywalker is the only Jedi with enough power to be able to do what has been done here. The New Republic keeps suggesting he is off training more Jedi, but you yourself noted that he was present at Zafel. We are the New Republic's greatest problem, so it stands to reason they would use their greatest weapon against us.
Indeed, it would. She moved closer and rested her chin on my knee, smiling slyly.
In fact, the news about the Sun Crusher's destruction is pure disinformation. No one who had a weapon that was indestructible and capable of annihilating whole star systems would destroy it. No, they're waiting until they discover where I keep the Invidious, then they will obliterate it.
I pulled back, smacking my head on the headboard. Ouch. Are you sure the New Republic would do that? They don't seem to have the guts to do such a thing.
Karita is gone, isn't it?
She patted me on the other knee.
They blame its destruction on a rogue, a child, yet you notice he is lauded as a Jedi now. Since when are promotions given to people who fail to carry out orders?
I shivered. I'd never have thought of that. Tavira placed hands on either side of my hips and kissed me gently on the nose.
Oh, you would have, my dear.
Thank you. Then she slapped me. Hard. Snapped my head around to the right, and by the time I'd recovered, she stood again beside my bed and glared down at me. I pressed my left hand to my cheek. What did I do?
It's not what you did, it's what you failed to do.
She turned away from me, but fury poured off her.
You should have dealt with this Jedi situation.
What? Me? How? I sat forward. I had no way to reach you.
Immaterial. All I've heard since I've been here is that you've not drawn a sober breath since the Jedi arrived. The night Shala died, you were so drunk you destroyed a speeder bike and didn't even know it.
She gestured vaguely toward the street in front of the hotel.
I've brought you another one, by the way. Don't destroy this one.
I'm sorry. She spun back, with her hand raised to slap me again, but she hesitated.
You are sorry, and I expect a change. Your behavior must improve. You must lead by example. You must show them not to fear the Jedi.
Emperor's black bones, he melted Shala's headquarters. 2 nights ago it was still warm. She lowered her hand.
You cannot let your fear show. These Jedi, they are like animals. They can smell fear. It's so thick here, I can smell it, and I hate it.
Fighting the Jedi is not easy.
I don't want you to fight it, I want you to lead the others in opposition to it. You do that, and I will take care of the Jedi.
Her fists returned to her hips.
As much as I would like to join you there for a proper reunion, I have preparations to make. I'll be back within the week. I expect to see you sharp and in control.
She started to walk out of the room, then paused and turned back.
Oh, kill Jacob Knive and take command. The man's spirit is broken. If he can't be fixed, he's useless.
I'll remember that.
Do that, darling.
She gave me a wink.
It's an object lesson you would do best never to forget.
I did exactly what Leonia Tavira wanted. I cleaned myself up and started making the rounds of the remaining groups on Corcris. I visited them all in their strongholds, snapping orders, inventing security procedures, threatening, bribing, hinting darkly that any group that didn't get tough would be melded in with other groups, losing their autonomy. And of those groups that ran, well, I simply asked if anyone truly believed the galaxy was big enough to let them hide from Leonia Tavira. The survivors took heart immediately, and even Jacob Knive seemed to recover some of his nerve. The Black Star pirates remained sullen but determined to stick things out. The Red Nova crew rallied and even started talking with the Laser Lords about a merger that would keep the two of their groups functioning well. Rystar's raiders, whom I had largely left alone, started plotting to surpass the survivors and began making overtures to me about shifting my allegiance to them. What was truly great about this effort and the rebound in morale was that it rested very strongly on my representations of Tavira's plans to deal with the Jedi. I quickly let things evolve such that I moved into Shala's position of directly confronting the Jedi. I promised a trap that would destroy him, and I knew. As the Invids put their trust in me, transferring much of it from their trust in Tavira, that if I went the way of Shala, morale would collapse flat and Tavira would lose the combat arm of the Invids. How I would have the Jedi kill me was something I hadn't had time to figure out yet, but I knew it would have to be really spectacular or really nasty. I didn't know which I would settle for. Shala's demise would be tough to top and a bit rougher on me than I wanted to attempt. Grizzly would probably be the best, and I wanted to leave clues to the Jedi living in the city's sewers so lots of time would be spent hunting down there, while I could be living someplace a bit nicer. To heighten the tension concerning the confrontation, I decided to return to the Crash Cantina. I knew everyone there well enough to be able to blank their memories during my entrance and scramble my features to avoid recognition when I suddenly appeared in their midst. I projected a red mist condensing into my form to cover my appearance, and almost laughed aloud as previously brave men and women recoiled from me, moving away from the bar toward the furthest reaches of the room. I ignited my lightsaber and pointed it at Jacob Knive. "Where is Idanian?" All the blood drained from Jacob's face. "I don't know. He has said he will end my actions." "Where is he?" I swept the blade around in a grand arc, causing people to duck or cover their eyes with their hands. "Where is he?" A chorus of denials came back, weak and timid. "Tell him, I will meet him. The same fate that took Shala the Hutt awaits him." I kept my voice very low and as menacing as I could. "When we meet, his time will be at an end." I slashed the lightsaber down through the bar and across, whipping the blade through the area where the Savarine brandy and other expensive liquors were kept. The brandy immediately exploded in a gout of blue flame, which lit the area behind the bar and began to spill out onto the main floor. More bottles exploded and the bartender started screaming, allowing me to step back and make my escape. I slipped into the night amid the shouting and yelling of people trying to deal with a fire, and began taking a fairly quick route back to the hotel. Across the street I saw a knot of 5 individuals turn and come in my direction. The fact that Gino's brave talk had spawned hunter gangs didn't surprise me, and I'd dealt with that many individuals before. I ducked into an alley, moving halfway along toward where it turned right and led out to another street, then prepared to project an image of my actually walking further along a non-existent part of the alley. Getting them to chase me and hit the wall had worked wonders before, and if I could take a couple of them out, it would make the rest of the task much more simple. They came to the alley mouth but didn't run in. When I hit them with the illusion, they didn't shout, didn't point, didn't draw blasters. In fact, they seemed to look directly at me, which meant the illusion wasn't taking. That struck me as odd because they looked human, but since they wore hooded cloaks I couldn't be certain which humanoid species they were. Since they spotted me, I moved away from the wall and further down the alley. I let the force flow toward them as they walked forward, but I caught no sense of fear or anticipation from them. I could feel them in the force, but I wasn't getting nearly the sort of feedback I expected. Something very odd here. Time to provoke a reaction. I threw back the right side of my cloak and brought my lightsaber out. I thumbed it to life and wove the humming blade back and forth before them. You don't want any part of this, trust me. Run now and I'll let you live. One by one they likewise freed their gun arms. I set myself to pick off blaster fire, but none erupted, no angry whines filled the alley, no red bolts burned toward me. Instead, blue, yellow, red, orange and purple lightsaber blades sprang to life in their hands. 5 of them, hissing in concert, like a crate dragon hungry for the meal wrapped up in my clothes. They advanced, and I realized there really wasn't any way things could get much worse. 46. Then a 6th silhouette appeared at the mouth of the alley and a green lightsaber sprouted in his hands. Great, now we have the whole rainbow represented. I lifted my left hand from my blade's hilt and waved him forward. Come on, pal, one more won't make any difference. I wished I felt as brave as those words sounded. The man at the alley mouth started forward.
No one need die here tonight.
I knew that voice. Luke. And I recognized in his warning to those I faced a directive to me. I slid to the right and blocked a red/low right, directing the red blade away and into the brick wall. Pivoting on my left foot, I snapped a sidekick into my foe's belly, driving her back. I discovered she wore an armored breastplate, which partially shielded her from the strength of my kick. The armor, however, didn't stop her from catching her heels on debris and going down, temporarily taking her out of the fight. Luke engaged yellow and purple as I ducked beneath a blue slash and twisted to bring my left hand up. I caught my foe on his chin with the heel of my hand. The blow shifted the mask he wore up a couple of centimeters, temporarily blinding him. A quick punch to the throat choked him, then I grabbed him by the clasp of his cloak and flung him into the alley wall. His armor clicked hard against the bricks, then he dropped back all boneless and the dead man's switch on his lightsaber shut it off. I parried Orange's cut and caught his wrist in my left hand. I shifted my right hand up, then whipped it down and across. My lightsaber's heavy pommel caught Orange right behind the right ear, or where the right ear would have been on a human. As Orange dropped senseless to the ground, his hood slid back and I saw he was a Rodian. I reached down and flicked his lightsaber off, then straightened up as Luke rose above Red. From her I only got peace, a peace I found vaguely reminiscent of the peace I'd imagined surrounding Mirax when Exar Kun showed her to me. New trick? Luke shut off his lightsaber and I did the same with mine, plunging the alley into darkness.
Old one of yours. I hit her and knocked her out. Just easing some of her pain now.
Nice sense of timing. If you hadn't arrived, the 5 of them would have killed me, clean and quick. I shivered. How did you find me? In faint light from the street, I saw Luke's expression sharpen.
I knew, if you had learned all you needed to learn, that I would meet you here, and that we would be allies.
I felt a chill run down my spine. I see. Luke's voice lightened slightly.
As for the when, with that I needed some help.
He turned back up the alley.
Are we clear?
A silhouette framed itself in the alley, prompting me to laugh. I see no pursuit. Oral? I hopped over Orange's body and ran forward. Oral, what are you doing here? I am a fines man. The Gan shrugged as if that should have explained everything. The important thing of being a fines man is not knowing where to look, for that is easy. It is knowing when to look. I knew the when was now, and went to Master Skywalker to tell him that. He pointed me here, and I brought him now. Luke waved us back into the alley.
We have to get our sleeping friends out of here. We have a ship, but I need somewhere else to keep them. They know where Mirax is.
I nodded. Can't be far from here, because Tavira brought them within a day of hearing we had Jedi trouble here. Who are they?
I don't know.
Luke shook his head.
We better find out and find out fast, because if we don't, if someone learns they've failed in their mission, it may cost Mirax her life.
I reached down and hefted Orange up by his belt, letting Oral grab Yellow and Purple. I know where we can take them, but getting information out of them will be tough. They know how to use the Force, and I'm not sure we can break through to find out what we want to know.
I think I have something that can help us in that regard.
Luke gestured, allowing Red and Blue to float up into the air.
Lead on, Corran. As Oral explained it to me, when is just an aperture in time, and we don't want it to snap shut before we can get through to your wife.
We took our 5 opponents back to the hotel. I called Eligos and had him meet us in the back, at the freight lift. Oral left the 2 he'd carried to Eligos, then returned to the spaceport to fetch something for Luke. Awaiting his return, we stripped our prisoners out of their armor, separated them and treated the cuts and bruises they'd earned in the fight. When Oral returned, he brought with him a cage-like device that had suspended inside of it a small, furred reptile. A nutrient mix flowed through a network of tubes, sustaining the creature which, if it were capable of movement, seemed singularly disinclined to show it. I did see it blink an eye, but even that movement was slower than I would have expected in a living creature.
This is an Isalamiri, one of 2 I brought with me.
Luke rested a hand on the cage and looked a bit fatigued.
It is unique among living creatures, at least I don't know of any others, in that it seems to project a field that negates the Force. On its homeworld, some predators evolved with a Force sense that lets them hunt, so its negation sphere acts as camouflage.
Okay, that's why I feel so weird. Thought I was just tired. I tried to reach inside myself to tap the Force, but I got nothing. It's like I'm back where I started, back before the Academy. Luke nodded.
You're fortunate in that you spent most of your life only having a fringe sense of the Force. I've been involved much longer than you, and in the presence of an Isalamiri, I feel lost, like a limb has been lopped off.
Luke flexed his mechanical hand.
Worse, actually.
How do you think this will affect our guests? Luke managed a smile, but that seemed to tax him.
I think they've been involved with the Force longer than I have. They seem to armor themselves well with it. I suspect they will feel very vulnerable.
Good. I gave him a feral grin. Just what we want if we're going to get anything out of them. Just follow my lead. The Jedi Master caught hold of my shoulder.
I've not done anything like this before, interrogating prisoners.
I winked at him. It's okay, I know enough for both of us. Just stay over there, by the door, and look as malevolent as you can. Keep your face straight and you really don't need to say anything.
Malevolent?
Think Hutt, but with eyebrows.
Got it.
We picked Red to be the first subject, actually, Eligos did, for reasons of his own, but I didn't mind. Interrogating women is always tricky, mainly because they tend to be suspicious of any claims made by a man and often believe they can use their looks and wiles to fool a detective. Red, who really was a slender beauty with wavy brown hair and blue eyes, could have melted many a detective's steel heart, but the surprise and fear twisting her face as she awakened robbed her of her beauty. The Isalamiri made me feel as if I was seeing in black and white, so for her it must have seemed as if she was blind. When I saw her eyes flicker open, I looked back at Luke and nodded as if I'd received a telepathic message from him. Yes, I will see what I can find out. Give her a moment to recover. Luke stared at me for a second, then impatiently flicked a hand in my direction. I smiled. Quick study. Let's hope she isn't. I squatted down next to the chair in which we had bound her. Forgive me for having to restrain you like this. I wish I could make things more pleasant, but he's rather insistent. I know you're feeling odd right now because you have lost the use of certain senses you consider part of you. He has removed your access to them to make it easier for me to probe your mind, but I know how unpleasant that will be for you. She shook her head adamantly.
I will not betray my people.
Her words came stiff and pronounced slightly oddly. Precise, that's it. It almost seemed as if she were speaking with the same very proper diction my grandfather used. It was a data point, not much of one, but a point nonetheless. No, of course, you don't want to do that. I don't want you to do that, but we have to find the invidious, and find it quickly. Leonia Tavira has to be stopped from being able to harm anyone else. I'd almost ended my sentence at the word stopped, but I caught a momentary hesitation of her breath, which made me add the extra phrase. We really don't want to see her hurt anyone else.
You can't stop her.
I glanced back at Luke, then turned to her. He says that just because you could not stop her, does not mean we cannot. Sorry, he always makes things sound so dire, but the fact is, he's right. I've been here for months, on many operations where you or another of your brethren were on the invidious, and you never detected me. Why not? Because he was shielding me. You know you looked, you know you tried, but it wasn't until this evening, when we wanted to trap you, that I revealed myself enough to let you find me. And you never even detected him. I stood and walked over to confer with Luke, letting her mull over what I'd said. I raised a finger to my lips to keep Luke silent, but frowned to get him to give me that expression. When he did look at me angrily, I recoiled. But you can't be so cruel. To remove her access to the Force forever isn't going to do her or us any good. Sure, it might teach her a lesson, but so would having a bantha trample her. I don't think she should be made an example of. It won't make the others more tractable. Luke really got into his part, jabbing me hard in the chest with 2 fingers. I did an about face, rubbing my chest, and returned to red side. I really do think I can get him to unblock your access to the Force, I really do. You just need to tell us where Tavira keeps the invidious. I mean, we already know you managed to keep it hidden, you're very good at that stuff, hiding and all.
No, I cannot tell you. None of us will betray our people.
I sighed and rested a hand on her shoulder. Well, I know you're thinking about things from your point of view, and maybe even thinking about them from Tavira's point of view. That Star Destroyer is very powerful, and for you to be working with her, you've got to be afraid she's going to turn it on your people if you betray her. I understand that. It's crystal clear. I let my voice drop a bit in tone and volume as I leaned forward. Thing of it is this, though, you didn't get me. You didn't get him. Tavira, when she doesn't hear that you succeeded, will see you as having failed. And you know her, failure isn't an accident, it's a conspiracy. The way I see it, and I know her almost as well as you do, she'll see herself as betrayed at this point and act. What you have to ask yourself is this: do you want to be the cause of her killing all your people, or do you want to let the guys who defeated you take their run at Tavira? 47. Red cracked a little and we were able to use what we learned from her to bust the rest of the Gensari, that's what they called themselves, wide open. What we got from them was incredibly interesting because it came wrapped in a strange philosophical package that equated Obi-Wan Kenobi with Darth Vader in terms of being a Jedi exterminator. The Gensari were trained as Jedi were, even to the point of constructing lightsabers and training with them, but it was not nearly the transitional point for them that it was in the Jedi tradition I knew. For the Gensari, their crowning moment, their full growth into becoming one of the Gensari defenders, they had apprentices, defenders and Sarikar, of which there appeared to be only one, was the creation of their armor. They started with a basic armor shell and covered it with spun cortosis or fibers, providing them some modicum of protection against all sorts of weapons. They styled the armor after whichever creature they felt best possessed or expressed their personal desires for service to the Gensari community. And if the armor we'd taken from them was any indication, the creatures chosen were all defensively minded, creatures that remained hidden and dormant until pressed, then they proved very deadly. The history of the Gensari's involvement with Tavira was one of mistakes from the start. Tavira, fleeing a New Republic task force, jumped to the Swarby system, in the Quent sector. The 7th planet, a gas giant, had a big ring of asteroids around it and over a dozen moons. One of those moons, designated Swarby 7/5, became known as Susavai to the colonists who had decided to tame the world centuries ago. Though similar to Yavin 4 in size and rotational speed, Susavai ran to more savanna-like grasslands, much like Noquivzor, a planet on which I had been stationed before Rogue Squadron took Coruscant. A couple of human settlements grew up, and the Gensari were located outside the large seaport, Yumfla. Tavira and some of her people had come down to Yumfla, and she immediately went to work on the local imperial governor, a petty bureaucrat who made the last mistake of his life by rebuffing her advances. Tavira had him shot, then declared the planet liberated from the oppression of the Empire and in opposition to the oppression of the New Republic. The Sarikar of the Gensari went to Tavira and heard everything she wanted to hear from the Admiral. Tavira cultivated trust, then betrayed it, and put the Gensari in the position of protecting their fellow citizens, who had not even known of their existence, by serving Tavira. Failure to serve her would result in the annihilation of Yumfla. The Gensari had picked up on Mirax's intentions when she'd come hunting the Invids. They nabbed her at Nal Hutta and brought her to Susavai. Tavira had wanted to slay her, but the Sarikar had insisted on keeping her alive and imprisoned in the old planetary governor's palace. Learning what we had, Luke and I knew we had to hurry to Susavai, and we had to make a difficult decision because we could not bring the Gensari with us. A change of heart in just one of them could spoil any surprise we could generate, crushing our chances for getting into the stronghold where Tavira was holding Mirax. We decided we'd leave them on Corcris in the company of an Isalamiri. We knew we had to trust someone to hang on to them, so we went to Jacob Nive and revealed to him my identity as Kieran Halcyon, Jedi Knight, and that of Luke Skywalker. We explained to him that we were going to finish the Invids and stop Tavira and offered him a choice. We could destroy the last of the survivors or give them the same chance at a new start that the New Republic had offered other victims of imperial aggression and coercion. Nive accepted the chance to start over. With the New Republic gaining strength, and the last vestiges of the Empire in retreat, the survivors were losing their anti-imperial focus and just becoming thieves. Without the protection of the invidious, the New Republic could have and would have smashed them a dozen times over. He willingly exchanged entertaining 5 guests and an Isalamiri for a new life. He looked at me hard.
One thing, Genos, how do I know you'll succeed?
Why did you fight the Empire all those years?
To avenge what happened to my friends.
I nodded. Right. Leonia Tavira has my wife. I'm fighting so I won't need to avenge anyone. Nive's eyes tightened.
The two of you alone?
I winked at Luke. We've got some allies, and one is really big. We'll do fine. Before we left Corcris, we shot 2 messages out. One went to General Kraken telling him we had located the Invidious home and were going to take the ship out. Data letting him know where we were going was left with Nive, but we didn't transmit it directly to Kraken because we didn't want a New Republic task force showing up and alerting Tavira to what was going on before we had a chance to get in and rescue Mirax. If the New Republic made a move, the Gensari at Susavai could still pick up on it and alert Tavira, dooming our rescue attempt. I also sent a message to Booster, telling him that I'd located Mirax and was going after her. I didn't give him even as much detail as we gave Kraken, but I did note I expected to have her safe and sound within a couple of days. The message said I'd bring her to the errant venture for rest and recovery first thing. We'd wanted to leave Eligos behind, but he insisted on traveling with us. He and Oral had begun to get along famously, a trend I found profoundly disturbing, meaning that the two of them bonded while comparing experiences of sharing quarters with me. Eligos pointed out that the small ship which Luke and Oral had brought to Corcris was notoriously difficult to handle with one pilot, and since he could fly, he should back Oral up, just for appearance's sake if nothing else. Luke or I could have easily filled the second seat role, but we were going into Susavai within the protective bubble of the Isalamiri's force repulsion. It would effectively hide all traces of us from any of the Gensari defenders stationed in the planetary ring, as well as those on the ground. The ring defenders regularly used their force powers to get a sense of incoming ships and to subtly direct them away from noticing the faint sensor phantoms of a star destroyer hidden in the rings. Even without the Gensari hiding the ship, the Invidious would have been tough to pick out of the rings. With the Gensari in place, such spotting was all but impossible. Luke stretched out on a padded bench in the small ship's lounge and draped an arm across his eyes.
If we had more Jedi, we could have accompanied survey ships and probably have picked up on the Gensari efforts to hide the Invidious.
Could be, but I only noticed them when they were at close range and trying to probe me. When I contacted Tycho at the Battle of Zafel, they picked me up and I never even detected their presence. I stood and walked over to the food prep station. I pulled a prepackaged Zurber syrup container from the chiller unit. Want something to drink? Luke peeked out at me and nodded.
Sure, toss it.
I lofted it toward him and it landed with a plop on his belly. He wuffed loudly. I smiled. You're supposed to catch it. He sat up, nipped the corner of the package off and spat it out.
I was trying to, but inside the field the Isalamiri puts out, my effort failed.
I tore open the corner of my syrup container and sipped. Tough being normal again, isn't it? Luke sighed heavily.
First 18 years of my life I didn't have a clue about the Force. I was just a farm boy who liked to fly. I wanted to join the Imperial service and become a pilot. Jedi Knights were ancient history, and old Uncle Owen didn't encourage me to study that history.
I know, it was kind of the same in my house. I dropped onto the bench at Luke's feet. Just didn't talk about the Jedi that much. I knew my grandfather had known one, worked with one once, but it was kind of like mentioning an ex-wife at a family gathering.
Of your new wife's family, right?
I laughed. Yeah, there you go. You know, when I saw my grandfather several months ago and could see the pride he'd taken in helping hide Nija Halcyon's wife and child, I learned how difficult it had to have been for him to keep all this stuff hidden for so long. I think I disappointed him when I rejected my Jedi heritage to pursue the Invids on my own. I'll have to let him know I've reconsidered.
I'm glad you did.
Luke sat up and patted me on the shoulder.
Hard to tell what felt worse, having a student turn to the dark side or having someone just walk away because of my teaching.
I shrugged. You know us Corellian Jedi, notoriously contrary and bent on going our own way. My conversation with Eligos flashed through my mind. I owe you an apology, by the way. I never put aside my expectations for the Academy, so I never really gave you a chance to train me.
Accepted but unnecessary.
Luke gave me a nod.
I didn't make it easy for you. I've got to remember that parallel tracks are not better or worse, just different. We're still heading in the same direction.
True, but that still doesn't mean I'm entirely comfortable with things like Kip's track. Tavira has it all worked out that Kip killed the Karita system on orders from the New Republic, and there are going to be a whole bunch of folks who believe her.
I know, and I understand how you feel.
Luke drank for a moment, then licked away a blue liquid bead forming at the corner of his mouth.
It could be suggested, though, that the deal we offered Jacob Knive and his survivors is really a lot like the chance Kip has been given. In dedicating his life to being a Jedi, you know Kip is really under something of a life sentence.
I know, and it'll be hard labor, too. Killing him wouldn't make the galaxy any better, so this is likely the best solution. I drank, leaned my head back and closed my eyes for a moment. Doesn't mean I like it and doesn't mean my inability to come up with a better solution isn't frustrating.
All we can do is our best.
Luke laughed wearily.
So, tell me, did you ever figure you'd be hurtling through hyperspace planning to assault an Imperial Governor's palace, which is now the stronghold for a renegade Imperial Admiral and her crew?
I opened one eye and screwed it around to look at him. Tatooine must have been really, really bad if that was the kind of fantasy life you created for yourself.
It wasn't that bad.
Right, I was there once. On any other world the Jawas would be the size of huts, but on Tatooine, they shrink.
Good thing, too, or imagine what they'd cart off.
Luke smiled.
Actually, I have good memories of Tatooine, more than bad.
But you wanted off that rock.
In the worst way.
His smile died.
And I got it.
I reached over and grabbed him by the back of the neck. Yeah, but it brought out the best in you, and that means the rest of the galaxy gets a shot at realizing its best. Losing your uncle and aunt had to hurt, but I bet they are happy with the return the investment of their lives got through you.
Think so?
Yeah, no doubt. I smiled at him. Here, within the Isalamiri bubble, Luke seemed to lose some of the brooding oppression that settled on him when he remained aware of the universe around him. The optimism and uncertainty he had known as a boy shone through. You had no brothers and sisters, right? I mean, you grew up alone?
Except for friends, yeah.
Me, too. I smiled. And, no, I never imagined I'd be heading out to an Imperial Governor's palace to face down a renegade Imperial Admiral.
Oh.
For me it was racing off to Nal Hutta to face down a Hutt crime lord in his own den.
Talk about stacking the odds against you.
I laughed. I'm Corellian, remember?
Right, forget I said anything about odds.
Luke finished his drink and crushed the container.
I guess all of us get dealt cards we don't want in life.
True enough. The trick is in how you play them. Some people have the greatest cards in the world and still lose. I nodded at him. For a farm boy growing up on dust and dreams, you've not done half bad.
From a Corellian, that's quite a concession.
The bridge comm squawked. Oral says we have 5 minutes to reversion, then about an hour to transit to Susavai. Better get ready lest our reception be hotter than intended. I slapped the transmit button. We copy, Eligos. We'll be set. Luke got up, crossed to the shelf where he'd plugged his lightsaber into a recharger, freed the weapon and clipped it to his belt. He likewise unplugged mine and looked it over.
Nice work. Dual phase?
I frowned. Tried to repeat Gantoris' feat of engineering. Right now only one phase works. Gotta find a real diamond.
Dual-phase blades seem to be something of a fad among Jedi at certain points.
He tossed me the lightsaber.
Still, I like the blade and it seems well made.
Little bit ugly, but I used what I had available. I caught it and screwed the pommel cap on. Standing, I stretched, then clipped the weapon to my belt. One question before we get going, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, us Jedi, we're only supposed to be using our powers to defend, but we're going to be assaulting a base. Luke nodded.
Right. We're acting to defend Mirax's life, and the lives of Tavira's future victims.
I'm with you so far, but I'm wondering if we don't have a little more immediate moral obligation, say, concerning those folks who will see us as aggressors. I frowned. I'm guarding something and I see a guy coming at me with a lightsaber, I'm going to shoot. You know, it's that certain point of view thing. The Jedi Master frowned.
I see your problem. When I had to deal with Jabba the Hutt, I warned him to let us go or he'd be destroyed. He didn't listen and that was, more or less, the end of that.
So, warn those who might not realize what they're doing. Luke nodded.
If we can find any down there. An Imp-Star Deuce ships, what, 10,000 stormtroopers? I don't imagine the Invidious is fully crewed anymore, but she's got plenty of folks at her disposal. Want to guess how many are down guarding the palace?
Doesn't matter. I tightened my robe's belt. The Emperor didn't mint enough of those guys to keep me from rescuing Mirax. They can run or they can die, their choice.
Corellians.
Luke shook his head.
No wonder the other Jedi didn't want you leaving your system.
I winked at him. The rest of you were just afraid we wouldn't leave anything for you to do after we were done.
I hope you're right, my friend.
Luke hooked his thumbs in his belt.
Mission like this, we'll both have more than enough to do.
Luke and I had tried, albeit briefly and in vain, to get Oral and Eligos to remain behind on the ship and monitor starship traffic in and out of the system. A comlink call could warn us about Tavira's Invidious moving out, or anything else that could cause us to shift our plans. Oral and Eligos had anticipated us and programmed the ship's computer to pull down all system traffic data, then relay it through a scrambled comlink channel to the datapad Eligos had jury-rigged to receive the signal. Eligos noted that between his sense of smell, and Oral's ability to see beyond what we humans rather arrogantly called the visible light spectrum, we could move through the night more effectively and without having to rely upon our force-enhanced senses, delaying our detection by the Gensari. I had to agree with that point, and having seen Oral in a light fight before, he carried a blaster carbine and a string of power packs slung across his chest. Eligos hefted a blaster carbine and strapped a belt of power packs on around his slender waist. I looked at him and narrowed my eyes. You don't want to be a part of this, do you? You don't want memories of the killing here. I am coming with you, and if I do not carry a weapon and assist in our defense, I will be just a burden. If you fail because of me, that memory would be worse, and I will not have it. I intend, instead, to have memories of your saving your wife to carry with me. Eligos held the weapon up in his left hand and thumbed a lever. And the stun function on this weapon seems to work. I smiled, then looked at him and Oral and Luke. Before we go, I just want to thank you all. Better friends a man's never had. You're all insane, but friends nonetheless. Eligos looked at Oral. Corellians never know when to stop talking, do they? Oral's mouthparts opened. Other Corellians do. Luke laughed, then jerked a thumb at the egress hatch. Let's go do something else Corellians never shy from. Let's beat some long odds. We stalked through the darkened streets of Yumfla with impunity, all but unnoticed. Months ago I would have found that to be curious, but not after the time I'd spent with the Invids. In this city, those who were not part of the Invidious crew enjoying leave, or were not patrolling the streets, stayed home. They lived in an occupied city, and while some of them might make money by supplying goods and services to the Invidious crew, most wanted nothing to do with the ex-Imperials. I'd felt the same sort of tension in Vlarnia and was glad of the insulation it provided us from the normal folks. The crewmen themselves presented no problem since they were on leave and only looking to enjoy themselves. This kept them indoors on a hot and humid evening, where a cantina's environmental control unit could make the night bearable, drinks could make it pleasurable, and company could make it exquisite. Dirt patrols, meant for picking up sick, stupid or belligerent spacers and returning them to the ship, barely gave us a second glance. Eligos' nose picked up the scent of the armor well before we saw the Stormies, allowing us time to slip away down a side street, or gather on a corner unobtrusively. Finally we reached a building across a small greensward from the Imperial Governor's Palace. The building itself had an 8-meter-high wall running around it, with towers at each of the 4 corners that rose up another 2 meters. A large, recessed, arched entryway split the wall in 2, but had been closed for the evening with 2 massive metal doors. Stormtroopers patrolled in pairs along the walls, and 2 each stood in the corner towers. The palace itself had been set up in a triangular pattern with towers at each of the points. Left and right were 2 smaller towers, each a good 15 meters in height and twice that in diameter. Directly back from the gate, the triangle's furthest point had a rectangular tower that rose to 30 meters in height. The central third of it had been shrunk by a couple meters on each side, as if a giant fist had closed around it. It made for an interesting architectural look that differentiated the palace from most of the local buildings. A 4-story tall foundational building connected all 3 towers, and a private shuttle pad had been built into the roof of the big tower, which is why it had blinking lights crowning it. 20 meters to the gate. I crouched down, unfastening my cloak and letting it slide off my back. I boosted a pinch of dust into the air and watched it blow toward the palace. At least we have a tailwind. Good. Oral and Eligos cover us, we weave our way there. Eligos cleared his throat. The gate is closed.
How do you propose to get in?
We each brandished our lightsabers.
We'll knock,
Luke offered, real loud. What are you doing there? A stormtrooper and his partner appeared from nowhere around the corner of the building, shielding us. Let's see some identification. Sure. I stood slowly and held my lightsaber like a glow rod while I motioned with my left hand as if digging for identification. I know I have something here. I thought that I might be able to project an image into his brain that would get him to go away, but my mind blanked. The stormtrooper took a half step toward me. You look familiar. Me? No, can't be. Trying to be smart? The stormtrooper's blaster came up to cover me. You're coming with us. I glanced at Luke, then shrugged and depressed my thumb, shooting the silver blade straight through the stormtrooper's chest. I shoved him back into his partner, knocking his blaster aside. The second stormtrooper still pulled the trigger, spraying shots out into the night. My lightsaber came across and trimmed his shoulders down to the level of his armpits, ending his attack. Luke stared at me.
You need to work on this idea of warning.
Didn't get a chance with them, no. I ducked down as the stormtroopers on the palace wall started shouting and firing shots in our direction. Alarms began to blare. But the others, I think they're all sorts of warned. I suggest we go, now. Luke and I sprinted toward the palace gate, cutting back and forth to make ourselves difficult targets. As I ran, I opened myself to the Force and felt a flood of data pour in. I planted with my right foot, cut to the left and whipped my lightsaber around to the right, batting a blaster bolt out into the night. Another 2 steps, then hesitation as fire from an E-web mounted in the right tower slashed across my path, then a dive and roll over the stream of bolts starting to track toward me. I fended off 2 more bolts, wishing I could manage, as Luke did, to direct them back at the men who had fired them, then reached the sanctuary of the recessed gate. I pushed my sphere of responsibility to see what was on the other side awaiting us, but found no one. I pushed further and then smiled. I have her, Luke. This close, I have Mirax. Tower your side, down. The Jedi Master smiled.
Let's not keep her waiting.
In tandem we slashed left and right from the center of the gate and down through the big metal doors, carving a hole large enough to admit a landspeeder. I stepped inside, then slashed up and through the elbow of a stormtrooper shoving his blaster carbine down to spray us. He screamed and reeled away. I tugged the carbine from his falling hand and triggered a burst of bolts at a stormtrooper hunkering down from Elegos covering fire. I hit, sending him spinning from the wall, then sprinted after Luke. Luke scattered a half-dozen bolts fired at him, sending 4 back at the tower from whence they had come. 1 stormtrooper went down, the other just ducked, but the E-web sparked and started to burn. Luke sliced the barrel from the blaster rifle carried by the lead stormtrooper running from the tower where Mirax lay, then dropped him with a backhand blow that separated the man's pelvis from everything that normally rested on it. I snapped the selector lever over to stun, then shot the next man in line. Elegos came through the gate and peppered the next 3 with stun shots. They all tottered and fell. Luke dashed into the tower doorway. I saw a flash and heard a blaster whine, but the green lightsaber continued to hum. Oral came through the gate and laid down a pattern of suppression fire that held off the stormies coming from the far tower. Elegos and I covered him as he retreated to the tower, then we entered and I sprinted straight for the stairs leading down. This took me past 2 stormies with their assorted parts scattered in awkward positions. 1 level down I caught up with Luke at the mouth of an octagonal corridor festooned with sunken doorways. He stood by a control panel scanning a readout of prisoner names.
Calling up a prisoner roster now.
I glanced at the list and tapped a name. That's her.
Holding cell 02021020.
I nodded and ran down the corridor. Here it is. I reached the door, shot the lock and watched the door retract amid a shower of sparks. I took all 3 steps in a leap, then stopped just inside the doorway. There she was, just lying there, as Exer Kun had shown me. The little gray device on her forehead flickered with green and red lights, and the silver light from above bathed her in a radiance that left her skin almost pure white. It reflected true from her black hair. She looked perfect and asleep, and I felt my throat tighten. You are incredibly beautiful, Mirax, and you've been away far too long. Luke squeezed past me and leaned over by her face.
Don't think this is what's keeping her under. Feels like a Jedi hibernation trance. Normally a person can't be placed in one against her will, but if this device broke down her resistance, it might have been possible.
I nodded. I've had experience with machines breaking down resistance. I set my lightsaber and blaster down on her beer. Take the gadget off, let her wake up. Luke pulled the device away and smashed it against the wall.
It'll take a bit more than that to wake her up.
He reached his hand toward her forehead.
There's a Jedi technique used.
I grabbed his wrist. Know of it. Read about it in my grandfather's notes. I smiled at him. She's my wife, I'd like to help. You bring her out of it, and I'll let her know she's been missed. Luke nodded and waited for me to come around on Mirax's other side.
Ready?
Let's do it. I gave him a nod, then leaned down and kissed my wife on the lips. 48. Mirax's brown eyes blinked open and she began to smile. She reached up with her right hand, grabbed a fistful of my tunic and pulled me back down, covering her mouth with mine. We kissed with the urgency of lost love found, heart's pain eased. I stroked her hair and she kept me close, then we both had to come up for air. Pulling back so I could see all of her face, I smiled. Hi.
Hi, yourself. You're pretty cute.
She smiled back up at me, sending a jolt through me from head to toe and back again.
Of course, if my husband finds out you kissed me like that, you'll be in big trouble.
Luke burst out laughing. Her, I like. I kissed her on the tip of her nose. You remember Luke Skywalker, right?
I do indeed. Good to see you again, though I could have hoped for better circumstances.
Mirax sat up, swung her legs over the edge of the beer and stretched.
I don't even want to know where this rock is, I just want to know you have a plan for getting us off it.
The distant whine of blasters accompanied Elago's entry into the detention cell. Oral has them cut off at the stair landing. We better move before they bring up reinforcements. Mirax cocked her head at the commissai.
A commissai?
Elago's Akla, trustant of the commissai community at Carrolt. I looked at her. He's been taking good care of me. She laughed and threw Elago's a salute.
You have my thanks and sympathies. Taking care of him can be quite a chore.
Elago's shrugged. Not really, you have him well trained.
Still leaves dirty clothes lying about, though, right?
I cleared my throat. We can have this discussion later. Any chance we can make it back to the spaceport from here? Elagos shook his head. Not likely. Mirax hefted the blaster carbine I'd left on the beer.
Then we go to the top of the big tower. They have a landing pad there, that's how they brought me in after they separated me from the skate. We steal some speeder bikes or a shuttle and make a dash for your ship.
Luke nodded. It's a plan. Mirax pointed at the door.
Let's move, then.
The Jedi Master looked at me. Notice any resemblance between her and Mara? I shivered. Now that you mention it, let's make sure they never get together, okay? Right. From the far end of the corridor, Oral was filling the stairwell with a hail of laser bolts, stippling the wall behind the first landing with little fires. 2 stormtroopers lay tangled on the stairs, and others kept peeking around the edge. They snapped their heads back when Oral fired at them. Stretching out my senses, I could feel a knot of them waiting on the stairs and toward that end of the corridor above us. I smiled. I've got a piece of a plan. Mirax, the blaster, please. I pointed at the ceiling. Elagos, if you can boost me up there. Luke held a hand out. Permit me. With a simple gesture I rose toward the ceiling as steadily as if standing on a stone platform. I ignited my lightsaber and cored a circle in the ceiling above me, then shoved it out of the way as Luke pushed me all the way up through it. Taking a step forward, I brought the blaster carbine up and lashed the stream of blue energy darts back and forth over the crowd of armor-shelled warriors clogging the corridor's end. Their armor deflected some shots and ablated to lessen the power of others, reducing them from stunning to something that just dazed the soldiers. But I had such clean shots at them that they were at my mercy. Eligos came up through the hole next and blazed away with his blaster. His blue bolt struck befuddled targets, enveloping them in a collapsing sphere of blue that dropped them easily. Trapped as they were not really a fighting force, just targets waiting to be shot. I scythed my fire over them and together we finished them off. Auril came up the stairs, but Mirax and Luke took the quicker route to the corridor. Mirax took the blaster back from me, appropriated a power pack from Auril and kissed him on the cheek. She turned and pointed back away from the stairs.
Along here there's a corridor that goes over to the main building. Landing pads on the top.
Luke led the way.
Need to be careful. The stormtroopers we can pick out with the Force, but the Gensari, they're more difficult. Difficult, that's an understatement.
Mirax tossed the blaster's old power pack aside and jammed the new one home.
Their leader, this woman they call the Sarikar, somehow thinks holding me is preventing her family from being destroyed. When she spoke to me, when she fed me, and I know I was sleeping for a long time between meals, she would speak in past and present and future. She said a Halcyon was her doom or destiny, but wouldn't go into details. It was confusing, but I never thought she was insane.
Luke shook his head.
She probably didn't understand it any better than you did, or than Corran did when he lost contact with you. He didn't have the mental framework in place to make it make sense.
I'm still not sure I do.
No, but neither do the Gensari.
Luke frowned.
They have training, but it's skewed and things have been added. It's not an independent force tradition like the Dathomiri witches, but it's unlike anything else I know of.
He shrugged.
That's not saying much. You.
The shouted words came angry, though the speakers in the comm unit at the hallway juncture couldn't quite produce all the outrage they were meant to convey. I glanced to my left and saw a hologram of Tavira standing there, just shy of life-size, her hands on her hips.
You were the Jedi at Corcris.
I nodded. At your service. Shifting my lightsaber to my left hand, I gestured with my right to Luke and Mirax. I'd like to introduce Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, and Mirax Turek An, but, wait, we're on our way up to see you. Introductions are so much nicer in person.
How dare you?
Oh, I dare. I pointed to the sky. New Republic will be here in no time. The days of the invidious are over.
Never.
I laughed. By the way, the month's not up, but the answer is no.
Arg. When I get my hands on you. In your dreams, dearie.
Mirax shot the comm unit.
Empire's been dead for years, and still she relies on those limping Imperial threats. When I get my hands on you. Get with the times, woman. I like your Mirax a whole bunch, Corran.
Luke smiled.
And you're right, she and Mara should never meet.
We picked up the pace, racing into the main building and began working our way up. The staircase that wound around the inside of the building's tall atrium had a thick enough balustrade to provide some cover, of which we took advantage, as did those individuals trying to stop us. Blaster bolts, red and blue, whined and streaked, ricocheted and smoked as they burned into white marble pillars or black wall tiles. The stairs' gradual slope meant they wound around endlessly, it seemed, but was not sufficient to slow us down that much. They didn't have landings per se, so no easy points to defend, and our opponents had to put up with one unbelievably annoying problem. Two of their targets bore these archaic weapons and were swatting blaster bolts out of the air. Luke was even able to redirect his at our enemies, knocking them down or making them break cover long enough for Auril, Eligos, or Mirax to shoot them from a flanking position. As we climbed toward the building's upper reaches, we felt a tremor course through it. A shuttle's going up. Eligos frowned. Tavira must be running. Auril and I exchanged glances. That, or someone else is off carrying orders for her. I tried to push my senses to see if I could find Tavira in the shuttle or still in the building above us, but I got nothing. Something is blocking me. Luke nodded.
Me, too. The Gensari.
Must be. We pushed on, clearing the last length of corridor, then topped several steps that opened onto the foyer of a grand chamber. This has been the Imperial Governor's audience chamber and clearly designed to impress. While the space itself was square in construction, the inner design was circular, from the arrangements of the twisted basalt pillars holding up the ceiling, to the designs worked into both the floor and ceiling. At the far side, opposite our stairs, another set of stairs led up to an observation deck where transparent steel made up the walls. Through the viewports we could see the gas giant, its ring, and a bright light heading outbound. Halfway up those stairs, on a broad landing, sat a massive red granite desk, and built into the front of it a cushioned chair made of the same stone. I found it easy to imagine the governor working at the desk, then moving around forward to sit in judgment over any issues brought before him. Elevated and imperial, he would have ruled as the sole, unopposable authority on Susavai. All around the room, almost like courtiers waiting for a ruling, odd bits of fine furnishings, casks of credits, small chests of jewels and stacks of antiquities added a crude but opulent display of conspicuous wealth that smacked of Tavira. Yet, all this, which I took in with a glance, faded to insignificance compared to the 6 creatures standing in the open central part of the floor. One, a woman wearing a gray cloak, with streaks of matching gray in her long brown hair, stood in the center. A mask hid her face, but unlike the others, it had not been fashioned after an animal, but instead showed a young woman, beautiful and smiling. The fire flashing in the blue eyes behind the mask, however, suggested the tall woman was anything but smiling underneath. Arrayed behind her in an arc, 5 of the Gensari waited in their gray cloaks, their hoods up. The light flashing down from recessed glow panels above cast long shadows over their masks, but I caught details reptilian, insectoid and mammalian. The rightmost figure I had seen on the invidious bridge with Tavira. The others, who were generally smaller, radiated little hints of anxiety. The central figure raised her right arm and pointed a lightsaber toward me. The gold blade shot out, but stopped well shy of crossing the 5 meters that separated us.
Finally you have come. The Halcyon. To destroy us.
Her eyes focused beyond me.
The rest of you are free to go. You have done your part in bringing him here.
I frowned. You kidnapped Mirax to get me here? You could have given me directions and this could have been over much faster. Oral rested a hand on my shoulder.
It was not here that was important, but when.
The choice of futures is made in the moment the future you desire is born.
She let her cloak slip off, revealing her armored form. The armor, like the mask, had been styled after a beautiful woman and while alluring, was nonetheless deadly. She inclined her head toward me and struck a guard I found hauntingly familiar. She grasped the hilt dagger-like in her left hand, with her right hand riding on the pommel, pointing the blade toward the floor.
Now is the time.
Luke took a half-step forward and reached my side.
Wait, I am Luke Skywalker. There is no need for further violence here. The Skywalker. Your intervention here was not unanticipated.
She jerked her head.
My students will entertain you, then I will destroy you, too, that they may live.
The 5 people backing her moved to the left, letting their cloaks fall to the floor. Each brought out a lightsaber and set themselves.
Sarikar of the Gensari, do not do this.
Luke waved a hand at her students.
I do not want to kill them. Then that would be a problem for you, Skywalker.
She nodded at me.
Come, Halcyon, destroy or be destroyed, there is no alternative at this juncture in time.
I lit my lightsaber as she drove toward me and blocked her first sweeping blow low and to the right. I anticipated the wrist twist that allowed her to rake her gold blade back across where I had been. I ducked beneath her cut, then slashed at her legs, but she danced above my blade. What she didn't expect was my remaining low, pivoting on my left hand. As she landed, I swept my legs through her legs, clicking her ankles together and toppling her. I sprang up to press my attack, but she never hit the ground. She turned her fall into a languid backward somersault. The second she touched down, she drove at me again, feinting left and right. I backed away, moving to parry. When her blow finally came in on my left, I caught it on the forte of my blade and brought it up and over in a big circular parry. As I did so, I slid forward so we stood shoulder to shoulder for a second. I cranked my left elbow up into her face mask, driving her back, then batted away a quick slash. Off to my left, Luke moved through the Gensari with such ease and skill that I realized the only help he'd needed from me back on Corcus the night we'd faced their brethren was for me to hold his cloak. A quick parry with his lightsaber and then a push with the force, and two of them went down hard. Another parry and the application of the lightsaber's dark end to a head dropped another to the floor. A telekinetic tug on a mask blinded one, while he fought another to a standstill, their blades arcing and screaming as they met. The Sarikar came at me with cold fury, her blade held in the style of the Anzadi who slew my grandfather. She aimed a cut across my middle that I danced back from, then she slashed it down toward my trailing leg. The gold blade sliced through my robe and roasted a layer or two of skin off the top of my right thigh, but did no serious damage. I pivoted on that foot and arced my left foot around to catch her in the flank, pitching her across the room to where she crashed against a Duraplast chest full of coins. She clawed a handful of them back in my direction, and I realized a second too late what she was really doing. With a telekinetic push she accelerated them at me. I got my lightsaber up and deflected most of them, but two thudded against my chest and one skipped off my forehead, opening up a cut above my right eye. Enough of this. I opened myself fully to the force and felt it flow through me. I came in at her, beat her blade aside and planted a front kick against her armored belly. She bounced back a step, but then slashed down and in at me as she quickly advanced. I parried her hard and to the right, then shifted my wrists and came up through a slash that should have cut right through her bracer and taken her left hand off. I felt a jolt run through my lightsaber, numbing my hands as the blade flickered and died. She recoiled, clutching at her smoking armor, her own lightsaber going out as it fell from her hand. Snarling, she nodded sharply at me, and I heard a rustling. One of her students' discarded cloaks wrapped itself around my ankles and dumped me unceremoniously on my back. I blacked out for a second, then saw the Sarikar standing over me, her golden blade raised for an overhand blow that would split my head in two. Without conscious thought, I reacted through the force. Into her brain I projected an image of Nico's Tyrus lying there in my place. She hesitated.
Master?
Mirax's stun bolt hit the Sarikar square in the chest and dropped her out of my sight. I kicked my feet free of the cloak and sat up. Mirax slid down by my side, her blaster carbine still pointed at the armored woman's form. She pumped another shot into her, making the body twitch. Nice shooting. Mirax smiled.
Thanks. Tried to shoot her earlier, but wasn't able to concentrate enough to hit her. Then things became clear.
Right at the same time I broke her concentration by planting a picture in her mind. I linked her fighting style to that of my grandfather's killer, gave her his image, and she hesitated. I rolled up to one knee and kissed Mirax full on the lips. Thanks for the rescue.
My pleasure.
She stroked a hand through my hair.
By the way, you can keep the chin fur, but change the color.
Luke came over and knelt next to the Sarikar. He worked her mask off, revealing a face somewhat seamed from age and exposure, but clearly it was just an older version of what the mask had shown. Luke touched her forehead and nodded slightly.
She'll be fine. What happened to your blade?
I don't know. I picked it up and hit the button. The blade sprang to life again with no shock and no sputtering. I felt a lot of feedback. Something in the armor shorted it. Cortosis or maybe. Mirax picked up the mask.
Spun cortosis fibers in this? Not much of that stuff around, which is fine because it's fairly useless. Still, pretty in ornamentation like this.
We have a problem. Eligos looked down at us from the governor's desk. He punched a button and a hologram appeared above a built-in holoprojector plate on the desk. It resolved itself into a tactical shot of the system around the gas giant. I've fed the system data from our ship into the projector here. I show the Invidious leaving the ring and it's headed this way. I shook my head. Tavira doesn't like losing, and she'll strafe us to get rid of us. Yumfla's done. Suddenly several more ships appeared in the image, slicing in toward Susavai, between the invidious attack course and the planet. I have ships identified as the Backstab and the Errant Venture entering the system. They are deploying fighters, clutches and X-Wings. Luke looked at me.
X-Wings?
Eligos nodded. From the Errant Venture. Invidious is deploying clutches and coming about to engage Errant Venture. They should close to range in 5 minutes. Mirax shook her head.
We can't let them do that.
Eligos' head came up. Both ships are evenly matched. They are both Imperial-class star destroyers. I snarled and stood. Yeah, but Booster's ship doesn't have more than a token array of guns. Can you open up a comm line to the Venture? Mirax, you can talk your father into running.
Leaving us here to be lit up by Tavira? Not likely.
She shivered.
She'll vape the Venture, then vape us.
Luke looked at me.
Try to call Tavira. Maybe we can make a deal with her.
A deal with her? No way. I shook my head. If I know her at all, there's just no way we can convince her. I stopped and bounced the heel of my hand off my forehead. Sithspawn, I'm so stupid.
What?
I winked at Mirax and ran toward the stairs to the observation deck. Don't worry, I've got it. I'll take care of it. I'll move her right out of here.
Move her?
The Jedi Master's voice came cool and even.
Do you want help?
No.
Do you need help?
Nope. I smiled at him. Remember, size matters not. And telekinesis is not the only way to move the invidious. I gathered the force inside of me and projected my awareness out into a cone that sought the white dagger stabbing down from the ring. I found it with ease, just teeming with life and fear, anger and arrogance. I worked my way through it until I found a place where arrogance and anger and outrage all seemed to collect, then I pushed my way into Tavira's mind and flowed into the place where her fears and confidence dwelt. I listened to her weapons officers calling out ranges and preparing firing orders. I pushed a bit of doubt into her mind. It was impossible, wasn't it, that the New Republic would send so small a force after her? Hadn't Gino said a task force was on its way? He had sounded confident in a time when he should have known no confidence at all. He had worked with us and against us, learning our secrets. He knew how we operated and he communicated all that to the New Republic. I let her listen to her people a bit more and latched on to the unease she was feeling with how simple her victory would be. We used the Gensari to hide our ship, but the New Republic, they would make more use of their Jedi. They sent 2 after us on the ground, to free the prisoner, but what about their other Jedi? Where are they? What are they doing? Would they dare operate against me without them? In an instant she knew the New Republic saw her as such a threat that they would stop at nothing to catch her, which meant they would use the Jedi against her. Not only that, but they would use the Jedi to trap her by reversing the methods she had used to elude the New Republic. I let her feel that if she sharpened her mind, she could pierce the veil of deception the Jedi were casting over her and her crew. She concentrated and pushed, accomplishing nothing really, but I rewarded her for it. The holographic representation of the errant Venture evaporated to be replaced by a bigger ship, a much bigger ship, a super-star destroyer that would eat up her Imp-Star Deuce as easily as the Invidious had destroyed the Harmsue. I fed to her every image I had burned into my memory of the Lysankia, Isard's old SSD, and channeled in a good dose of fear. I touched her paranoia and let one of her own fantasies spin out for her. From the SSD's belly a slender, needle-like craft shot. I fed her images of the Sun Crusher and let her calculate the damage that could be caused by that indestructible fighter-sized craft accelerating to just below light speed, then ramming her ship. It would blow through it from stern to stern in seconds, shattering the Invidious. The SSD would just pound the scraps until their molten metal fragments congealed into debris that would make for a spectacular light show when they burned into Susavai's atmosphere.
"Belay those orders,"
I heard her shout.
"It's a trap, a Jedi trap. Evasive maneuvers, plot me a course out of here. Far away.
I retreated into myself and staggered back against the observation deck railing. From below I heard Eligos.
The Invidious is coming about. Tavira is leaving the system.
I turned around slowly, then tried to lean nonchalantly on the railing. Problem solved. Mirax arched an eyebrow at me.
You think so, do you?
I looked down at my wife. She's gone, isn't she?
Sure.
Mirax smiled.
But my father's going to think she was running from him. He'll be insufferable. You'll never hear the end of how he saved my life, and just happened to include yours in the bargain.
I don't mind, I forced myself to say. After all, a Jedi does not know pain. 49. Things quieted down on Susavai fairly quickly after the Invidious ran. We called Booster and through him got Jacob Knive. Jacob apologized for having brought Booster to us and having given him the data we'd left behind for Kraken, but Booster had been most insistent and had an Imp Star Deuce to back things up. Knive contacted Colonel Gert, informed her of what was going on and offered to consider her and any ex-Invids who stopped their fighting to be members of the survivors for purposes of the deal Luke and I had offered him. Colonel Gert, being the highest-ranking Invid officer in the system, got the ground resistance to back off and Rogue Squadron set down in the palace grounds to hold back any misguided loyalists until Booster could shuttle down some of his security personnel and Knive could bring down some of the survivor mudbugs to take care of ground ops. Rogue Squadron had been on a long patrol circuit when Kraken had reached them and pointed them toward Corcris. Though they came from further away, they plotted a tight course that got them to Corcris before Booster. He arrived and offered them a ride to Susavai, so they shipped aboard. Colonel Selchu and Gert met on the ground for the first time and were able to work out terms under which the survivors would be allowed to keep their ships. They quickly began to bring local politicians into the meetings and I had no doubt that within several weeks, Susavai would petition the new republic for entry as a full member, complete with a fighter force, and that the survivors would find themselves a nice little home. In addition to that, Eligos indicated that Susavai struck him as a much nicer world than Keralt. The possibility of moving at least part of the Commissai remnant to it seemed quite likely. Somehow I thought Commissai fellowship and guidance for the survivors and the Invids would go a long way toward making Susavai strong and peaceful. The Gensarai still presented us something of a problem, but here, too, the Commissai touch provided a solution that could not have otherwise been possible. By the time I'd had my cut treated and things had been calmed down outside, the Gensarai Knive had brought with him had been reunited with those Luke had defeated and the half-dozen who had been stationed on a small base out in the ring to cover the Invidious. They had also been hiding the Pulsar skate and had used it to return to Susavai. The Saraikar, when she regained consciousness, seemed truly surprised to be alive. The fact that her students had not been slain and had been allowed to retain custody of their armor and lightsabers clearly confused her. As she sat up on the couch to which she had been carried in the governor's private chambers, she looked at her students, then at Luke, Eligos, and finally me.
Is this how you choose to mock me, Halcyon?
She waved a hand at her students.
You have them here to show me that you have won them over to your murderous ways?
Her orienting on me confused me, since Luke was clearly the master here. I shook my head. If my ways were the ways of a murderer, why would you be alive?
You like to torture us before you slay us. You call yourselves Jedi, but your kind parted from the true Jedi ways a generation ago, and then some. And those who rose up in your place were no better.
She lifted her chin, her blue eyes fiery and bright.
We are the true Jedi, the Gensarai. You tried before to destroy us, but failed.
I frowned. I've never seen you before. I've never been here before, and I've certainly never tried to harm you or your people before.
Just like a Halcyon to deny the evil he has inherited.
I looked to Luke. I'm not tracking here.
Neither am I.
Eligos rested hands on our shoulders.
Perhaps you would permit me.
I shrugged. Set a course and go. The Commissai moved forward and dropped to one knee before the Saraikar.
The Gensari are your creation. You fashioned them and their teachings from what you yourself had learned when you trained.
Elagos kept his voice low and respectful, probing, but gentle and reassuring.
You are the first Sarikar, but you hold dearly to the memories of others, to honor them and their sacrifice.
She blinked her eyes a couple of times, then bowed her head.
Yes, this is so.
I glanced down as factoids began to slot together for me. When she'd had me at her mercy, I'd projected Tyra's image from my dream into her brain because I had recognized her fighting style as that of the Anzadi Jedi. I'd done it instinctively and had missed entirely the significance of her saying, "Master?" As she hesitated. She was looking at me, seeing my uniform, my silver blade, and seeing me as my grandfather or clearly someone who had come to finish what Nija Halcyon had started. Try as I might, though, I searched my memory of the dream and could not place her in it. Elagos pressed his hands together.
These you honor were your teachers and friends. Their deaths you blame on a Halcyon and other Jedi, one very much like me, yes?
An edge returned to her voice.
I do.
She thrust a finger at me.
It was a Halcyon who slew my master and my husband that day, and retreated to leave us alone. They did not care for us, for the damage they had done. They were supposed to serve all life and living creatures, but they deserted us, proving the lie of the Jedi. We had already known, our masters had told us, that we were a breed apart. The advent of the Jedi here on Susavai merely proved all they had taught was true.
Luke opened his hands. Truth is often a matter of point of view. Anger flashed through the Sarikar's eyes.
You were not there. You have no point of view.
I was about to mention my dream, but Elagos reached out and placed a hand on her knee.
But I do. I would share it with you.
She looked sharply at Elagos.
You were not the Jedi there that day.
No, I was not, but I will share with you a secret. I will give you my trust that you may return it. I know you do not want to hurt anyone, which is why I can trust you. I would have you accept my trust so you can stop yourself from hurting.
Luke gave me a sidelong glance, but I nodded reassuringly to him. He knows what he is doing. The Sarikar's voice sagged beneath the weight of suspicion.
What will you do?
The Kamasai have a gift in which significant memories become treasured and, in special circumstances, can be shared. We discovered, as a people, that we could share them among ourselves, yet with non-Kamasai species, they could only be communicated to the Jedi. I think it is their connection to the Force that allows this, and any of us who have come to truly know a Jedi are privileged to be able to share these memory with the Jedi.
He twisted back and caught my right hand in his left, dragging me forward.
I have come to know this man under a variety of identities, one of them being Corran Halcyon, the grandson of Nija Halcyon. Nija is the Halcyon Jedi you accuse of being a murderer, and the Kamasai who was with him that day was my uncle. My uncle passed to me the memories of what happened here, sharing with me the memory of his friend's death. This is the point of view I have of those events, and I would share it with you in hopes you would understand the other point of view.
The Sarikar held her hand out to Elagos.
Show me the memory.
Elagos stood but did not relinquish his grip on my hand.
I do not know you well enough for me to transfer the memory to you. I do know Corran well enough to share with him, and you know he can project it into your mind.
You want me to trust a Halcyon, too? You ask too much, Kamasai.
Elagos looked down at her.
Is it too much to ask when it could free you of a burden you have carried for over 40 years? Is it too much to ask when he has not slain you nor your companions, and yet could easily have done so, bearing in mind this is the purpose you claim he has come for? Your caution is admirable, but do not let it be a barrier to a greater truth.
She hesitated, then nodded once.
What I will see, I will consider.
Good.
Elagos looked at me.
Prepare yourself.
Am I sending just to her, or do I include Master Skywalker and her apprentices? Luke smiled.
I would be honored to share that memory.
The Sarikar's eyes tightened, then she nodded.
Let them see.
Okay. I set myself. Ready, I guess. I felt a tingle run through my hand and up into my brain. I touched the force and entwined it with what I was getting from Eligos, then pushed it out toward the others in the room. I felt contact with all of them, some hot and some oh so cold. I just served as a conduit and watched the memories pour through my mind. Even if I had intended to edit and modify it, I doubt I could have. Since what I was seeing came through Kamasai eyes, and was wrapped up in Kamasai kinesthetics and senses, any changes I had made would have been patently human and obviously artificial. Moreover, the intensity and volume of sensory input overwhelmed me. I saw and heard, tasted, touched and smelled, boy, did I smell things, so much that I couldn't categorize it. The Memnus was like a holovid presentation so complex that only by watching it again and again could I begin to grapple with all of the elements. I found myself in Ilenikit Claw's flesh, with his fellow Jedi on either side of him. My grandfather he classified as Spicewood, he knew his name, of course, but the Kamasai's acute sense of smell led him to store identity information with scent being more important than name. The other Jedi he identified as Desert Wind. I heard Desert Wind warn the dark Jedi we faced, and all of our replies, the same as in my dream. Then the battle was joined, blades flashing, barking, sparking and hissing. Moving into combat in the Kamasai's body felt thoroughly alien. His gangling limbs and deceptively slender muscles contained incredible power and grace. His feet shuffled through the dust, always keeping us in balance, with our legs ready to propel me forward in a strike. I watched my foe come in, watched her flick her blade this way and that, probing my defenses. I could tell she had some skill, but how much remained a mystery, and a hint of fear trickled through me as she attacked. Pain exploded on my left flank as the red-haired woman, Dust Rose, raked the tip of her blue lightsaber across my flesh. I caught the stink of burn down and it almost overrode the pain. I spun away with impossible quickness, turning a full circle and bringing my red gold blade around to bat her blade aside. She was good, but I knew I was better. My Kamasai muscles tensed, then brought the blade back up in a rising slash that slipped beneath her guard and opened her from hip to shoulder. Dust Rose reeled back, then flopped to the ground. An explosion of blue energy instantly consumed her body, knocking me back and down. Through the link with the Sarai car I felt a jolt of grief at Dustro's death, but it was as nothing as I looked to the left. I saw Spicewood on the ground, his lightsaber beyond his reach. I knew that if I could concentrate, if I could push past the pain, I could move his lightsaber back into his hand. It would only take a moment, and the Anzati Nightsweats gloating clearly appeared to give me that moment. Then Spicewood dived for his blade and Nightsweat stabbed down. I could almost feel the blade burning its way through my friend, severing the ties his life had to his body. I would have expected him to die instantly, but he managed a smile. The azure blade fixing him to the ground sputtered and died, and in an instant I knew what he had done, how he had employed the rarest of all Jedi gifts, and what a terrible price he had paid for it. Nightsweat rose into the air, then convulsed and seemed to implode. I saw the body fly back through the tents built beneath the Duracrete dome. Nightsweat exploded, as did the dark Jedi Desert Wind had slain. Their mortal bodies no longer able to contain the dark side energy, it flashed out in a blue fireball that shattered the Duracrete dome. I rushed to Spicewood, pulling him clear as the dome began to collapse. I felt Desert Wind supporting the dome around me, then he let it go as we got clear. I knelt in the dirt, cradling my friend's head in my lap. Desert Wind stood by my side, resting a hand on my shoulder. I think he knew Tyrus was a good enough swordsman to get one or the other of us. Nija knew he could not defeat him with a lightsaber, so he found another means to protect us. I caressed my grandfather's face, wiping away the blood from the cut on his head and the corner of his mouth.
To have survived so much to die here. It is sad.
But to die in the defense of all that is good, it must be celebrated and remembered. I nodded.
It will be a sadder day when such nobility is forgotten.
Or feared.
Worse yet, yes.
I smiled, breathing deep of Spicewood scent, then was aware of the lessening of his weight upon my thighs. I looked down and saw him fade away, his burned clothes collapsing, his lightsaber settling into the dust. Beyond his boots, a last section of the dome groaned and sagged in, with a couple of the tiles that had been set into it exploding into fragments. I picked one up and ran my thumb over it, feeling the strange glyphs incised into it. I began to shiver and Desert Wind supported me. "You've been hurt, my friend. We have to get you away from here. In a place of evil like this, there can be no healing."
"I can make it back to Yumfla."
"Good, and then to Corellia." Desert Wind helped me up. "Nija's family will know he died a hero." The memory faded out as my vision of the room flooded back. I tasted salt on my lips. I reached up and swiped away at tears. I turned to thank Eligos, but could not speak past the tightness in my throat. Eligos nodded.
"I know."
The Sarikar began speaking in a small voice.
"I know well the pain of lost comrades your uncle felt, Kamasai. I mourn for him, but his belief that he and his friends were right in no way means they were. When that dome collapsed, my husband was crushed. We lost a half-dozen friends and I was left alone with 3 other apprentices."
She pressed her hand against her stomach.
"And the boy growing in my belly. We hid from the Jedi and mourned and buried our dead. We had been sealed together, bound together by the deaths. We made a new beginning from the tragedy, and yet this memory would seek to have us believe we were walking the path of evil."
I nodded my head. The memory proves it. The writing on the tiles, I recognize it from Yavin 4. It's of Sith origin. The Sarikar nodded.
Our masters had uncovered information about Sith techniques from an antiquarian who had recovered artifacts. They learned that the Jedi had stolen their discipline from the Sith, had perverted Sith teaching, and our masters were returning us to the true way. Gensarai is a Sith word for the hidden followers of truth. As the Sarikar, I am the keeper of that truth. We are not evil.
Luke shook his head. "In fact, you are not." I frowned at him. "They were following Sith practices. Are you forgetting Exar Kun and all that?" "Not at all, Kiran. They were being taught the Jedi way by people who had accepted Sith thoughts and philosophies, but they themselves were not sufficiently developed to be initiated into them. Their masters had not yet found the hooks by which they could be opened to the dark side. And then, after the deaths of their masters, they continued learning, but did so with the orientation of protecting themselves from the Jedi. They dedicated themselves to defense, choosing the correct path for the wrong reasons." I shivered. But with such a hate for the Jedi, they should have come forth and helped the Emperor hunt them down. The Sarikar leaned forward, covering her face in her hands.
"Again we were betrayed."
As she sobbed, one of the apprentices, Red, removed her mask.
The Sarikar's son was of an age to be independent when the Emperor started hunting down the Jedi. Against her wishes, he left here and offered his services to Darth Vader. He was slain outright, and Jedi hunters came here, but never found us. I was but a child then, but I remember the hiding, the fear. Our community kept us strong."
I nodded. "And when the rebellion started, you could not join it because it lauded as heroes the very Jedi who had created you in the first place." The Sarikar looked up, wiping away her tears.
"We are not evil."
Luke dropped to one knee before her.
"No, the Gensarai are not, nor are they wholly good." "What?"
Her face sharpened.
"How can you say that?" "It is a simple truth, of which you have part, but you stand so close to it that you cannot see the whole of it. You are fully committed to your community, to your students, and they to you and each other. This is what has kept you from the dark side. Even when your people helped Tavira, they did so to protect you and Susavai. This is good, but it is not the true whole of the Jedi tradition."
Luke gave her a heartwarming smile.
"To be a Jedi is to be committed to the defense of everyone. Our duties do have limits. Nija Halcyon limited his work to the Corellian system, except when extraordinary circumstances called him beyond it. When he did come forth, he was willing to sacrifice his life for others. Here you have not been open to those calls, those sacrifices, and this has limited your access to the Force and all it offers. I have an academy that could teach you or some of your apprentices about this grander Jedi tradition, if you wish. It is an offer I shall consider.
She shivered.
Could I have been wrong all these years?
I smiled at her. Not wrong, not at all. You did what you felt was right to save others from being hurt. That is never wrong. My Jedi Master rose.
It is very right. We can just make it more so. Corran, he is the product of one Jedi tradition, and me, I am born of yet a different one. You and your Gensari are just part of a third. If you will permit it, we would welcome you into the greater Jedi tradition of service so that all of our ways, woven together, will make us so strong we can never again be torn apart.
Epilogue. The next time I saw Luke was about 3 days later. I met him in the governor's palace not quite by chance. I'd been going to see him, but felt him speaking to the Sarai car, so I headed up to the roof and the shuttle pad. I was looking out over Yumfla's night sky and up at the brilliant curved planetary ring stretching up and out from the horizon. Beyond the ring the stars looked so bright and so inviting, and the space between them so black and cold.
There you are, Corran.
Luke smiled as he came up onto the roof.
Your wife's right, brown is better for your hair.
I raked my fingers back through it. Yeah. Gonna let it grow out a bit, too. Can't decide on the goatee and mustache, though.
I'd get rid of it.
Luke shrugged and joined me at the wall.
I had been hoping to see you over the past couple of days.
Sorry, Mirax and I were checking out the pulsar skate and making sure it was prepped for the trip back to Coruscant. I pointed vaguely off toward the starport. We can give you a ride back, if you want.
No. You'll want time alone, or more time alone, and Eligos has learned of the Alderaanian ritual of leaving grave goods in the graveyard. Oral and I are going to head to Carrolt, pick up Eligos' daughter, Relicky, and take them to where they can leave things for Ilenik Claw.
I nodded. I'll have to make that trip, too, at some point. Leave something for Ilenik in my grandfather's name.
I think that would please both of them.
The Jedi Master glanced up at the stars.
After that I think I'd like to help Rogue Squadron find the Invidious and end Tavira's career.
I shrugged. Without the Gensari she'll just be another proto-warlord running around out there. Someone will get her, New Republic probably. Maybe she'll anger Pelion and he'll do us a favor by taking her toy away from her.
That would be convenient, certainly.
Luke fell silent, for a moment, then rested his hands on the top of the restraining wall.
There's something important I need to discuss with you.
Me, too. I gave him a smile. I'd spent a fair amount of time thinking about my life and my father's, man in the mirror, saying. I actually did recognize myself, which was good, but it forced some hard choices. I shrugged. I'm not going to go back to the academy. I'm not going to be a Jedi full-time.
Interesting.
I arched an eyebrow at him. Interesting?
Yes. I was going to ask you not to return to the academy.
My mouth gaped open in shock for a second. I wasn't that disruptive, was I? The Jedi Master shook his head.
Not at all. You see, you had training all your life that directed you toward a goal that I'm trying to train my recruits for. You have a grounding that means learning to use the Jedi techniques and tools just adds another layer to you. It provides you with more things to do, things you already are well trained to do. On the way here you pointed out that Nija often went about as a regular man, solving problems and only using his Jedi abilities when needed, precisely because he had the other skills needed to do these jobs and didn't have to rely upon his Jedi skills.
I smiled as I unraveled what he meant. When the only tool you have is a hydrospanner, every problem looks like something that needs to be torqued. I think I get what you're saying.
I'd expect that of a detective.
Luke laughed lightly.
You figured out Exar Kun had to be behind Gantoris' death and the trouble on Yavin 4 because you were a trained investigator. I missed all the evidence you saw, or didn't want to believe it because I didn't see how it fit together. That, fitting together, training is some of what the new Jedi will need. The regimen that gets created to provide it won't give you anything.
You could well be right. He folded his arms across his chest.
So why is it that you won't be coming back?
I shifted my shoulders uneasily. It kind of gets back to what you said about Nija, and to part of what I did to Tavira to get her out of here. The place where I can do the greatest good right now, I think, is with Rogue Squadron. Look at you, you're always being called away to solve some galaxy-threatening problem, having to leave the Academy in someone else's hands when training more Jedi is what you'd most like to be doing. By remaining Corran Horn and staying with Rogue Squadron, I can use my abilities where they will be critical for missions, and yet I won't be pulled in all sorts of different directions.
And you will be able to remain on Coruscant and start a family.
Among other things. I smiled, recalling fondly how much checking out and how little real work Mirax and I had gotten done on the skate. Part of what frightened Tavira off was the fact that she didn't believe the Sun Crusher had been destroyed. The fact that she knew it was out there but couldn't find it had her convinced it was hunting her. I guess, by staying hidden, I'll be a surprise waiting for anyone who needs one.
So Kieran Halcyon dies here?
Not dies, just fades away. Few enough people know I'm him that keeping it a secret shouldn't really be difficult. I reached out and rested my right hand on Luke's shoulder. You need Kieran for anything, he'll be there. You need Corran Horn for anything, he'll be there. Fact of the matter is, without you, I'd be dead, Mirax would still be imprisoned and Tavira would be raiding away. Luke smiled.
And without you, I'd be on a slab in a temple on Yavin 4. We're even. No harm came to my niece and nephew during that time, so I may even owe you.
I was hoping you'd say that. I gave him a big smile. There's one more thing I want to do to wrap this whole thing up, with your permission. Luke nodded.
Name it.
I did. I leveled the X-Wing out at what Whistler reported to be 19.52 meters above the Yavin 4 landscape and hovered there, eyeball to eyeball with Exar Kuan's statue. It actually stood a good 500 meters off the X-Wing's nose, but those hollow black eyes watched me intensely. I gave him a big smile. Whistler, you got all sensors on full record and you're feeding the data back to the skate at the Great Temple? His curt blat reminded me that he didn't forget orders, or go gallivanting off around the galaxy leaving friends behind to be worried circuit worn about him. I nodded. We are good to go and clear to fire. I flicked the weapons control over to proton torpedoes and set it for single fire. I dropped my targeting reticle over Exar Kuan's face, then cut my comm unit feed. I didn't mind folks watching what I was doing, but what I had to say, that was just for me and Exar Kuan. I know you're gone, but I also know you planned for that, someday. This temple might be an archaeological find of great value, a monument of untold wonder, but it's also a monument to evil. You used it to infect Kip, and mere impressions made of the glyphs infected the Dark Jedi who killed my grandfather. Your evil created the Gensari, and even though they rose above it, people have still suffered and died because of it. But this isn't revenge, which you would have liked. Nope, this is simply a precaution. I settled my finger on the trigger. Wouldn't leave a lightsaber around where a kid could find it, and this temple to you is a million more times dangerous than that. I pulled the trigger and sent a proton torpedo streaking out at the statue. The warhead detonated when it hit the bridge of his nose, shattering his skull into thousands of fragments that sprayed out in a shower of sparks and cloud of whitish smoke. The bits and pieces of Exar Kuan's head rained down in a narrow triangle, smashing the lake's mirror-like surface, forever breaking up the last intact images of that island. 2 more proton torpedoes took Exar Kuan off at waist and knees, then I shot the rest of them into the base of the obelisk on which he had stood. It toppled wonderfully, breaking into pieces as it went. The chunks slammed into the ground and crushed walls, then bounced around inside the temple, pulverizing slab after slab of Sith writings. Some eventually ricocheted high enough to escape the temple itself, splashing down in the cold dark lake. Switching to lasers, I raked fire back and forth across the temple, heating rock until it ran like water. Great clouds of steam rose up as stone sloughed off walls and sank, formless and unshaped and now unblemished by Sith scribings. When I was done, only the island itself remained, still black as night, but now all soft and curving, no longer angular, no longer strong. No longer a place of power, just a tranquil spot in a lake that would once again reflect the stars, and now could reflect their peace. I flipped my comm unit back on. This is Rogue 9. Mission accomplished. Mirax's voice filled my helmet.
We got that, Rogue 9. Master Skywalker says, well done.
Thank him for me. It was my pleasure. I smiled. Exer Kuan is done, the Invids have fled, this temple is gone and you're home again. Only one last bit of business and all of this can be over.
And that is?
And that is the toughest bit of all, my love, I laughed. We have to tell your father our first child will not be named for him. End of I, Jedi. By Michael A. Stackpole.